Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. I forget to put myself on screen. Hey, how we doing? How we doing? Keep it moving. How we doing, people? Do you like the new tune? Eh? So whenever anyone's like, oh, like at the minute we got 116 like, 140 likes out of 220 odd people. Every time I see that now, I've got to be like, hey, every time I see him, I'm going to be doing that. Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. Hey, on that note, hey, Care. How do you say Care? K-E-R, Care? I'm not sure. Thank you so much for the PayPal, sir. I'm not going to say your first name, obviously, because I don't want to dox you. For all you do, Dylan, Care. Thank you very much for the PayPal. Loved it. Thank you. What great timing. You just came up as I was going to say thank you to you. And before I go any further, thank you as well to Alba Gamer. Thank you so much for the generous 10 gifted memberships. I love that. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate you. Really, really do. Thank you so much. Into the music, I want to say hello to you. Good morning. First time here. Into the music. Hello. I'm not sure if anyone else, if it's your first time here, tell me. I'll give you a special shout out. So hello to you. Hope you're well. And thanks for joining us. Put you the first. I'm not sure. I do think this is your first time here. I don't remember this name. So good day, mate. How you doing? Good day. Are you a Bruce or are you a Sheila? Which one are you? So hello to you all, beautiful people. Obviously, last night was a great members only. I loved it. Thank you so much to everybody who came. We named chat. We called it El Chatty. So you're all known as El Chatty now. I think it's El Chatty, isn't it? Oh, now I'm a bit like, is it El Chatty? Yes, El Chatty must be. It must be. So anyway, hello to you all, Keith. How are we doing, fella? Chris Christ, loving mama. Hello to you. You got work seminar at 10 a.m. Right, Amanda, how we doing? Beach girl, hello to you. You probably need at the moment. Grief was yeah. Sean's stream was electric last night, as I know. We know. I know. I can't wait for him to come back. Hey, Erin Hack, how we doing? Does he not come back after? Thank you, Donna. How we doing? Oh, Susanna, it's Susanna. Oh, Susanna, day and night. Look at this. Do you like this? El chat. Is this reversed or is this okay? El chatty. Oi, oi. Here we go. Whoa, 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 whoa. How we doing? Is this all right? Is it reversed? Is this a lally inverted thing, or does it look okay? Because if it doesn't, I can't write backwards. So I hope that's okay for everyone. Hey, Tony. Hey, fella. How we doing? Chaperoni. Hey, darling. How are you? North Carolina, let's go. Shari D as well in the house. Hello, my darling. How are you? The defense are going to bring the absolute hammer next week. Let's go, Alba. Who was John Joe's guest hosting? What's that, John Joe? Good morning to you, Charles. How are you doing? I know he'll be back here soon enough, people. He'll be back here soon enough. We'll know. There we go, Carol, Disney Queen. Hey, Christine, how are you doing, my darling? Christine as well. How nice it was to see Sean last night. That's it, exactly. It was nice. I know he loved it as well. Shauna, simply so, Shauna. Good morning to my favorite morning show. Good morning to you, Shauna. Thank you for being here as well. Thank you so much. Amy, top of the morning to you, Amy. Sluncher, Amy, how are you doing? Keep it moving. Mina, hello to you. Mina Maina. Kathy Leonard, hello to you, my darling. How are things? The band will be back together on Monday. You and Sean can't wait. Yeah, maybe slightly sooner. I'm not sure, but that's on him. But yeah, definitely Monday. He's back. I feel like I'm jumping on this now. Nikki C, Life is Hell. Hello to you. How are you doing? Morning, brother. Morning, Mike. How are we doing? Anera, siwmai cariad, ti'n iawn bach. Nice to weldy. Nice to see you. Anera, Gary's in the house. Good afternoon to you. Let's fucking go, Gary. You know it, brother. Let's go. Babs, how are you, my darling? Hope you're well. Steph. Good day, mate. Good morning. Evening here. Good morning. Good day, Sheila. How are we, Steph? Hope you're well. Katie, what's happening, Dylan? What? West Roxbury in the house. Hey, what's happening, West Roxbury? Hope you are well as well, Katie. Lovely to see you. Deborah's in the house. Jackie's in the house. Mr. O is in the house. Let's fucking go, Mr. O. Donnie's in the house. Great morning to you. Baseball Dad's in the house. We love Baseball Dad here as well. Ape is in the house. How we doing? Beach Girls in the house. Sunny days. How we doing? Hope you're well as well. Look at all these people. Not Sheila. All right, Bruce. All right, Bruce. How you doing, Bruce? Put another shrimp on the barbie, Bruce. Hetty Hay, North Carolina, sis, Beach Girl. Emma from Newport. How we doing, my darling? How are you? The first is that vanilla ice. Yeah, Sean is awesome. Fuck, why did I put this on? Hang on, let me just get this out of the way. Whoop. I'll just do it like that. Right, that'll do. That'll do. It's lovely to see him. I know it was emotional for him as well to start off last night, but then he came back. So it was good to see him. Good morning, Spacey Stacey. How are we doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Pamela, how are we doing? Good morning to you. Sandy, the last thing is Christmas tunes. I love Christmas. If you like Christmas, you love this channel. If you hate Christmas, you fucking hate my channel. I love Christmas. Good morning to you, Robin. I don't like Christmas Day, but I love everything else. Oh, I like the food, but that's about it. Good morning, Robin. Not that Dina. Thank you for clarifying. Good morning to you, my darling. Poochie the first. Hello, my bloke, mate. Thank you, Bruce. Thank you, man. Nice to see you, Poochie. Good morning to you, Sandy. Anera, diolch yn fawr iawn. Thank you very much for the 5 memberships, donating them. Look at that, how generous everyone is. Thank you so much. You were all part of El Chatty. Let's go. Can we believe that stream last night? I loved that stream last night. Thank you for everybody that took part. and chose I think the El Chatty name was it Boston Ruco or something that came up with it, because that was a great name. What a great name that was. He wasn't in my top 4. I love it. So those that don't know, we had a members only last night where we chose the chat name. So basically everyone in chat, we'd refer them now as El Chatty, which I thought was a genius move. Virginia, I wonder what Larry's going to try and pull today, especially realising the defence experts are going to show how wrong the Commonwealth theory is. He's probably going to think of some other ways to lie, somehow, some way, because that's all he's done is lie and, smokes and mirrors all the way, Virginia. Piece of shit he is. I've lost all respect. I have zero respect for any of them. For Lally, the Commonwealth, the judge. Disgrace, all of them. Ape is there, Beach Glass. There we are, show's on fire. You are right. For some reason, I thought Pep's at 8 a.m. today. Fuck, don't say that. No, they're not there yet, so it's fine. Here we go. Everyone's in the house. Even Hackster's in the house. Here we go. Is it inverted? This is what I was asking. I'm not sure. Here we go. Nothing there. Nothing there. Hey! Will Leclerc. Do you know what? Shout out to Will Leclerc as well. What a guest he was yesterday. Will, love you, dude. Honestly, really appreciate you again. You were fantastic, man. All the comments from everybody say that you loved Will and stuff like that. Top guest. Top guest. That's why I had him on. Remember what to do, guys. You know what I say every stream. Make sure you go over, give everyone a like as well. Let's support the Glera. Not that he needs support, because he's got thousands upon thousands supporting him. Love you, Will. Thanks, buddy. And thanks for the chat afterwards. Appreciate it, man. Didn't invert, so it's fine. I'm not inverted. Is this inverted? Good morning to you, Lona. How are you? Libby. Na. Keith, how are we? Miss Gold, how are we doing, my darling? Everything looks normal to me. Happy days, except for me, probably. But thank you, Miss Gold. Jenny, morning all, Anira. Right, Darcy, how are we doing, lovely? How are you? Nice to see you again. Right, I need to skip some people here, otherwise I'm going to be here all day. Callie, how are you? Delan, 4:20. Fuck, that's early. It's 13:31 here. So, welcome to you. Jodie, how are we doing, my darling? We'll be posting your pics on the Champions Pub Instagram today. Happy days. I wore my Champions hoodie yesterday to go to the dentist. Let's go, Jodie. Lovely to see that. Kelly, how are you? Green Bay, Wisconsin. Go, Pack, go. How are we doing, Kelly? Hope you're well, my darling. Here he is, a celebrity. We all thought Glera was a celebrity. No, this is the guy's celebrity. Dana Leonard from Resisting the Silence. So, again, go subscribe to Will, obviously, and like his video. But also, Resisting the Silence. Go and subscribe. For some of my favorite people there. How we doing, fella? Hope you're well. Joanne, how we doing? Hope you're well. Joni, hello to you, my darling. Hope you're well. Your t-shirt's in the wash, so I'll have to wear that. I hope maybe tomorrow to try and go through the whole names again. I loved it. Thank you, everybody, for your generosity. Robert, how we doing, fella? Hope you're well. Druid Fluid, good morning to you. Now, is this Di the Druid, or is this Di, you taking the piss now or something? But Druid Fluid, how are you doing, fella? Yeah, Trucker, hello to you. How are you doing? Chappy the Kangaroo. Oh, Stony, how are we doing, Stony? How are you, fella? Paul and Stony, how are we doing from Stony? Hope you're all well out there. Feathers, new member here, so excited. Thank you, Feathers. Welcome to the channel. I really appreciate you for that. Let's fucking go, Feathers. Love it. Janet, hello to you. Goshen. Mass. Goshen. Right, I need to remember that for when Sean comes back on. Goshen. Remind me of that name, Janet, because I don't remember that. Remind me of that when Sean's back on the channel, because I can't pronounce it. Goshen. Sea Dog, hey. Hey. Hungover? How you doing, fella? How you doing? Right, hey, Sally, hope you and family are well, my darling. Hope you're well. And nice to see you, Sally. Florida Tim, I did get your email. I just haven't responded. I'm overwhelmed. Guys, also, that this intro is going bigger and bigger every time, because there's so many more pictures I've not even added. I was adding pictures until, an hour ago. So, apologies to those I've not put pictures up. I will. I promise you I will. Just there's so many of them. LEM, how we doing? How we doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Happy Thursday. Let's bring it. Sean's looking great last night. He is. And he appreciates and loves every one of you. Thank you very much. Sarah. Don't thought how we do, my darling. Hope you're well. Poochie. Yes, I've had it for ages. Too lazy to change it. There you go. I love it. Wine Country in Cali. Thank you, Anira. There we go. Thank you for the membership, Anira. I love Christmas. You love Disney. You love everything Christmassy. I know you do. Will S. Morning all. Sending down lots of love. Your personality is best on the internet. Such a joy. Thank you, Will. I might not be the best streamer in the world, but I'll always bring the energy in the mornings. As I say, I'm not everyone's cup of tea, but there's always a streamer out there for everybody. So I know some of you love this, going through the names. I know some of you hate it, but well, if you hate it, what the fuck are you doing here? So let's fucking go, everyone. Thanks, Will. Lil G's in the house. The trio, the Trouble. What's it? You got Double Trouble. What's the tree? Because you, Miss Gold, and Heather Taylor, the terrible three. Is it a terrible three? But I know I'm keeping an eye on all three of you. I know what you're up to. How we do with LG? Hope you're well. Kimmy, Love and Stuff. Yanette and Jackson committed a federal crime. 28 USC 6 on the United States go. Did they? Oh, I don't even know what that means, but hey, we love you, Nettie Jackson here. And also, let's not forget about Little as well. We love Little as well here. So sometimes I need to look at these charts before I pull them up, but that's not my style. Florence, hello to you. Thanksgiving, I like Thanksgiving. I did my first Thanksgiving roast last year on stream. I don't mind it. You like a Welshie on the shelfie. Smash it, people, smash it. Good morning to you, Kim. How are you doing? Right. Redheads roast, how we doing? Hope you're well. Thank you. El Chatty, isn't it? El Chatty, let's go, people. Pixie, good day, Shayla. Good day, Pixie. How are we? Hope you're well, my darling. Right, let me skip. I need to see people. Hi, Cindy. How we doing? Hope you're well, my darling. Sandy, I love it at Christmas as well. I know, she's terrible. She's got fucking nicknames coming out of my ears by here. Oh, hang on. I have unmuted it now. And just again, a special shout out. He's probably gone, but Will the Glader, please go and send him some love as well. He was an awesome guest yesterday. I really thoroughly enjoyed having him on. And I hope to have him back on another time because he's got an interesting story. So again, thank you to Will for that, for coming on. So please, again, wherever you watch the stream, please go and show love to everyone the regulars that are showing it. Whether you give a like, Lil G, I loved your comment last night where you said that you give everybody a like and then come back here and watch it. I appreciate that. And thanks for all of you that pop in and say hello every morning, but watch it in another place. That's again, I just appreciate the love. So thank you so much. Look at that, Big Den. Dennis and Brenda are also going to be in the court on Tuesday, so shout out to them. I hope they'll have a great time. Oh, hit the like, that's in my head now. Hit the like, hit the like, hit the like now. Hit the like and subscribe. I made the song up and I know I forgot the words. I don't know. I make songs up. I don't remember the words then. So, okay, hang on. I've not seen that. Look at the love for Will, yeah. Oh, something happened there. Why is it on mute? I don't know why it's on mute. Oh, I think the O'Keefes are going in. That's why they're waiting. The O'Keefes are going in. That's whilst we wait for that. Here we go again. Pamela, no drama. Just we try to be drama free. Also, thank you to everybody that does also, stick up for the channel as well because there will be trolls that come in. So thank you. Greetings from the road. Hey, how do you, Margaret? Good luck to you, my darling, on the road there. There's no writing at all done. Oh, well. Hang on. Yeah, I'm so well behind. I'll have to write something else then just to test it out. Legend of the Glera, I know. Real News Archives, hello to you, my friend. Crafty Cow, I know. Let's try and get to 9K, people. Let's try and get to 9K if we can. That will be awesome. Um, Good morning, everyone. Second time here. Watched Will with you yesterday. It was a great stream. Thank you so much, Seeker Squirrel. He's a great guest. He was fantastic. I've been blessed that he came on my channel. Thank you for popping in, Seeker Squirrel. I know that, when you go back over to Will, please send him my love as well, because I love and appreciate him. I know a lot of you were introduced to Will for the first time yesterday, and the comments have been, exceedingly good towards him. You all loved him. So he's a very infectious guy with a great story. So I can't wait to have him on another time as well. And I will say this about Will as well. I only said that it'll be like a 60, 75-minute stream, like not like we went over 2 hours. And he was willing to stay even longer, but I was embarrassed. I didn't want to keep him any longer, but he would have. So I appreciate him for that. I really do. And not everyone does that, people. So shout out to you, the Glera, the Will. There you go. Yeah, I enjoyed it. It was easy, wasn't it? I'd love to have him back on for that reason. It was so easy. He made it easy. It's great. There you go again. Thank you for the PayPal care. Sandy, good morning to you. How are we doing? Also, shout out to you, Kate Hannon, for the coffee yesterday. I didn't see it in time, but I'll give you another shout out in a second now. Carol, how are we doing? Hope you're well, my darling. I see the thing on screen. I show it. Fuck. Now we put the volume on. Right. So let me write something else on screen then, just to see if you see this. Right. So if I just put in hello. Right. You seeing this now? I did. I know. I know. Try to. There you go. I need to pin that. Kim, I don't know, Kimmy. Well, it's whatever. I mean, I don't believe that. I'm not gonna. I'm not interested in all the gossip and stuff like that about stuff. I just want to keep this a bright channel, and I want to see facts. Susan, hello, my darling. Raoul's in the house. How we doing, fella? Hope you're well. Hey, crochet, crime. How we doing? Hope you're well. Hit the like and subscribe. Oh, bollocks. Where's that gone now? Oh, now I've done it. I don't know how to get this. Oh, no, I know. Now I know. Press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. Hey, Karen, happy Thursday to you, my darling. Malden, Mass, hello to you, my darling. Paula, hello to you as well. Come Monday, come soon if I know. I can't wait. And M is going there on Monday. Let's go, M. I can't wait to see you there on screen on Monday. Good luck. I hope you enjoy it. Lady Lavana Rose, hello, my darling. How are you? Right, what else we got here? Scotian. Helena, how are we doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Be back. No, it's fine. Absolutely. See you in a bit, Shari. Stoley, thank you. Oh, excuse me. Thank you very much for the sticker, super sticker, Stoley. You're the man. Thank you so much for that. Good day, fella. Good day, Sheila. How we doing, Sheila? Hey, Elaine. How are you, my darling? I learn new terms in maths every day. I know. I love it. And I got a t-shirt from Jodie now as well. That helps me learn it as well. Heather, how are you? Heat wave. Oh, it was hot yesterday. I know that much. And it's probably hot today. Good morning to Eugene from Nashua. Park the car, Nashua. Sorry if I butchered that, but good morning to you. Were you in Sean's chat last night? It was great to see him. He seemed. Yeah, I was there for the first half. Then it's just getting too late for me, so I rewatched in the morning then. But Sean knows that. I never say hello in chat because I always feel I have to say hello to everybody because you're all so gracious to me. But I'm always there. I always watch your shows. I always do. And Sean knows that. And I tell him, look, he knows I'm there. So yeah, I was there. I got quite emotional when he started off because I know how much he was looking forward to that stream. So it's nice to see you all in the chat there supporting him as well. There you go. There you go. It is the best. Hey, Mark, how you doing, fella? Hope you're well. Thank you, Kay. I appreciate that. I really do. There's a cup of tea out there for everybody. Do you know what I mean? Hey, Tracy, hey, up the lunch out not long now before the Mickey Mouse case in Chief ends and the real one starts. Let's fucking go, Tracy. You're right. Terrible trio. Fuck, how far behind am I here, people? Cheese and rice, everyone. Cheese and rice. Woman of Steel. It's all news about today. Praying Bev gets her. I think she will. She'll just limit it. I think she'll just limit it. I think that's what everyone thinks anyway. Just got it. We got it. We got it. I know this is how much I am. I need also to corner t-shirt. I'm sure one of the mods will put the link in there for you, Kathy. But there'll be more merch coming out because we're doing an El Chatty shirt as well. So Sean was great last night. Could sense he felt better and better as he was going. Yeah. He was nervous, as you would be. Do you know what I mean? But no, after he got the first part of the way, he was back to his normal self to me because it's emotional. It was emotional for him, people. You know. So and him seeing all that love, let me tell you, it made me cry. So let alone him as well. He was very emotional going into last night. Stoney from the boys from Boston, Stoney and Paul. Hey, Stoney. Hey, Paul. Thank you, people. So you live in Stoney as well. I need to find Stoney on the map now. Then Jenny planning to come to Boston for the not guilty part. He said this that he might be coming. Yes, I hope he does. It'd be great to meet him because he's yoked. Miss Mojo Rising. Good morning to you, my darling. How are you? Mimi, how are we, Mimi? Hello to you. Susie, good day, Dalan, good day, mate. How are we doing? Good day, Sheila. How are we, Susie? Lali's nearly done. Today and maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow as well. And that's it, then he's done. Hey, Dave, I know it's Friday. I'm sorry. Hey. Look, you either love me or hate me. And, I hope you love me for this. I just literally try and go through everybody. Because I love people. Sea Dog, Carol, Diamond Dave's in the house. Jean, good morning to you. Nashua, I just said that as well. Hey, Diamond Dave, how you doing, fella? The terrible trio. I know. There you go. When Heather comes, you can remind her. The glare is on fire. Look at that. Poochie the first. Right, let me go to Country Tales. How we doing? I've got to keep it moving. There you go. Gigi, good morning to you, my darling. Baxi Jurek, good morning to you. How nice was it to see? Yeah, awesome to see Sean. I'll say he'll be back. He'll be back soon. Yeah, Monday definitely, but maybe before then. But I'm not promising anything. Lali Pop, how are you? Good morning. Where's my coffee? Life in Law, hello to you, my darling. Shelley, good morning to you. Lil G loves it. Woman's of Steel loves it. Wonder if Alan Jackson's ever wears plaid. Right, hang on, let me find the stream now then before I forget, because otherwise I'll be late to you now. Brendan Dennis, thank you for. I keep getting photos of everyone. Thank you so much, everybody. I just can't. I'm so behind with the photos, people. It's just so many. But I loves it. I do. That crowd's getting bigger. Yes, I know. Good morning to you, Jennifer. How are we doing, my darling? Right, I've got to skip everyone now and just get to the people I haven't said hello to. Hello, Jodie. How are we doing? Hope you're well, my darling. Trolls suck. Is there any trolls in here? Are there trolls in here? If there are, fuck off, trolls. Fuck. Well, we've got trolls. Oh, the mods must have sorted it because I've not seen any. David from Merthyr, how are we doing, fella? Hope you're well. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here. Let's get likes up and make sure you are subscribed. Thank you so much, everyone. Let's get to 9K today if we can. Hey, Tim, how are you doing, fella? I'm not a troll. No, you're Danish. That's like a troll. Someone's birthday today, Dave. Wish them happy birthday from us. You're making some breakfast from New Hampshire. Yeah, happy days, Gene. Make some breakfast pancakes. Pancakes? I love pancakes. quickly dealt with. Big up to her. And also, thank you to the mods. They're wonderful because they work as well. They're working right now. Erin Hack is working right now in a small bus. She's driving a small yellow bus, driving, phones out. I'm joking. She's not driving and doing this. I'm joking. But she's on a small bus somewhere. I love it. Laurie, how do my darling? How we doing? Pleasure to have you, Gary. Hey, how we doing, Lisa? Hope you're well, my darling. El Chatty. He's a great human. He is. I think it's because the O'Keefes were going in, I think. Right, let's try and catch up here. There. Lou Barber's in the house. Offer an X-ray. I'll be listening to the stream on my drive to and from. Best of luck to you, Lou. I hope it's nothing serious. Best of luck to you, my darling. Send our love to your wonderful daughter and baby Archie as well. Send a love to everyone in the family. I hope you're okay, my darling. I'll see you back in a little bit. Grick is in the house. They should be. No one can see you writing. The fuck's going on here then? Right, so you can't see this. Hang on. You can't see that box. Nancy, how are you doing? Hope you're well. Mona Lisa, hello to you, my darling. Hope you're well as well. Francesca, hello to you. Good day. Pride Heart, there we go. Thank you, Francesca. Love to see you here. Marcia, hello to you. Afternoon for me, yes. But love to see you. Goes Blanca, come out of the chat and goes back in and he's fine. I don't get it. I don't know what's going on. Happy Sunshine, hello to you. Middlesbrough. So you're from Middlesbrough. Park the car in Middlesbrough. You'll have to have him back, Delan. Ish was such a good conversation. It flowed really nicely. Will is genuine, and we love your questions. Thank you, Lil G. I'd love to learn more about him. I try to keep him a Karen Reed because obviously Tillboy, Tom CPU, the Glera. I'm trying to do like a mini series of that. But yeah, I'd love to have him on after all this is done as well. He was a great guest. I've never spoken to him before. Very humble, very genuine guest. And not everyone's like that, people. Let me just tell you that now. Not everyone's like that. So, GM, hello to you. How are we doing? Here she is. The triple, what do we call them? Trio trouble. With the terrible trio. There we go. Happy days. El Chatty, love it. Loves it. Darcy, God, there we go. Bailey, how we doing, my darling? No singing, lol. I sing all the time. Mark, sing all the time. Hey, yeah. I'm right. I'm good off to Regan. Hello to you. You cracked me up, and I could listen to you talk forever. Thanks, Roy. Thank you very much. That's very generous and kind of you to say that. I appreciate you for that. Good morning to you, Gimbal. Hello to you. Your picks up are now on Instagram and Twitter for Champions Pub. There you go. I'm now on Champions Pub on Peabody. You're the sweetest for sending them. The hoodie looks great today. Thank you. It's a nice fit. It's a nice, comfortable fit as well. So I appreciate you for that. I really do. Cynthia's in the house. Hello to you, Cynthia. Hello to you, Janine. Right. You know, it's one of these things, right? Sometimes in life, you know, we are here and we do a lot of stuff and things. I know you missed him. So it's one of these things. I have to keep Sean in the streams, you know. So hang on, let me get his intro here, just because we need a flavor of Sean. So hang on.
People, it's over. Elvis has left the building. It's done. Over.
It's done.
It's in. It's done. It's over.
How we doing, fella? How we doing?
Dylan, hey, buddy. Listen, it's been tough, but I peek in now and then. I just want to give everyone in this chat just an amazing shout out for all the support. I mean, listen, you guys are the morning crew. I missed so much being with you guys. And every time I peeked in, I could see all the comments. And I know it's a pain in the ass for you, Dylan, because, you know, you got to get the show and then listen, I get it. But Dylan is the man. He's got a show to run and he's got to do it the right way. But I'm telling you, all you people, everyone out there, just amazing. And I really appreciate the support, the love. the wishes, the well wishes. And it's like I have thousands of friends lifting me up every day, morning, noon, and night. And Dylan did an excellent job holding down the fort. It's your show. Look at you. Look at the scores you had. You had Aiden. You had the Galera. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. And, you know, you're off to a great, great future, my friend. You really are. So.
Well, thank you, brother. You know, we've been communicating back and forward and stuff, and you know, obviously you went on last night, and it was emotional. I got emotional for you to start last night.
Yeah, it was tough. It was tough.
I know how tough it was for you, but it was great. And the chat, yeah, man, you know, you say about his hard work for me. Seeing all that chat, the love that you had, is emotional for me because they love you, and that was associated. We do this together, man. You know, to see you then last night in your absolute element last night. As well.
I don't know where it came from because obviously there was a part of me that said, hey, let me just give the thank yous. And I was flirting with the idea of just, you know, signing off. And then all of a sudden I was watching the stream, the chat, and I'm saying, no, I have to comment. And it went a little bit longer than I had hoped. Well, I had thought. But I think I got the points. One person I did not get a chance to acknowledge. It was Richie from Microdots. He sent me some great. This is one of the T-shirts. I don't know if you can see it, but it says, you know, wait for us. And Richie sent me a beautiful care package. A lot of people have. A lot of people stepped up, and I know there's people I'm missing. But how about this? I got a double shot of you yesterday. I had you in the morning. I had you at night. You brought me into my intro. I said, this is crazy. I get a double shot of my man Dylan swearing his head off. That's beautiful.
Those mofos.
It was great.
It's great, man.
I know we're getting into this, right? And I'm going to be here for a bit. I really am. I want to be here. All right. I can't promise the whole day.
No.
But just remember, guys. All right. It's not. I saw someone say in the chat earlier, you know, it's not going to be pretty hearing all these messages. It never is. But like I said last night, it's a lot better. And I think even Vinny said it after me. I think he stole my line. He said it'd be a lot better than her saying, oh, darling, I hope you're having a good time at the party. And he said it at the 8 o'clock show. And it's true. All right. When someone wants an alibi, right? Well, they make up these crazy things, oh, lovey-dovey and all this stuff. And I'm telling you, nothing's perfect in marriages and relationships. And, you know, I'm sure they try to put on, listen, I told her last night, and I got so many comments, Irish people are the worst, you know, house devils, street angels. I mean, don't give up any secrets. Don't talk about nothing. And I just think, like every relationship, you know, listen, there's booze involved. You know, I listened to all the commentaries on all the shows, right? And they're all half-ass psychologists. They don't know nothing about anything. So bottom line is, this is still the best ticket in house, in the best ticket to have. We're not going to lie to you. You're going to see the trial for what it is. And like I said, today's going to be tough. You're going to hear a lot of bullshit, but I'll tell you, it's better than the alternative. Any good detective will tell you that, right? She's given out her true feelings. She's pissed, the lingering on from Aruba. And listen, it happens. I've been on both ends of this, waiting up, and I've been the person that made other people wait up for me. And I said it last night. So it's all consistent, and we just got to get through this. And then what they're going to do, put the ME on, and the ME's going to say, and she's going to get destroyed, right? But the ME's going to say at the end of the day, I can't tell you how John died. How embarrassing that is for an ME. And I got to tell you, this kid, Guarino, he could end up being a guy that I like, right? Because he speaks my language, right? And when he got caught on that hot mic, kill me. You know, he's just one of these guys. He probably says, you know, but here's the thing. His role basically is just to play the tapes. Now, if he fucked around with the tapes, that's a whole different story. Yeah. But I understand his position. And, you know, he could be a guy that maybe he won't get banged up that much, you know. But you got to kind of like the kid. First of all, he's got hair. Number one, it sets him apart from all the rest of these goons. I mean, come on, they really are. So hey, we'll see what happens. But I'm so happy to be back here. I got a few more things to take. Sorry, I got this. I don't know where I'm getting this.
Allergies. It's
Yeah,
fine.
but I got a few more things to take care of. It have to be done today. But I'm telling you, the people in the chat, just amazing. I love how you did that, Dylan. How you did, like, I know you saw me in the green room and you did it right on mark. And this wasn't planned, people. I told Dylan it is a possibility. And then, anyways, I'm just happy I'm here. And to all you people, every one of you, Dylan leading the show, you guys have been absolutely incredible. And my wife sees it all. She starts tearing up. There's Olivia. I mean, she starts tearing up because she can't realize, and now that she's more involved, how these platforms can reach so many different people. So, hey, it's all new to me, Dylan.
I know.
I'm just following your lead, my friend.
No, and it's perfect, man. And it's as you know, you're obviously not going to be here all day, but the fact that you just pop it in and stuff, we love it. Everyone's missed you. No one's missed you more than everyone's like, where's Sean? No one's missed you more than me, dude. I'm at a loss. I'm just like, whoa! I need Sean back.
I do peek in after those early afternoon hours, and I'm saying, oh, he's trudging through this, especially when Lally's doing the direct. It's just, oh God, but
it's hard.
It is. But I'm really happy that I can at least communicate with all these beautiful people here, yourself, and it's just amazing. So,
no, it's fantastic.
I'm here.
Yeah, you're here. We're about. Well, I mean, the course about to start. Well, I mean, I'll put that on now. But, I'll put that on. But yeah, obviously, the fact that Sean, you just saved me, right? I was 10 minutes behind on chat, right? So you coming in, I've missed everybody, but they'll forgive me because you're here. So it's like, thank you, people. Forgive me. So yeah,
I can probably without any reservation say that everybody knows how you feel and love these people. They know it.
Yeah,
they know it.
I do.
They know it. So I have to say though, Dylan, I'll give a little secret. I get very depressed around Christmas. I don't know why. When I heard your song last night with the hit the like button, I said,
yeah.
It's like, you go into like Home Depots down here or these other stores like in end of September. It used to be like, beginning of November. And then it became end of October. Now September, you got the Christmas shit out. And I said, oh my God. But no, I like it because, hey, you got a great voice. Sing it away, my friend. Sing it.
We try.
Yeah.
But I do guest off everybody, but I don't play that often. It's just something I want to add in.
I think it's great. I think it's great. I just had that twinge, especially with with dealing with my brother. I said, oh, but the more I hear it, the more I like it because it's, trust me, it's good. It's all good, my friend. It's catchy. It is.
Can you see this on screen? Because I don't show people. Can you see this? Can you see the red on screen?
Do I see the what?
So on your screen now, do you see the red writing and put it on screen?
The red writing? No, I cannot. No, I can't.
Jeez. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to do it then. I need to
I see obviously your schedule. Are you trying to write something?
Yeah, I've got it on mine. I don't know why it's not showing.
Share it? Do you have to share it?
Unless it's I don't. No, it's here. I don't know. I'll have to work it out. I don't know. I'll have to ask. I got it from Sean, Potential Criminal. He uses it, but I don't know how to do it. But wow. I'll figure out for another time. It's for another time.
Sure, you got plenty of time, my friend.
Yeah, it's fine. What's this one?
Yeah, I'm so excited because next week the real fireworks start. You're not going to have this drab, boring Lallyisms going up all day long, just leading people down the road. I mean, You're going to have Jackson Yannetti at their best. And I got to tell you, hats off to Alan Jackson, man. I mean, he's like the master. He knows so much about, everything. I mean, he really is. And, and it's a great, him and Yannetti are great. They complement each other very good. Kind of like you and I, right?
Yeah,
we bounce off each other, and you need that type of chemistry, right? And I guarantee, and I've been involved with jury trials my whole life. I've never seen a bench trial ever. I've never been a part of a bench trial, but it's always good to have, like, if you're multiple attorneys, one's the lead, one's the supporting cast. You know, you're the lead, I'm the supporting. I get the supporting role, which is beautiful. I love this. You know,
you're the main act, man. I
listen,
just guide you.
But you're a natural. Like, for instance, myself, like, I need to get a script because I've got so much in my head. Like last night, I wanted to comment on I wanted to comment about Guarino last night. I forgot him. There was other things I wanted to comment, like Richie. I did have a little thing written up about, you know, the people I want to acknowledge. You were at the top of the list, my friend. Of course you were. You're my man. You're my man.
Yeah,
got Paul. I couldn't remember Paul's, which is called, you know, his Paul Christopher, Dana, and Tracy. At least I remember the names, you know. But there's so much in this squash head of mine, and I'm telling you, it's just bulging out to come out. There's so much information. But what I did have, and this could be a thought in the future. Jimmy O'Leary, good friend of mine. I did a show when to honor his father, who was killed in the line of duty back in 1963. He had an intimate Zoom thing with 7, 8 of his friends. He wanted it up to 15. And it was a back and forth between a bunch of guys and a woman that was there. And it was really, I'm so sorry, Paul. Resistant to silence. I always think of Silence of the Lambs, but anyways, but no, it's so nice. And maybe we could do it, you know, I don't know. You want to raffle off 10 slots to have a private, I don't know how, I mean, just something to do, because I'll tell you, I get to give out a lot of secrets that I can't give out necessarily, you know. Now, if they take my secrets, that's fine, you know, but there are some secrets, and I'll tell you, they're coming down the pike. So
it's coming. We've got a few. I mean, I know people have asked questions of people, but I'm sorry, I've ignored chat a little bit because Sean's back. I'm listening to Sean. I've missed the dude. You know, I felt naked without him being here. Because, as you say, you're the yin to my yang type of thing. You know, so what I love, right, is people say we shouldn't work. You and me shouldn't work. What the hell, you know, we shouldn't work, but we click and we work, and, you know, right. It's fantastic. So when obviously you're not here, it's a totally different show.
It's work. It's work.
You've got so much to do, and it's like, right. Oh, you know, but so yeah, you come back as a massive relief for me. Obviously, Monday, I think next week probably you'll be.
Oh yeah, full time next week. Full steam ahead for next week. Love the fact. The people from last week that got in to get into the trial, like Dennis and Brenda. It was beautiful seeing Melanie Little and Mark Meadow, which, by the way, I had a long conversation with Mark Meadow. Well, here we go. I'll say that. That's
fine. Charles, hello to you. Eldon, hello, everybody. Let's fucking go, people. Hang on.
May I call the case, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
For the record before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 2282 CR 00117. The parties are present. The jury is not present. The counsel has asked to see Judge Cannone.
Okay. Did you want to see me at sidebar?
I did. If you would sidebar or an open court, it's up to the court.
Why don't I see you up here and see?
Of course, it's sidebar. Of course, she wants to see sidebar. She does not want to do an open court, obviously. That is obvious with her. So we start off with a sidebar. Nothing new here. And again, thank you everybody for your wonderful messages here. And again, you know, if I've missed you, it's not deliberate. You know, it's all love from me to you. I know that you will love that. So yeah. What a great surprise for some of you, not knowing. Obviously, I didn't know he was coming. H-Bag, hello to you. Nice to see you. But it's lovely to have him back. Saiba, Gimbal, Saiba. We go Saiba. So not really sure what's happening. Sue's in. Yes, hit the like. Good morning to you, Kim. How we doing? Jenny, Saiba. Here we go. Good morning to you, Miss. How we doing, my darling? LJ's in the house. Hello to you. And again, apology if I missed you, but I know you'll forgive me because the main man's back. And I want to give him all my attention because man, how much I've missed him. Unbelievable. And again, thank you, Richard. What Sean says, thank you for showing him such love. I know he feels it because I feel it. So, Gina Gomez, oops. Thanks for covering this, Dylan, Sean Moss. Gina, no need to thank us at all. Thank you for being here, Gina. And I really appreciate the super chat. I really do. Thank you so much. October Girl, Sean's back, El Chatty, Free Can Read, Justice for Officer John O'Keefe. Absolutely. Thank you so much all for being here. You can all blame Sean for me being here. We're not blaming you. We love the potty mouth. Came here following Sean and stayed for the best host and chat. There you go. Thank you. Thank you so much. And also, Kevin, thank you so much for the super chat. I wouldn't buy a seat to sit down with you guys. I would have, but I would buy a seat to. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm sure lots of people would buy a seat just to have a conversation with Sean. So there's something there definitely. And come on to you. So Kevin, hey, yeah. I would even pay, and I get to stick with him every day. I can tell you. What you guys don't see is the background stuff, right? You get to see Sean on here, but I always have a conversation with Sean about 30, 45 minutes before we go live. We're always on here, and I learned so much that we don't even speak about on here. Just he's the same person offline and he is online, but some of the stuff he comes out with, trust me, it's worth every penny if you pay to go and have a conversation with him. He's a fountain of knowledge. And I love the guy so much.
You talking about me? You talking about me? No, I was waiting on a phone call from my vet for one of my dogs, so I had to. Cool. Yeah. So, anyways, sorry about that.
No, that's fine. They've just gone to sidebar, and
good.
There's people in the chat they want to buy a slot to meet you and stuff like that. So,
I just thought it was such an incredible. It was only like it was an hour, right? And it was just like a round table and people were firing questions at me. It was pretty good. It was something to think about.
Yeah, people would pay for it, man, so I was just saying.
I mean, for your coffee, for you, whatever the hell it is, Someone hit me up yesterday. I could see it. What's your Cash App? Forget the Cash App. Let's talk. I want to get the don't confuse me. Don't distract me. I should not look at the chats, but I have to because I love seeing the comments,
I know. Whilst we're waiting, because the thing is here, we got to do this because you love this. I got to do it because you love it. So hang on.
Oh, come on.
Let's get it going.
Hit me with that. Hit it.
Shout out to, hang on, I need to move this now. Shout out to Kate Hannon. This was yesterday. She sent me this. But do you remember only Boy Your Coffee? Thank you, Kate. Apologies, I missed it yesterday. Casey, Boy Your Coffee, thank you for your passion and all you do. Thank you, Casey, for that. I really appreciate that. Gary T, Boy Your Coffee, thanks for all you do. And hello, Sean. Hey, Sean, from Gary T. Thank you, Gary. Always generous.
Gary
thank
T.
you to thank you to you all for that. I really do appreciate it. Right, let me get this court back on then. So what the defense want this? The defense wanted the side back. So
they did. Okay, all right.
They request. So they said, she said, "Do you want to do a sidebar or open court?" And your nephew was like, "Well, whichever one you prefer." And she said sidebar. So obviously, unfortunately, we don't get to hear it, but it's interesting.
When did she make her ruling on the Miss Russell?
Yeah, I haven't heard it yet, but she's going to let it all in. I'm pretty confident. Thank you, Kevin. Talking to both of you. Hey, Kevin, how are you doing? Thank you very much, sir. Very kind of you. I appreciate that by the round table. Lorraine said, Dylan, it's my birthday. Can you sing in Welsh? Lorraine, your wish is my command. Pen blwydd hapus I ti. Pen blwydd hapus I ti. Pen blwydd hapus I Lorraine. Pen blwydd hapus I ti. Yay, Lorraine. Happy birthday.
Hold on. You guys hear that?
Clap it. Love it.
That's beautiful.
So there you go. Thank you to everybody.
So, hey, Dylan, she finally blinked. Coffin Daffer blocked me after all this torture I gave her. She finally blinked. She gave in, and she gave me the bitch button. She blocked me finally. Thank God.
She's not blocked me yet. I keep posting the video about her,
Yeah.
the no crack and stuff, but she won't do it.
I really
good
hit her
riddance.
hard. I mean, listen, she's saying now John had two glasses in his hand, that he hit his head on the concrete. Come on. I mean, she's a fraud. That's all I can say. How I would never put her on a team that I was on. Are you kidding me? Ever see her? Ever have her come on Kevin's show? Hello, how are you? This is like, I said it last night. It's like the Mickey Mouse Club. Hello, everyone. I mean, poor Karen. What's her name? Karen McCormick. She's more of an FBI agent than friggin' the so-called real FBI agent. She's got to be medicated. She has to be.
No, I wouldn't disagree. I wouldn't disagree with you. I don't like the woman anyway. And Erin Hack, what's it? Can you do it again, Erin? I missed it. I can't find it now, Erin. If you can pin it again. No, yeah, it's the best thing that happened to you.
Yeah, listen, they're all. I mean, I just play with them. They know it's over. They cannot survive what just happened to them. They can't. You can't put a theory of how Karen killed John. You don't have a case. They never did, Dylan. I told that to Kevin. They will never be able to reconstruct. They couldn't reconstruct a chicken coop. They couldn't do it because they don't have any of the coordinates, true, accurate placement of the vehicle, nor John's body. It's a bunch of BS. That's all it is.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely it is. No, I agree with you. And it's coming evident now. Right, just before we start, because I better say this here. The Jew 69, so happy to see you, Sean. Made my whole day. There you go.
Thanks, Jew 69. Nice.
There you go. Thank you, Jew, for that. Toots says, Sean, your message to Paul Keefe last night really moved me. We are not his enemies.
No, and that's this fool Tom Fleming. I mean, this is the part that burns me, is that they try to create this drama. All right, people who know me know I would never, ever, ever take a shot at that family. All right, I've got the receipts. Paul Keefe knows it. They all know it. It was a propaganda thing, but the bottom line is he knows. I talked to his friend yesterday. He also knows. So it's a bunch of BS.
Thank you, Erin, for that as well. So, oops, I got to pin the message. You see, the mods shout to BC, so I got to do stuff for them as we're going along here. You come back, we're getting extra busy now with you coming back with all these super chats. So appreciate that, Toots, as well.
I can leave. Want me to leave?
No, this is fucking great. Don't be
just
silly.
kidding you, man.
I love it.
I'm not missing this for anything. Can you believe I missed?
I know.
Biggest parts of this.
I know. We all were gutted. I know.
Barry, why'd you do this to me? But no, it was good to regroup. It really was. And, even though I didn't have my spontaneous comments, I mean, trust me, this house and the trips I made, the people could hear me. Trust me, they could hear me.
They saw you on Twitter. Don't worry. Everyone kept saying you're on fire.
Jesus.
This is your beautiful mod, Wendy. Wendy said, what a surprise to see the dynamic duo back together. Thank you, Wendy.
Man. Wendy's there.
She's great. And what a beautiful family, because they posted a picture on Facebook. Beautiful
nice. Family. That's really nice.
Thank you for the super chat, Wendy. Thank you as well to Kevin for the super chat. She hit ahead. T.O. glasses. What? I don't know what that means. She hit ahead.
I think he's saying two glasses. Right.
Yeah. Fine. So thank you everybody for the super chat. Di is in the house. Hello to you, Di. Hell to pay. I love that name. Glad to see you starting to get back on your feet.
Thanks. Thank you, my friend.
Right. I think that Scratchy Itchy come on to you. I do believe that they will be. She'll let everything in, but limited.
They have to let the other two. All she wants to know is who did what. All right. So they were always in. The lady there, Miss Russell, I gotta kind of agree with Vinnie Politan a little bit. She's clearly very, very experienced. I mean, she is. Does she come across fluidly? No. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe I think she got caught off guard because she was only there to give her bona fides. And then, of course, the judge said, no, I want to know everything. So, and I said, let them have 1,000 apples. I don't care how many bites they get. They can't change the facts. They can't.
No. And look at this man. He's going into court on Tuesday as well. Lank!
I loved it, Dennis. You look awesome. That Scully cap, man. Love it. Representing Southie. Love it. Love it. Love it.
We love the Sweeneys. And, do you know the Sweeneys? I had the privilege, right, of the honor, I should say. The Sweeneys were on Resisting the Silence last week. And Dana asked, so Dennis messaged me saying, I'm going to be on. Are you going to watch? Are you going to come on or whatever? I was like, then I'm going to be in bed. Whatever. And Dana did message me the day before asking me to come on. So I was able to just come on screen when they were on there. And I was able to stay for 5-10 minutes. Wonderful people, gracious people. I love the Sweeneys so much. And they message me every day, man. I was
telling Susanna today when we were watching, all your little clips today, I said, Susanna, look at this. These people are giving their whole day, right? Both rain or shine, freezing weather, you name it. If it was snowing, they'd be out there. And we were looking and we watched all the collage of the photos. I said, there's Dennis. And Dennis and Brenda are setting something down. I have no idea what it is for Susanna, which I think is great. I said, there's Dennis and there's Kelly and there's this and this. It's like there's Paul Cristoforo. And I just said, look at these people that give of their time. And I said this on Twitter the other night, Mrs. O'Keefe, do you actually think this is an accident that Karen and this movement there's so much support, and why are they the only ones who are screaming justice for your son? Where are the cops that went to the funeral? Was it a facade? Was it just a photo op? I mean, I'm looking at Paul. I'm looking at Mrs. O'Keefe over there. If Paul doesn't heed my advice, they will never recover from next week. I have to feel, we're going to get that they have something very, very damaging that will come out.
All right.
Take it away, buddy.
Let's go. Thank you, Kevin, and thank you, Charles, as well. Love Sean in a non-sexual way.
That's all right, babe. Pass the love. Show the love.
Right, here we go.
So moving on to the voir dire motion the other day, or voir dire hearing in response to the Commonwealth's renewed motion for reciprocal discovery and motion to exclude defendant's expert, Dr. Marie Russell. So the Commonwealth was alleging violations of Rule 14's reciprocal discovery requirement, and the Commonwealth asked for exclusion of Dr. Russell. I did find and do find that there was a violation of the reciprocal discovery obligations of the defendants. I was looking for a remedy. You called it a sanction, Mr. Jackson, but I called it a remedy. And I did tell counsel, as you know, at sidebar a couple of times, at least last week, that I did not want to exclude the testimony if I did not have to. So we had the voir dire, and I'm satisfied that the voir dire provided the Commonwealth the information that the defense should have provided the Commonwealth. So I am going to allow Dr. Russell to testify, but her testimony is very limited, and I think you even sort of acknowledged it the other day, Mr. Jackson. So she'll be allowed only to opine whether or not the marks on John O'Keefe's arm were the result of an animal attack. I find that she is a medical doctor. She's an experienced ER doctor, albeit, several years ago since she's worked in that capacity, but that she does have specialized knowledge in that field that may assist the jury in this regard. But she can't testify as an expert on police activity. There'll be none of that. And she will not be able to testify as to what the injuries are inconsistent with. She cannot testify that they're inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle, road rash, scratches from broken glass or taillight matter, or anything else. So that's beyond the scope of which she can testify. The second part of the Commonwealth's motion, Commonwealth argued that they were not provided reciprocal discovery regarding the biomechanical engineers and others, but specifically ARCCA, Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler. And I do find, though I understand why the defense didn't respond, but it is a violation of Rule 14. So we had this voir dire. The Commonwealth was looking to see what each person did, their independent opinion, what their testimony would be, and whether they were qualified to render the opinions that they qualified. So from what I heard the other day, Dr. Wolf can testify to what his involvement. Dr. Rentschler, though, I have some concerns. It's clear to me that in Massachusetts, biomechanical engineers are not qualified to testify as to medical causation of an injury. Only an MD can do that. So I'm going to reserve ruling on the rest of his testimony. There are certain things he can testify, and I'll hear you again before he testifies next week. Let's just proceed with the trial today. So, okay, so those are my rulings. Are they clear, Mr. Jackson?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they clear, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so are they ready to come in? Thank you.
There you go, Sean. I mean, that's better than, you know.
There's no foul there.
All eyes, jurors entering.
Yeah, they'll be fine. They'll be
Yeah,
fine.
it's fine. And they can argue for next week as well. So
Right.
Jackson's going to be happy. Jackson's going to be like, yep, cool. It's all good.
Listen, it's just a movie. It's only a movie.
Yeah.
Hey. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoli, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, before they come to you. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
All right, good morning again, counsel and Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So we appreciate that you were patient, that we got a lot of work done this morning before you came out. It's cool in here now, as long as you're away from the sun from the windows, it should be fine. The county has done a really terrific job of making sure that they got this building nice and cool for us today. So I appreciate what the county's done as well. I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left on Tuesday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes, nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Tuesday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. All right, thank you very much. So may we call the witness, please? Trooper Guarino, please.
Same situation, if you might please step up, stay standing.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning, everyone.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Taking you back to the other day, I have been showing you, so you had testified about some extraction reports that you had conducted from the various forensic extractions that you had done pertaining to both the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
We're showing you a document, asking to review that, look up when you finish.
Okay. Okay.
You recognize that, sir?
Yes, it's
What do you recognize that to be?
Karen Reed's phone call logs.
And that's specifically from January 28th and January 29th, is that correct?
Yes, it starts the 28th at 12:33 to, I'm sorry, the 29th at 12:33 to 3:19 p.m. on the 29th.
And just for ease of reference, does it sort of go in descending order as far as the earlier calls are on the last page and then the more recent calls are on the first page?
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May we approach, please?
Okay.
Wow. Already.
I don't know. I do like this kid. He's got that nervous energy. He really does. He kind of reminds me of a young me. I had a thing when I was on the stand. I still have it. My back kills me. So I move my chair a lot. I'm squirming. And this one time I was testifying up here. It was in Fort Myers, District Court in Fort Myers. The chair kept squeaking. And the judge goes, "Mr. McDonough, please. We need you. The jury needs to hear you." And I was like, and I probably had like 3 coffees. I was like, this kid, I tell you, this kid's the same way. He's got this nervous energy. He really doesn't have much of a role. He's going to say, "Yeah, I got this off the phone," but he's all like, he's got that, I'm telling you, I recognize it. Trust me. He's going to be fine. The material is going to suck. But listen, just remember, I'm telling you, there's not a woman out there that hasn't experienced this. And I said that to Paul. I said, Erin has did the same thing to you in your heydays. It was done to me. You're not really in a real relationship if you don't get those type of messages, because, I did have one woman in my life say, if I didn't care, right, I wouldn't send you these messages. And, I don't know, there's theories, but if she said, "Oh, I hope you're enjoying the party," well, that would be a big, I'm telling you right now, a huge red flag for me.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of detectives out there would say the same thing. And I don't believe she had the wherewithal to create anger. No way.
No. I agree. I don't think it's going to be that big a deal. So
No. I mean, it's going to suck.
Showing you another document, sir. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What do you recognize that to be?
this is Karen Reed and Kerry Roberts' call log.
And that's an extraction report that you created from the defendant's phone, is that correct? Yes, sure.
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want the seat to introduce and admit as the next.
Okay.
No objection.
It's 6:34.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you another document, sir. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the chats from John O'Keefe and Chris Albert.
And again, that's an extraction report that you created from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm on the seat to introduce and admit as the next exhibit. No objection.
Mr. Lally, you really do need to keep this. It's 6:35.
And may I approach? Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you another document, sir. Ask you to look at that. Look up when you finish.
Yes.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, this is Karen Reed's, the full chat report of everyone from the 29th on. So,
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm on the seat to introduce and admit as the next exhibit. We have no objection.
6:36.
sorry, may I have the last one? May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
So returning to you what's now been marked as Exhibit 636. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish a portion of this to the jury?
Yes.
And sir, I'm going to direct your attention to the exhibit before you that's now been marked as Exhibit 636. And Ms. Gilman, if I could, I'm sorry, Guarino and Ms. Gilman, if I could direct your attention to page 3. And do you have that before you, sir?
Yes, I do.
And on page 3, who is that a conversation with?
Laura Sullivan?
And that conversation essentially continues from page 3 to page 6, is that correct?
Yes, it does.
And so I'm going to ask you, similar to what I asked you the other day, if you could read from that conversation in its entirety, indicating who's speaking, content of what's being said, and the date and time associated with that message.
Yes. First message from Laura Sullivan at 12:45 p.m. on January 29th, 2022. Karen, it's Laura. Please call me. Karen says, hi, Laura, at 1:07 p.m. Karen then says, John passed away, 1:07 p.m. Laura, Karen, I'm shaking. I'm so sorry. At 1:07, Karen says, we found him outside in the snow at 5 a.m., 1:07 p.m. Laura, I can't stop crying, 1:07 p.m. again. Karen, thank you, 1:07. And Laura finally says, why was he out there, 1:07 p.m. Oh, sorry. Karen replies, he left the party we were at. I don't know what time. I didn't even go in. I went to bed. That's at 1:08 p.m. Laura says, oh my God, 1:08. Karen, my heart breaks for, my heart breaks for everyone at 1:09 p.m. So.
Thanks. So in those text messages, Ms. Sullivan, in the afternoon of the 29th, she indicates to Ms. Sullivan that they located Mr. O'Keefe around 5 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 28 to 29 of those messages in the exhibit before you. In page 28 to 29, who was that conversation with?
This is Karen Reed and John O'Keefe.
These are conversations from the early.
Yes.
These conversations on page 28 through 29 of this exhibit occur in the early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you could, sir, again, please read as far as who's speaking, what they're saying, and what date and time these are being sent.
Yes. So Karen Reed to John O'Keefe at 12:55 a.m. on the 29th. I'm going home. Followed by, I'll see you later. At 1:02 a.m., she texts John again saying, your kids are cucking alone. And at 1:04 a.m., she says, I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone.
Thank you. May I approach this to retreat?
Yes.
May I have a moment, Charles?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you two documents. And Mr. Officer, we can put the lights on. You recognize each of those documents, sir?
Yes, one is Karen Reed call log report. Just want to confirm which one this is. Yeah. For John O'Keefe, and then John O'Keefe's full call log report on the, looks like the 29th.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to the defendant, Ms. Reed's call log reports, and specifically, if I could draw your attention to what's been, they're enumerated as far as certain box numbers, correct? 1 through whatever it goes on the last page.
Yes.
If I could direct your attention to boxes 113 and 114.
Okay.
See those entries, sir?
Yes.
Now, as far as the time related to box 113 and 114, what are the timestamps associated with that?
1/29/2022 at 12:36 a.m. 41 seconds, and then another one at 12:36 and 10 seconds a.m. on the 29th.
And is there any indication within that report as far as whether or not those calls are answered, those calls are missed, those calls are rejected? What's listed?
It says answered.
And we'll get to this a little bit more in a moment, but with regards to that 12:36 time, from your review of both the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, is there a voicemail that the defendant left Mr. O'Keefe at that time frame?
There was a voicemail at 12:37 a.m. These ones here, it looks like they're 3 seconds and 5 seconds long.
And they're listed as answered, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention over to Mr. O'Keefe's call report. And specifically, I'm going to ask you to direct your attention to what's been labeled as box number 134 and then 134 with the 1 in parentheses following that.
Okay.
And do you see those entries, sir?
Yes.
And what is the date and time associated with those entries in Mr. O'Keefe's records?
His records shows number 134 is 12:36, 9 seconds on the 29th, and then 134 with the 1 in the parentheses, 12:36 and 9 seconds as well. But call duration 0 seconds.
And as far as any indication on those calls, as far as whether they're answered, they're missed, they're rejected, or what are they listed as?
There's nothing. Also 133 is the same call, and that one says missed, and it's at the same timestamp of 12:36 and 9 seconds.
So the same call around the same time frame shows up in Mr. O'Keefe's report as missed and shows up in the defendant's report as answered, correct?
That is correct.
And that is around the time that the defendant is calling the victim repeatedly and leaving voicemails on Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach just to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, Trooper Guarino, you conducted an analysis of both the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
That is correct.
And from your analysis of that phone, were you able to determine approximately how many calls occurred from the defendant's phone to Mr. O'Keefe's phone from the time period shortly after 12:30 a.m. To the time period shortly after 6 a.m.?
There was over 50. I think it was 53 or 55.
And any of those calls from your review of those records indicate any sort of conversation as far as duration, as far as being labeled as answered, anything to that effect?
That Mr. O'Keefe actually picked up the phone and spoke to Ms. Reed?
Yes.
No.
Now, with regards to those phone calls from the defendant to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you find from Mr. O'Keefe's phone in relation to voicemails left by the defendant?
There were 8 voicemails on Mr. O'Keefe's phone from the 29th till the phone was discovered. All from Ms. Reed, no one else.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
When you were this, sir, you recognize that?
Yes,
What do you recognize that to be?
it's the John O'Keefe voicemails from Karen Reed on his phone.
From that period that we were just speaking about on January 29th?
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
We have no objection.
Okay. It's 6:37.
Now, sir, from your review of the defendant's phone, before we get to those, from your review of the defendant's phone, what, if anything, were you able to observe or ascertain that the defendant's phone did at approximately 12:36 a.m.?
So by looking at the timeline in the phone, we're able to see that Ms. Reed's phone auto-connected to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house at 12:36 a.m. We know this because it's a password-protected access to the phone, so you would have to know the password to get into this Wi-Fi network.
And that would be the home at 1 Meadows Avenue, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if we could publish each of the 8 voicemails to the jury.
Okay. Are we going to hear which time each one is?
Yes, Your Honor. And Trooper Guarino, again, similar to the other messages, just for point of reference, the earliest of the voicemails is the last in the list and the most recent is at the top of the list. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as this first voicemail, what time did this occur?
12:37 a.m.
And with the court's permission, if I could play that for the jury.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could have the second message. Sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could pause right there, please. I apologize. I just wanted the siren to go by.
Oh, that's fine.
And before Ms. Gilman presses play again, Trooper Guarino, what time is the second message?
12:42.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Now, Trooper Guarino, with reference to the third message, what time is that received?
12:59.
And again, when I say received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone, is that correct?
That's the timestamp of the voicemail in his phone, yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, with reference to that third message.
John, I'm telling you, a fucking kid. Nobody knows what the fuck you want, fucking pervert.
Now, the fourth message, Trooper Guarino, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
1:02 a.m.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, when you're ready.
That was it.
So can we just turn the air conditioner off for just a second, please? So you just played it?
Yeah, Your Honor, there was no content. They were just like a 1 second long message.
And Trooper Guarino, with regard to the fifth message, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
37, 2, yeah, 1:11 a.m. Excuse me.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Yeah, it's 1 in the morning. I'm with your fucking niece and nephew. You fucking pervert. You're a fucking pervert.
And the sixth message, sir, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
1:18 a.m.
Come in if you could.
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit Irini. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. He's sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself.
The seventh message, sir, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
5:23 a.m.
Come in if you could. The last and eighth message, sir, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
6:08 a.m.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Gilman, if you could pause there for 1 second, I'm sorry. With respect to this message received on Mr. O'Keefe's phone at 6:08 a.m. From your knowledge of the investigation, where was the defendant, who, if anyone, was with her or around her at the time of this message at 6:08 a.m.?
Jen McCabe, Kerry Roberts. During the message, you can hear someone on the phone with 911.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Yes, I need someone to report 34 years old, getting that, they're making a tax notice now. Weird one. I don't keep behind the terrible.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
Can we turn the air conditioning back on? Thank you very much.
Now, Trooper Guarino, in addition to the 53 phone calls that you testified about, the defendant made to Mr. O'Keefe from that time frame following 12:30 a.m. to approximately just past 6 a.m. Did you note any other calls to a contact listed within the defendant's phone as mom?
Yes.
And when were those calls placed?
I believe there's one at 1:10-ish in the morning. I forget the exact timestamp. There's also one at around 4:40 in the morning, and then at 4:42, right around 4 in the morning. Two of them, the first two weren't answered, and then the third phone call was answered.
Now, with respect to Ms. Reed's phone from that same time period, what, if any, phone calls did you observe to a contact listed in the defendant's phone as dad?
It's the same number. So when I looked at it in one report, it showed as dad, and then when I looked at it in Cellbrite, it came up as mom. So I don't know how it's attributing. Maybe she has it listed twice. I never looked at her actual phone. So this is what the extraction is showing me.
Now, sir, you testified the other day that upon your review of the defendant's extraction reports, you were not able to determine there were no listed GPS locations for the defendant's phone?
Correct. Like routes or anything like that.
And that was because it was turned off in the phone, is that correct?
That would lead me to believe, yes, that location services are turned off. So
Objection, move to strike.
Yep, so no gas. What can you tell us about that?
well, if GPS coordinates and location services on, that's what would get us locations in the phone. So if they're not there, they could be turned off.
Objection, move to strike.
I'll allow
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, what, if any, analysis with respect to GPS and or health data? Well, let me ask you this from your training experience and your casework with respect to forensic analysis of electronic devices. What is health data in a cell phone? How is that recorded, and what, if anything, can that tell you?
Okay. So in an iPhone, you can have health data. To use that health data, the phone, if you don't have an iWatch paired to it, is basically just a high-tech pedometer. It's just every time you move the phone, it's going to track steps, and that's if you have it turned on. If you have the iWatch on, it'll get beats per minute, and you get a much more robust health data from it.
Now, with respect to the health data and with respect to the GPS location for Mr. O'Keefe's phone, initially, what, if any, sort of analysis did you do with respect to that?
So we checked his native locations. At 12:19, the phone is, well, I should say this, at 12:12 in his location shows that he's at the Waterfall Bar. The next set of locations shows he's at Dedham Street by Cedar Crest, and then Waze is activated for 34 Fairview. So, and then it shows me his entire route to 34 Fairview.
And what is Waze, sir?
Waze is similar to Apple Maps. It is the GPS program that, you know, punch in like a Garmin type thing.
If I could take you back just for a moment, just to the health data from the Cellbrite extraction that you did. Specifically, you looked at data from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as far as the health data was concerned, there were some entries from 12:11 a.m. to 12:32 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you describe to the jury sort of what you observed and what, if any, significance those entries had to you as far as the health data was concerned?
Yeah, so the health data shows, like I said, the phone is basically a high-tech pedometer. If you're moving it around, it's going to think you're taking steps when you might not actually be walking. His health data showed while he's driving that he's traveling and taking steps.
So I need a foundation.
Guarino, over the course of this investigation and your analysis, you became aware of other witness statements, surveillance video, things of that nature as to Mr. O'Keefe's whereabouts from approximately 12 a.m. to at least 1 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're aware of around the time just past 6 a.m. When
So let's hear the question.
Oh, that's mine.
Go ahead, Mr. Wall.
You're aware of the time being just past 6 a.m. that you've already testified to as to when Mr. O'Keefe was discovered and 911 was called.
Yes, that's correct.
So, sir, with respect to, again, that time period starting at 12:11 a.m., what, if anything, did you observe with respect to the health data of Mr. O'Keefe as signified within the phone?
So it marks when he's taking steps, ascending, ascending stairs, and distance traveled.
And so from that period of 12:11 to 12:32, there are essentially 4 time periods that you delineated. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you remember the precise times and sort of the distance traveled within those time frames?
I don't remember the precisely off the top of my head.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the trooper refer to his report just for those numbers?
Do you have it with you, Trooper?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Okay.
And sir, if you could just list for the jury what you found.
Yes. So at 12:11 and 9 seconds in the morning to 12:21 and 5 seconds on the 29th, it shows that he's taking 170 steps, going 99.6 meters or 326 feet. At 12:21 and 10 seconds to 12:24 and 22 seconds, it shows 80 steps and 87.74 meters or 287 feet. At 12:21, 14 seconds to 12:24 and 37 seconds, it stated ascending, descending 3 floors. And then at 12:31:56 to 12:32:16 in the morning, 36 steps, 25.46 meters or 85 feet.
Now, sir, with respect to what's listed as steps, does that indicate, from based on your training experience and familiarity with this sort of health data, what, if anything, does that tell you as to whether or not the person with the phone is physically taking steps?
That's not the case.
What is the case?
Like I said, the phone has internal measures. The phone has internal measures in it. Like I said, it's basically a pedometer. So the movement of the phone, the distance traveled, it's going to register as steps. You don't have to physically be walking and moving the phone for it to register movement. Just waving it around and then could potentially cause it to think you're walking and moving.
You mentioned that from your review of Mr. O'Keefe's phone, you indicated there was a Waze search for 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you could just explain to the jury sort of what is Waze and what kind of information are you looking at there?
Waze is a GPS program. So you put your address you're looking to go to. It's going to tell you the fastest route, where the police are, etc.
And when that Waze search was conducted, is there a precise time pursuant to your review of Mr. O'Keefe's phone associated with that Waze search?
Yes, it was at 12:20 in the morning.
And so from all of those steps and everything that you, if Mr. O'Keefe is searching for 34 Fairview Road, inferably he's not at 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, with respect to the location, can you describe to the jury, are you familiar with the term based on your training experience known as native locations?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is?
So native locations on an iPhone, the way it pulls GPS data, it uses satellite, Wi-Fi signal, Bluetooth, location services on apps. It takes all that data and uses it to get you the best location of where you are, unlike where you'd have like a handheld car-mounted Garmin GPS that's just using strictly satellite.
Now, from your review of that data, when that Waze search is conducted at approximately 12:20 a.m., where is Mr. O'Keefe physically located at that time?
The vehicle or wherever they're in, is by 138 Dedham Street. They had already passed Cedar Crest Road.
And from review of that native location data, what time does the phone arrive in the area of 34 Fairview Road?
12:24 a.m.
Now, the next entry as far as the location data, when is that and where is it indicating that the phone is at that point?
That shows me it's there the entire night, right in between 32, 34 Fairview. So,
And 32, 34 Fairview, that sort of intersection of those two residences, if you know, where is that in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was found just after 6 a.m. in the morning?
I was only going by the photos that Sergeant Good had taken and from the Canton PD cruiser cam, but that area would be within 3 feet, give or take, of the area where the GPS signals all plot for the rest of the night.
Now, Trooper Guarino, you testified the other day to a tool that you use called Axiom, is that correct?
Yes.
And with regard to the location data in the tool of Axiom, what, if anything, can you tell the jury as far as how that works and how accurate it is?
So, like Cellbrite, Axiom will also show the native locations in an iPhone. They're able to display the range of accuracy in meters, and then also the speed of the phone in meters per second.
And were you able to ascertain from using the Axiom tool and the location data for Mr. O'Keefe's phone as far as its speed in meters per second at 12:25:36 a.m.?
I don't remember it off the top of my head. Sorry.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the trooper refer to his
Thank
report
you.
for the numbers?
Go ahead.
It's 0.6346 meters per second and a 16.75 meter lever of accuracy. So at about 54 feet measure of accuracy.
Now, sir, if you could, just based on your training experience and your use, familiarity with this Axiom tool, for the record, that's AXIOM, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So as far as that degree of certainty or accuracy with regard to the measurement, can you speak a little bit about that and explain that to the jury, how that works and what that means?
Yeah. So, as I said, the iPhone tries to use multiple things to get you the best area of location where you're at. I can tell from personal experience that being at 34 Fairview, it's at the bottom, Fairview, where 34 is on Fairview, it's at the bottom of a hill, and it's also at the bottom of Cedar Crest where they sort of intersect. That area there has many hills, so the GPS signal can weaken due to natural landscape, buildings, weather, multiple factors.
And as far as the degree of accuracy, what, if anything, does that tell you in regard to the location of the phone in reference to that degree of accuracy?
So it plots a point where it believes you are, and then the degree of accuracy says you could be in this bubble, but if it's way outside or way far away, it's all going to show by how well the signal strength is to the satellite. So, like I said, if it's a poor signal, it's going to blow out. It's going to show you could be in this giant circle. But as it gets better accuracy, it's going to shrink back down. It's going to say, nope, you're right about here.
And to that point, or to elucidate that point that you were just speaking on, we'll get to this more in depth in a second, but at some point in 2023, did you go to 34 Fairview Road to conduct some GPS mapping?
Yes, I did.
And when you were in that area of 34 Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe with reference to satellite connection, cell phone connection, things of that nature as far as the strength of the signal?
So on my way to work, I actually drive Fairview quite often, and being there in person with my phone, I'll go from 4 or 5 bars of service. When I'm there, it's 1 or 2. So that tells me that strength of signal there is not great.
Now, turning back to this location data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, you mentioned that you testified that at 12:25:36 a.m., it has a certain accuracy and it was traveling a certain speed, correct?
Yes.
Now, what, if any, speed is recorded in this location data between that 12:25 a.m. and 6:15:36 a.m.?
Your Honor, may I just
Yes.
read? Thank you. What time frame exactly are you looking for?
What I'm asking is, what, if any, speed was recorded by the location data between that first 12:25:36 a.m. and 6:15:36 a.m.?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking for before that. No, there's no real speed registered until the phone is found the next morning.
And so that would be at the 6:15:36 a.m. time frame, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what speed is recorded at that time at 6:15:36 in the morning?
It shows 0.24 meters per second for speed, and then with an accuracy rating of 7.58 meters, which is 24 feet.
Thanks. Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to May 8th, 2023, where did you go with relation to this investigation on that day?
I went to 34 Fairview.
And who, if anyone, went with you?
Trooper Proctor.
Now, what was the purpose of going to 34 Fairview Road on that date in May of 2020?
We wanted to take measurements of where Officer O'Keefe's body was found, and then basically a diagonal straight line to the door, how the distance that would be.
And what, if any, tools did you bring with you, and what, if anything, did you use in the course of this analysis on this day?
So I loaded in the GPS points into a program that the CERT team uses called SAR-Topo. It's a GPS mapping program that you can view through an app. So that way I was able to see exactly where I was via the app. We also used one of the big long tape measures that's on like the big thing that would get us, from where we believed his body was to the front door.
And from that, as far as the determination of where Mr. O'Keefe's body was located, what, if anything, did you use to determine that?
As I said before, the photos and video from Sergeant Good of KNPD and the KNPD cruiser cam video.
So the cruiser cam video that's from Officer Sarah's cruiser, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The one that shows where Mr. O'Keefe's body is when Officer Sarah arrives on scene, correct?
That is correct.
Now, with regard to those particular GPS points, what time frame did you start as far as your mapping was concerned?
We took the last, we mapped the entire route. So at the waterfall bar and then on from their drive on Dedham Street down to 34 Fairview.
And as far as these locations, how were they measured as far as what kind of measurements were you using in order to plot those points?
We loaded into Google Maps and just able to show it with a KMZ file to show exactly where he went.
And so what I'm asking is, as far as the GPS locations that you were recording, how were those measured as far as longitude, latitude? Is that how they were measured?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, latitude and longitude.
And you started with Mr. O'Keefe at the Waterfall Bar in Canton. What time was that, if you know?
12 a.m. was the last point.
And then that time frame when Mr. O'Keefe's native locations are putting him in the area of 34 Fairview Roads, when was that first time frame?
The time he arrives?
Yes.
Yeah, about 12:24. I forget the seconds, but 12:24 a.m.
Now, eventually, when you had all of these points as far as the direction of travel, location data, all of those things, what, if anything, were you then able to do with those GPS locations?
I cross-referenced them with his health data and also mapped it out to see exactly where he would be.
Now, with respect to the data that you were able to recover, if you could describe to the jury sort of the path of travel, starting with the waterfall as far as where Mr. O'Keefe's phone was, where it traveled, and where you noted it at various time points along that sequence.
Okay. So, as I said, 12:12, it's at the waterfall bar. Then there's a 7-minute break in location data. When the phone comes back up with location data at 12:19, as I said, he's by Dedham Street and Cedar Crest Road. At 138 Dedham Street, right around there, 12:20 a.m., 34 Fairview is put into Waze. He then proceeds down Dedham Street, takes a left onto Oakdale Road. That goes to the end of Oakdale, takes a left onto Maplecroft. As he's going by Maplecroft and Pinecone Road, right around 12:22 and 14 seconds, was a data point listed that he's ascending, descending the stairs. So he's over a half mile away from 34 Fairview at this point. They go down Maplecroft, take a right onto Cedar Crest, all the way down Cedar Crest. They do not turn onto Fairview Road. It goes by Fairview, does a 3-point turn or turns around somehow, and then goes back to Fairview and takes a right, where it finally stops between 34 and 32 Fairview.
So at the time that health data is being recorded, again, you cross-reference the GPS data with the health data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so at the time that the phone has that recording of the health data of descending, and is it ascending or descending, or how does that read in the health data?
I have in my report, and that's what's copied from the thing. It's ascending/descending stairs.
And at that point in time, cross-referencing that health data with the GPS location, where physically is Mr. O'Keefe's phone at that particular time?
Maplecroft by Pinecone Road, right at that intersection.
And has Mr. O'Keefe's phone arrived or been in the area as far as the GPS, specifically of 34 Fairview Road?
At that time?
Yes.
No, not at all.
And so from the GPS locations that you observed of the defendant's phone, initially the phone passes by Fairview Road and then reverses direction to come back, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then as far as between 12:25 a.m. and 6:15 a.m., there's no movement of that phone, correct?
The phone existed.
What, if any, movement did you observe following 12:25 a.m. until the period of 6:15 a.m.?
None until it was found at 6:15.
Now, you mentioned that you took a tool and you did some measurements as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you able to ascertain then some GPS locations for where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found?
Yes.
And what, if any, measurements, the accuracy of those GPS measurements and latitude and longitude, what was the accuracy of that?
Can I read the exact thing? All right. So from 12:25 and 30 seconds to about 12:35 and 36 seconds, the GPS accuracy is tight on him for the first few seconds and then blows out and encompasses pretty much the neighborhood, 34 Fairview, 32, 31, and I'll read the exact. It's 12:25 and 30 seconds. It has a 33-meter degree of accuracy, which is about 100 feet. That area encompasses 32, 34, and 31 Fairview. 12:25, 31, it's 200-foot measure of accuracy that hits 31, 32, 34 Fairview, basically almost all the houses around. 32 seconds shrinks back down to 95-foot level of accuracy, hitting 32, 34 Fairview and the front yard of 31. At 33 seconds, it's 88 feet, again shrinking back in as the signal gets better, covering 32, 34 Fairview, 72 feet at 34 seconds, 59 feet at 35 seconds, and then 52 feet at 36 seconds. So, as I said, signal weakens, it blows out, and then as signal gets stronger, it shrinks back in. The GPS coordinates themselves are all still right where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
And so as far as, if I can take it back just for a second, the initial GPS coordinates that you marked as far as where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, how accurate was that measurement as far as to itself where it was?
From what we had and then where we marked from, we believe we're in about 3 feet because standing there, even with the app, it's not perfect. I'm not getting a direct saying that I'm right on it. So we believe we're within about 3 feet of exactly where he was found.
And from that air distance of within 3 feet of where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, how far was that, or how far did you measure that to be from the front door of 34 Fairview Road?
In a direct straight line to the front door, 72 feet. Not accounting the stairs.
Now, from your review of that data that you were talking about from that 12:35 and 12:25 and 30 seconds through 12:25 and 36 seconds when it fluctuates, What time period of that or what time period of any of the times that you observed is it possible that John O'Keefe was actually anywhere near 34 Fairview Road, the house?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Within those fluctuating circles of GPS data that you were talking about, what time periods did those encompass the actual inside of the residence of 34 Fairview Road?
It's about 3 seconds where it actually encompasses the inside of Fairview. That fourth second, it's right on the edge of the corner of the house. And then the fifth and sixth second, they're just showing the front yard.
And that time period, as far as those GPS data from those circles, with reference to the following time periods after those, what, if any, based on your training experience, what, if any, opinions were you able to draw from sort of that data?
So he would have to go from the GPS point that's listed. It would take him, a second and a half to get to the house, and then a second and a half back where his body was found, where his phone was underneath him. He'd have to go about 48 feet a second when I did a velocity calculation, which is about 32 miles an hour, a second to the house, a second back. There was no GPS points ever showing inside the home, the backyard of the home. There's no lat and long listed. It's just the degree of accuracy from the GPS signal.
So the 72 feet from where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found to the front door of 34 Fairview Road, in order for him to be inside of 34 Fairview Road during any of those measured timeframes, he would have to travel 72 feet and 1.5.
The objection sustained. The objection sustained.
Sir, again, if I could ask you from Mr. O'Keefe's health data, as far as his specific physical location at the time that it indicates ascending and descending, how far away from 34 Fairview Road was it when it registered that?
It's over a half mile away. So Maplecroft to Pinecone Road.
In your opinion, sir, at any point in time from the data that you reviewed, did Mr. O'Keefe enter 34 Fairview Road?
I'll sustain the objection.
Mayor Brotron?
Yes.
Sidebar.
Well, that 1236 where her phone connects with One Meadows means she's at One Meadows. She's in the driveway, okay, at 1236. This ruins the Commonwealth's, their timeline.
Yeah.
So think about it. Okay, so to get to...
Oh, hang on. They're back. I thought it was sidebar. They're back. Hang on.
Series of documents, review those and look up when you're finished.
Okay.
Do you recognize those, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the plotted points I did through Google Earth, the maps, and then through LexisNexis, the track system, the GPS range and coordinates.
And the LexisNexis track system, if you could explain just a bit to the jury as far as what that is and how it's used to create these documents before you.
It's similar to that Sartopo program I used. It's a desktop-based GPS program. You put the points in, and then it will map them out and create, like I said, a KMZ file for you, so you can load it into Google Earth.
Yeah, bro, John.
Yes.
I'm off the teaching.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
6:30.
May I return to the witness, John?
Yes.
With the court's permission, may I publish this? Jury?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. May I have a moment, John?
Yes. In fact, Trooper, if you're more comfortable standing for some of your testimony, you certainly can.
Thank you, Holly.
I'm going to be good. Enlarge that just a bit. Now, Trooper, there should be a laser pointer up on the stand before you. If you could, first of all, let me just ask you, recognize what's up on the screen now as the next exhibit.
Yes.
And again, if you could just explain to the jury sort of what we're looking at in this slide, and then using that laser pointer, if you could, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you have in this particular slide.
So I took an overview of the town of Canton. So this here is the GPS route, and then down over, I can barely see. Let me just look on the map here. It's not much better. The waterfall bar is right up, I can't really tell honestly from this, but it's on Washington Street. That's it's down here. I'm sorry. That's why I included an overview of everything so you could see the full range from the time period with that GPS locations.
All right, if I may, just if it's possible, I don't know.
Keep your voice up.
I don't know if this is going to work any better, but if I could ask if we could turn the lights back on just so the witness can see
Sure.
what's before him, and then. With the court's permission, I think the map is still viewable to the jury, and now the witness can actually see the exhibit.
Can everybody see it?
And so again, sir, Trooper, I'm sorry. Now with visible before you, if you could just indicate again what we're looking at in this.
Yep. So when you zoomed in, it actually closed it up, but it's down over here is the waterfall bar. There's a couple of points there listed. And then right around here is when the GPS tracks go, and their route, once Waze is activated, down to 34 Fairview. There is a zoomed in version of by Fairview.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide.
So
What are we looking at in this slide?
yeah. So this is the track. This one shows the 12:22. 12:22 and 14 second GPS point where right here where the little arrow is. That's exactly where they were when the phone is registering the ascending, descending stairs, like listed in Cellbrite.
If you could, using that laser pointer to illustrate to the jury where that point is in relation to where 34 Fairview Road is.
Yes. So this is where they were with the ascending, descending stairs. They would continue down through this little piece here, take the right onto Cedar Crest. They continue down Cedar Crest, missing Fairview right here, and then turn back around and then come to the house.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. And Trooper, what are we looking at in this slide? Specifically, if you could explain to the jury as far as the blue circle with the attached to the
If you
Lexus.
could look this way, please.
Attached to the LexisNexis tracks, if you could explain to the jury what that is and what that signifies.
Yeah, so as I said, we loaded this in through LexisNexis, and it gave us the GPS points for the route. The point is 348. I just want to double check. Yeah, point 348 is at 12:25 and 30 seconds. The blue circle is the estimated range, so how well the signal for the GPS is. And 34 Fairview is right pretty much by that L.
Gilman, if I could have the next slide.
Yeah, there we go.
Trooper, is this essentially the same image, a little bit closer without the graphic as far as the LexisNexis?
That's correct. Yeah, this is 34 Fairview right here, 32, and then again, this is where all the points are for the duration.
As far as the blue circle that's up on the screen, what does that represent as far as this particular point in time for this GPS point 348 at 12:25 and 30 seconds?
Yes, this is as I said before, the range of accuracy due to satellite strength. So as I said, it blows out as it loses strength, and then will come back in as it gets better signal.
Gentlemen, if I could have the next slide. Again, Trooper, what's up on the screen? What are we looking at this as far as 12:25:31?
Same area where the 348 is. This is part 351. Again, as you can see, strength of signal blows out, encompasses almost the whole neighborhood. All the houses around.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. Again, sir, is this the same GPS point of 351, number 351 at 12:25 and 31 seconds?
Yes, it is.
And if you could, again, just explain to the jury what we're looking at in the slide.
Same thing, just the degree of accuracy and the strength of the satellite signal to Officer O'Keefe's phone.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. And again, sir, if you could explain to the jury what we're looking at in this slide and what time frame we're talking about.
Yep, this is point 349 at 32 seconds. Again, latitude and longitude, they're all right in the same area. And that's that.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. Again, Trooper Guarino, is this the same GPS plotting point in the same time frame of 12:25, 32 seconds?
Yes, it is.
Again, if you could explain to the jury what we're looking at in this, in particular in relation to the earlier slides with reference to the accuracy that you talked about.
Yeah. So again, the accuracy blew out as it lost signal, and now it's shrinking back in as accuracy gets better.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. And sir, what GPS point or what time frame are we looking at in this particular slide?
It's 12:25 and 33 seconds. Again, same area, that long, right in the yard of 34 Fairview.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. Trooper Guarino, is this the same GPS point of number 348 and 12:25 and 33 seconds?
That's correct.
And if you could explain to the jury as far as the accuracy and what we're looking at in this.
Yep. So I believe they actually wasn't that much of a drop off. Yeah. So it went from 88 feet to 72 feet. So the circle still doesn't look like it really shrank much.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide, please. And again, Trooper, what time frame and what GPS point are we looking at in this one?
This is 12:25 and 34 seconds. Again, same thing right there, the corner of 34 Fairview and 32 Fairview.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide, please. Trooper Guarino, this is the same GPS point number 350, 12:25 and 34 seconds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, using that laser pointer direct the jury's attention to what we're looking at in this.
Yeah. So 34 Fairview's here. So as I said, this point here is the last one where it sort of cuts out the little corner of the house. But everything's still showing directly. This is where it's believed to be.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. What GPS point and what time are we looking at in this one, sir?
This one's 35 seconds, 12:25, 35 seconds. Same thing again. GPS point still saying it's right there where his body was. But again, it dropped from 72 feet of accuracy down to 59 feet. So it's going to show the outside only of the house.
So the signal strength is strengthening at that point, is that correct?
That is correct.
If I could have the next slide, Ms. Gilman. And again, sir, same GPS point of number 346, the same time at 12:25, 35, is that correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next slide. Trooper Guarino, with regard to this slide, what GPS point is being depicted and what time frame are we looking at?
This is GPS point number 345, and it's 12:25 and 36 seconds. Again, showing that the signal strength has, again, grown and gotten better.
As far as growing and gotten better, what accuracy or what degree of accuracy in feet are we looking at?
This is within 52 feet.
Ms. Gilman, lastly, from this group, the next slide. Again, sir, this is the same as the previous slide, GPS point number 345, 12:25, 36 seconds.
That's correct.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, just illustrate to the jury what we're looking at.
Yep. As I said, there's any plotted points anywhere other than right in this area for the rest of the night. This is where it stays, and there's varying degrees of accuracy, but there's nothing ever showing it anywhere else in that neighborhood.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Do you have that last document?
I just gave it back.
If you could take a look at that and look up when you're finished.
Yep.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, this is a second map I created with the Cellbrite locations from their native locations. The previous one was from Axiom. So I used both programs to map it.
Why did you use both programs, sir?
As I said, Axiom showed movement and degree of accuracy where Cellbrite doesn't. It just gives you the native locations. I use two programs so I can corroborate what I'm seeing in one is the same as the other, because if not, then I need to find out why.
And as far as the information from one program to the other program, were they corroborative of each other?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to seek to introduce and admit the next exhibit. Go, Terry.
Okay.
That's one?
Yes. May I return to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
With the court's permission, may we publish this adjourned?
Yes, with the lights on still?
I think so. I think Trooper Guarino, starting with the first page that you have before you, first of all, do you recognize what's up on the screen as the first page of that next exhibit?
Yes, sir.
And again, if you could, using the basic pointer you have before you, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this first page of this next exhibit.
Yes, so again, this is from the Waze app. They're tracked from 234 Fairview down Cedar Crest, again, returning back here. So that's just the bottom half. I just wanted to get a closer view of where the GPS plots were from Cellbrite.
And the next slide is going. And again, sir, if you could explain to the jury what we're looking at in this slide.
So the purple dots are the GPS points and the route taken. As I said, goes up to, I believe that's 51 Cedar Crest, and then reverses back. And then this is the final point. It's right here. 34 Fairview is right here. There's a little yellow push pin on it.
And again, sir, I'm sorry, just from the timing of the plotting of the points, the purple dots that you have there, if you could just, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to the path that Mr. O'Keefe's phone takes in reference. If I could ask you first, if you could just illustrate to the jury this particular line, where is 34 Fairview?
Right here.
And then if I could ask you with the laser pointer to direct the jury's attention to the path that Mr. O'Keefe's phone in sequence, sort of how it travels and arrives at that location.
Yep. As is shown, goes down Cedar Crest, misses Fairview, goes up to here by the house with the pool, turns around, goes back, takes a right onto Fairview, and then stops ultimately right in between 34 and 32 Fairview, where there's like a flagpole and a fire hydrant right there.
Tell me if I can have the next slide. And Trooper Guarino, directing your attention to this slide, what are we looking at?
Again, I cross-referenced it with the points. This is Pine Cone Road, and then Maplecroft intersects here. And this is the ascending, descending stairs point in his phone. Doing a Google Earth elevation check. There's about a 20-degree dip, and then it goes up. And then as you go down Cedar Crest, the hill is about a 50-foot elevation change again. So it's pretty significant.
And so I'm sorry, sir, as far as the elevation change that you're talking about, how is that measured and how and where is that in reference to what's picked up here?
So again, like I said, in this area here, there's about a 20-foot drop. And then as you go down Cedar Crest, that hill, it's about 50 feet. This spot here is the ascending, descending stairs. So as I said before, he doesn't have an iWatch on, so it's not collecting that great health data. It's still acting as a pedometer. So again, whatever movement he's doing is triggering something in the phone as he's ascending and descending these hills. Essentially, it could be tricking the phone into thinking it's stairs.
Let's come in if I could have the next slide. Is that Trooper Guarino? What are we looking at in this one?
This timestamp is 12:19 and 32 seconds. That's when the phone initially starts creating the GPS points before Waze is activated with 34 views searched. So this looks to be the time Waze is actually opened up.
And so from the purple dots that are depicted on the screen, as far as where is Mr. O'Keefe's phone at 12:19 a.m. in reference to 34 Fairview?
12:19 is right here. 34 Fairview's down all the way here. Number, you can't really see, but it's right in the bottom corner.
And the next slide.
This is the same map, but just minus the tracks. The tracks graphic.
I'm sorry, Trooper, I lost track of what page we're on. Is there any other pages in that exhibit for you?
No, that's the last one.
May I approach this to retrieve now?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
There you go. We've got a question here. Got a question here from Tony. Sean, couldn't they have just pulled all data from the towers and see where the phone's pinged that tower at any given time? Oh, you're muted. You muted.
Sorry about that. No, of course they could have. Listen, when you're trying to frame someone, you're going to use anything that's going to support your theory. You don't know. You can't, I'm telling you, you can't trust anything these people are saying. Now, I don't want to believe this guy is going to ruin his career, but who's to verify that he's right? We already know that they lied to the kid, Trooper Paul. Paul didn't know half the information to come up with whatever he came up with, which was very little. Am I? Well, I guess.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Yeah. So, the bottom line is, I don't put any trust into this data. All right. The true data is the geofence, and they did everything in their power not to get the geofencing data. We do know one agency that definitely has the geofence data. And
We're going to take our morning break. We have to
Break.
sit down, but you can file out when the jury does.
Well-
So jurors, the lawyers and I have something that
Look
we
at me.
have to do, so it'll be a little bit longer. I hear it's nice and cool back in the jury deliberation room. So we're gonna take a half an hour, 45-minute break here.
Wow.
Oh, man.
All right.
So think about the 1236 timeline, okay?
Yeah.
1236. She's at One Meadow. On a great day, it takes 8 minutes on a great day. Not nighttime, not when it's snowing. So let's say in the best case scenario it's 10 minutes. What's that give her? What's that at? 12:28, she's on the road going to Meadows.
Maybe, yeah.
I don't see how their timeline, I don't see how they can do it.
It doesn't work.
What they should have done, and hopefully the other crew did, is to get D'Antano and
You are
And-
muted.
Ryan Nagel, get their time frame when they were there. You got Jen McCabe saying they saw the vehicle
Hey
at
there, Karen Road
12:30,
trial watchers.
Fuck off.
12:35.
Sorry.
It's impossible, right? It's impossible. Jen McCabe
Yeah.
cannot say that she saw that vehicle out there, nor Matt McCabe.
Yeah, this is all our darling here. This is Big D Dog. This is. He just changed his name to Buzzsaw. So you remember Big D Dog.
Oh
He
yeah,
says,
look at that.
Kara's data did not have her ascending stairs. John's did. He was in the house. This is just like the bollocks of it all. Just going, yeah, you can check your phone about, and it gives you steps and stuff.
Right.
Yeah. What? No, I don't agree with it. Hey, John, how you do, fella? Hope you're well, Jonathan. Sean, this is some shady stuff in this trial.
Really?
I just every time you think that's it, there's more now. It's like, where does it end?
Yeah. Well, you know, someone said the other night, this has turned into a classic reasonable doubt case. Well, I mean, this is a case that should have never been indicted. It should have never been indicted. Okay, let's give them all the benefit of the doubt. They didn't have to arrest Karen in such a hurry. All right, there was a reason why they had to get this. There was a reason why they had to get this in the books. Okay, and they knew that the longer, quote unquote, they were investigating, the longer it would be harder. The harder it would be to maintain the elements of the conspiracy. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. They rushed it. They got enough because they banked on her still going with those crazy statements, which is all explainable now. And then the hopes, right? Because we heard Jackson on the 2nd, you know, this is a horrible accident, whatever the words he used, right? But what you cannot discount, and I keep going back to this, listen, there's 2 cases here, right? There's their case, and then there's a federal case, right? The federal case has all the bells and whistles. This is all the hocus pocus. This is all the smoke and mirrors. This is all kisses and drinks, okay? Remember that. Yeah, the other side has the case. Do not discount who the hell gave Steve Scanlon the story that happened inside that house. You don't make shit up like that. It's impossible. It's impossible for that to be made up. So,
yeah, I just think it's obviously I've not been with you since the testimony's been going, but this is one of his main things to convict Karen, because you say the best last,
right?
So,
right?
How is this the best?
Yeah, I mean, so what the jury's looking at now is the plotting. All right, right? I mean, he makes they're going to have to come in hard to refute him, right? Because in his presentation, his opinion is that John could not get into that house. Has him going up at what, 34 miles an hour walking and come back. I mean, you know, it comes down to the jury putting all the pieces together. Just remember, this case is only halfway through.
Yeah.
And the Commonwealth is just now scratching the. They failed on the voicemails. I was like saying, Susie, you're in jail, baby. Baby, you're in jail. You're going to jail, Susie. To my wife. I said, if that's the best, if that's the worst Karen said, you got to be kidding me.
Well, Miss Gold says definitely nothing burger regarding the voicemail.
Oh my God.
I have left much spicier.
You know, under all the circumstances, right? You know, coming off the trip from Aruba. I mean, the perfect thing. She's thinking he's with some girl, someone. Who knows? But, you know, the fact that she's, you know, saying, you know, your kids are by themselves, that's all fluffer. That's nothing. That happens all the time. It's a lure. It's to get you to react, whatever.
No, I agree.
And so I got to tell you, I thought they had some really bad. That's the myth. That's the other myth. All the others say, oh, Sean, wait till you hear the voicemails. Oh my God, you're not going to believe it. Yeah. But if that's it. That's it.
That's it.
Jesus.
Kevin Forrest.
I should go to jail. You should see some of the VMs I've left. Oh my God.
I know.
In jail. My God.
I was watching Erin Hack earlier on. Poor Mr. Hack, because I can imagine Erin Hack leaving shit tons of that crap, like, you know. But yeah, Kevin Forrest says, how do they determine the GPS location when they don't have the accurate location of poor John's body?
Exactly.
Do you know what I mean, Kevin? Good points.
Think about when all this was being done. It was way after the fact, right? This is all hocus pocus. This is all, like Kevin said, elaborately manufactured evidence. Now, he wasn't saying about them. No. He was making a little pun, agreeing with me. If
Yeah,
he
yeah,
said,
yeah.
if this is like Sean says, all elaborately manufactured evidence, well, guess what? It is. It is. The gold standard today in today's law enforcement, I wish I had it, but I didn't back in the day, is the geofencing. This would have put everyone to bed.
Yeah,
Why didn't they use it? They know the answer. They know the answer.
I know.
I
I
just hope
know.
on cross, David says, you chose a very, what's the term? A very archaic platform to plot. You used something that you would plot someone out in the woods to find a search and rescue
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
GPS. He's going to get, listen, the kid knows it's coming. He knows it's coming.
Yes. They're
He's going to
trained
get
to it,
destroyed too. But like I said, his role per se is not as critical, say, as Trooper Paul or Proctor or Telly or, all these other half-asses. This kid's got some wiggle room, right? Not that much, though. Not much, Dylan. But he's got a little bit of wiggle room. I mean, he doesn't come off as one of these Cyclops stormtrooper types with the hair, with the heads. Yeah, I don't know what's up with these guys.
I don't know.
We got time for a story. We got time for one
Yeah,
story?
of course we've
Okay.
got time for story. Yeah, yeah.
So after I retired, I was contracted as a IC, an independent contractor, to do some training for a far out 3-letter agency. And so it was a bunch of us, DEA, FBI, Intel guys, the whole 9 yards. We were instructors. Now, I have to say this, most of the people, this is 12 years ago. I was already retired. Most of the people, the instructors, were former law enforcement, and all these guys were skinheads, all bald heads and everything. Man, they were older, right? But we're all the same age. So this one Intel officer from she was a student in the class, and she was Army or Air Force Intel. Very smart woman, right? And so there was a part of the training program where people were saying, identifying people. It was all about tradecraft and how you can detect surveillance and all this stuff, right? And so this woman, she was probably a 25-year-old lady, girl, woman, whatever, woke. She goes, excuse me, why do most of the instructors here have bald heads? So there's one guy, salty FBI agent. He gets up, he says, well, if you knew anything, Miss So-and-so, you know that bald head, loss of hair is significant of extra testosterone, right? And she looks and she says, what's that say about Mr. McDonough? I always had a full head. Anyways, that's that. But listen, I don't know. I mean, it is kind of funny though. They all. Yeah, that was a good one. But listen, you have to win the jury. You have to.
Yeah.
When Tully said, okay, I might have put that on the evidence bag. Do you know how bad that is? Do you know how bad that looks? He said, well, I might have written that on the evidence bag, but I know what I collected. Hey, pal, you're done. You came off as a bobo. You put your name on that bag saying you wrote a report saying you collected 3 pieces of evidence, plastic, right? And now you have a problem.
Yeah.
I said last night, forget raining men. It was raining taillight. Come on, stop it. The other fool, Proctor. I mean, everything is gone with him. Everything he did is erased. That's why he kept saying, "Oh, it was a group effort." No, it wasn't a group effort. It was him and Tully. I mean, him and Yuri. They were the 2 leads on this, right? That's how those units work.
Yeah.
He was the main guy. So, anyways,
we got just here. Hang on, we got a few things to catch up on here now.
Okay.
So this is a question I wanted to ask you, and Zach asked you: do federal trials in mass have cameras during trials?
No, they don't. No federal.
Okay.
There are, I think some federal trials, some federal courthouses are trying to experiment, but I have never seen a camera in a federal trial.
I did wonder. We got MJ going boom.
Yeah.
We love
Michael, how
MJ.
you doing, Michael? Look at this guy.
Rehab says, Sean, it appears that you've been back in the saddle is doing a world of good for you. Glad to see you back.
Thank you, Rehab.
We got Kevin saying antiquated techniques. These guys should be ashamed of themselves. State troopers and don't use a tape measure or fixed points for any of the measurements. No, Kevin, you're right. Thank you.
It's horrible. Listen, that's the gold standard. That's the accurate. Listen, it's a pain in the ass, right? You're not going to get. He even said, the GPS system. Who was it that said about on the stand? We know that it was Irini going down to Dighton. He said that for his accuracy of the directions. Yeah, my GPS wasn't that accurate that day because of the storm. Well, guess what? It's not accurate then. But listen, you get down on your hands and knees, you get the tape measure, you plot it. Jackson was right. Where they intersect, that's where it is. You put a thing in, that's your marker. That's where that evidence is found. It's undeniable. You basically plot it right where it should be. They didn't do that. You know why? Because they're just going through the motions. That's all this is. Going through the motions. Just like that sign says right here behind me.
Nice plug. Go subscribe to Go Through the Motions for Sean McDonough. Thank you, Ken, for the super chat, and MJ for the super chat. Thank you, Boo Boo, for the 10 gifted memberships as well. Thank you very much. That was very generous. I appreciate that. Whilst we got this now, we got time. I'm going to do this. One of your favorite things, Sean. Hang on.
Oh, Jesus. I made myself a cup of coffee myself. Go ahead, do it. I'll be right back.
Yeah, there is. So thank you to you, Boo Boo, for the 10 gifted memberships. I'm not sure who got them, but hopefully you're all grateful, and I am very grateful that you've done that and shared it out there, Boo Boo. And welcome to everyone to El Chatty, as we've named the chat now. Right, let me just... Lisa bought a coffee. Thank you, Sean. And so these are from earlier on. Obviously, Kate Allen from yesterday. Thank you, Kate. Casey, thank you. Gary T, thank you. Lisa, thank you, Sean and the mods, for all you do. We love you guys. Thank you, Lisa, very much for the coffee. And we got Shannon, the Cannon, loves it. For your coffee. Good morning, Dylan. I've checked around to all the other YouTubers, and I like your style the best. Zero interruptions, with or without Sean. I'll be here. Sean is a nice plus, though. Thank you very much to you, Shannon, the Cannon, for that. I appreciate the comments, and yeah, Sean is a massive plus to have. How lucky we are to get Sean on this channel. He's fucking amazing. And then
I'm the lucky one.
No,
I am. I'm the lucky one. I'm a lucky one that I can have the chemistry I share with you. That's what it is.
Yeah, no, well, yeah, we're both blessed. We're both blessed then. And we got another one here from Patricia Murphy, Sean. We got PayPal. Thank you so much, Patricia, for the PayPal. Using my work YouTube account today. Okay. I won't name you just in case, but I know who you are now. That's fine. I'm so happy to see you and Sean back together. Seems to be doing him a world of good. Keep going. Thank you so much.
It's true. It keeps my mind, when it drifts, it gets that hole, but doing this now, and I alluded to it last night, all these newcomers now coming into the game, catching on. I watch them. I said, my God, where have they been? And they don't know anything about this case, yet they're trying to, and these are big name people, right? They're still trying to figure out the gist of the case. And I said last night, no one's going to lie to you on this channel, right? No one's going to. And if it's not your cup of tea, then move over. Move on to someone else, right? Yeah. And this fool Tuesday Gazette, right? Try to go toe to toe with me. I didn't know who the hell she was. I said, listen, and she comes at me. She says, "Oh, figured you would ask for visuals when you give a thing of calling out." But I said, "Hey, you're coming in late to this game. Did you understand that thing was Photoshop? It's about his knuckles, right? And then she shows the picture of Colin. That was proven photoshopped a year and a half ago, right? And I go, by the way, who are you? Where you come from? What's your experience? She says, I got plenty of experience. I know this case more than you. And then she blocks me. I love it.
They
Block
all
them
do.
all.
She's best friend, well, not best friend, but she's very friendly with Julie Carpenter. And all
Oh
that,
my
so.
God.
So
That explains it.
Yeah,
Listen, Kevin can have them all.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck them. Little G in the house. She is so generous. Gifted 10 memberships as well. Thank you so much, Little G. God bless all you, geez. Yeah, they're so generous. I'm trying to say cheese and rice now instead of cheese and rice. Generous. Thank you so much, Little G, as always, for your support. And also, John gifted 1 alternate corner memberships. Thank you so much to you as well, John, for that. And hopefully everyone, I don't know who's been given them, but thank you so much. Hope you enjoy it. We do have members only. Try and do it every week if I can. And we had one last night, and we named the chat. It's called El Chatty now.
That's beautiful.
People wanting a name, so we're like El Chatty. So, and do you know what, Sean? Hang on. I've got to play this. I'll tell you why I've got to play this. And then I'll play it and then I'll explain why. Press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go.
Pretty good, my friend. You carry, I gotta tell you, like my father would say, you carry a great note there, Dylan.
I did it without even. I was 5 minutes before going live,
right?
So I just made some words up and just sang it. I don't even know if it makes sense.
And you recorded yourself, right? You did.
Yeah, I recorded it on
clipped it. That's nice.
Yeah, and I just put it straight up, and it was literally. There was no words. I just sang it, and it came out. So we're 33 people away from 9K subs. So that's why I want to play that. 33 away from 9,000.
Come on.
I know.
People, let's go.
Let's try and get it today, people. If you haven't done it, please subscribe. So yeah, that's where we're at. But it's been strange because every time you're not here, everyone's like, "Oh, Sean." You know what's coming. We've been playing this, and this has kept me going, Sean. This has kept me going.
No,
people, it's over. Elvis has left the building. It's done. Over.
That just it puts a smile on everyone's face every day.
I say, who is that fool? Who is that fool?
We love it.
No,
we love it.
No, but I would peek in. Listen, I had to make a ton of phone calls and on the road, but I would peek in and I'd see, okay, Sean's fine. I talked to him. He's fine. Listen, I get it, but what I also too get is, if it was the other way around, the people would be the same way. And we provide an honest service, right? Nobody's going to lie here. No one. And we provide an honest, direct service. And that's our pledge, right? There's no reason to BS anyone in this group.
No.
And I think that love and support comes back at us tenfold. So obviously, it's amazing.
I know, I agree.
Right.
And KW says, was happy to see Sean here this morning. So was everybody.
I'm happy to be back. I'm happy to be, listen, my wife just hit me up and she says, "Are you happy to be back?" I said, "Yes, hell yeah."
I'm glad, man. I'm glad. Because obviously you said I sent you a link because you wanted the link. You're fired up and I was, but as I said, take your time. Yeah, take your time. I was not be back until you were ready, even though everyone's like, "Where is he?" Just take your time, it's all good. Family comes first. So, so we're gracious and we're very happy you're back. But again, family comes first. We've learned that, through you now as well. So,
so on this whole thing with Guarino, this is the closest I believe in this trial that I would say if I was being objective, right? And I want to be objective here. If I was one of those jurors, I say, okay, I would actually take note of this, right? Now, the thing is, can Yannetti come back and put a monkey wrench into Guarino's plotting? And I think they have to attack the cell towers. I think they have to attack the methodology that they chose. Now, listen, they chose this, right? They chose the search and rescue out in the woods, like they chose the CERT. The CERT is not a valid crime scene investigative unit. They go out and, rappel rocks and mountains looking for people. They go out and horseback riding. They're not a crime scene search unit. They have crime scene services. They chose their weapons, and it was by design. And like I said, and I said last night, of all the operations I've been involved in, whether it's from riverine operations on the Amazon River, boarding boats and ships and all this crap, to knocking down houses, doors, I have never, ever, as a supervisor nor as a regular guy, an agent on the team, been noted when I arrived. It's always, okay, the group is together. We start the pre-planning part. Everyone's there. That's when the clock sticks. These guys knew the timeline was this close, right? And they went overboard by collecting the times of arrivals. That whole thing is moot. You don't do that. And I would like some law enforcement people out there. I know they're in there. It doesn't happen that way, right? Mm-hmm. Now they're going to come back and say, "Well, that's how we operate." Well, something that's bullshit. Yeah. You know who settles this, Dylan? The news trucks out there. Someone has to get the metadata from that film, and it'll show you. I guarantee it's beyond 6:15, 6:20, and then that kills that. That then destroys the timeline.
This is why it's great to have you back to get all this insight. Do you know what I mean? It's the things that picking up, and you can communicate it so well as well. I love it. I'm smiling. I just sit and listen to you, man. It's just like it's great. I think as well we took you for granted a little bit before because you come in with insights all the time, and you just take it for granted. But you've been away. It's like, what was Sean thinking about this? What was Sean thinking about that? And now having you back, it's like, wow. And so I'm missing the chat. I'm just listening to you, man. I'm just like, I'm blessed. Thank you, buddy. Honestly, you've been the world to me. So, and
the other thing about, I'm sorry to interrupt, because the fact that we know Proctor was only on the call list until 7:00 that morning, right? There's another red flag, right? He technically wasn't the next guy to be called because John was not pronounced dead until 7:58. That the guy on the 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. should have been the guy that was called. Right? That I don't believe was exploited enough, but that's something I picked up on. And I'm going to tell you right now, cops are lazy they are. I'm telling you, they are. And he would still be I said the other night, he would still be in bed, right? If he wasn't specifically chosen to run this investigation.
Yeah.
Now it's a group effort, right? Well, I'm going to tell you right now, it doesn't matter. That Brian Walsh case is in huge jeopardy. His fingerprints are all over that case.
Yeah.
Case is in dire straits right now, or any other case that was worked by him. All in dire. You saw what happened with the lab, the chemist in the lab for the drug sales, right? The drug unit up there in Massachusetts.
Yeah.
Hundreds of people got released because of that. It's sad.
Yeah, all for one person, and as you say, based on corruption.
She was using the stuff that she's analyzing. It's crazy.
Very quickly, I'll go through some of this, Sean, before we get back to you. We're getting another story before the break ends now. But Erin Hack, here we go. Thank you very much for the 10 alternate corner. She's very generous, Erin. Wow. Erin Hack. We love Erin Hack here. Tracy Murray, the best one. Number one. Here she is.
Tracy, I gotta put it. I'm still thinking Silence of the Lambs. Resistant to silence. Tracy, you, Dana, Paul, Christopher, thank you so much for your well-being and well wishes. All of you have been great.
And the reason he thinks Silence of the Lamb is because Dana doesn't like lamb. for whatever reason. So Tracy says
He doesn't.
Sean,
He
thanks.
doesn't like mutton.
He
No
doesn't like
mutton.
it. No, you Dana. I gotta change him. Thanks for mentioning our channel last night. We have so many new members today.
That's great.
There you
I
go.
got to come on. I have to come on your show.
You need to go on the show. They're
Yeah.
a great bunch. I love Resist. It's probably one of my favorite shows, if I'm being honest,
Yeah.
because
They're
they're
a
so
great
down
crew.
to earth. So
They
down
really
to earth.
are a great crew. I love how she does all the music and the pictures and everything. It's beautiful.
Hey, Tracy's the best one out of all three.
It's
Let's
a
be
gift.
honest, you know.
It's
we
an
love
awesome
Tracy.
God gift. It is a gift.
We love Dane and Paul as well, but Tracy's our favorite. Right, Saray, whatever will be. How we do, my darling? You keep me laughing all day. Thank you, my darling. Hope you're well, Saray. Mighty Me, my brother from another mother, says this is Christmas song dub. Fuck you, Dylan. Nice one, man. Hey, Sarah P's in the house as well. Sarah P, beautiful mod. With me pretty much from day one. Thank you so much as well for gifting 5 memberships. As we've gained probably 46 new members. No, 51 new members today.
That's
Thanks
beautiful.
to all the gifted
Look
things.
at that. It's amazing.
Jesus, Thank you so much, everybody. Lisa's got a question for you. Does Karen's Apple data have her going up and down stairs? Are they not in the same SUV?
So this is what I was confused about. So the good thing is, this is the greatest thing about this testimony for Karen. They're trying to allege that she hokey-doked her GPS system the morning that she was searching for John. Now we find out that was probably off all the time, the location search. Mine's off. I don't have it on. But yeah, that's the other part. This is where they're going to get caught. Did you match up John O'Keefe's partner next to him? Was her thing saying going up and downstairs? That's how they get him. That's how, but the thing is, I think that is how Yannetti will attack this kid. The kid's not doing too bad. I'm telling you.
They all do well.
He cracks me up. I'm telling you, his mannerisms. But yesterday when he said, and he goes like this, kill me. It was fucking right on the mic. It was just classic. It was classic.
No, I know.
No, he cracks me up. I listen to him. I'm cracking up because I know what he's thinking. He's thinking, son of a bitch. I had to be involved in this. I know what he's thinking. I know exactly what he's thinking. Because he knows. Watch how nervous he gets when Yannetti gets up. You're going to see this kid squirming. I'm squirming for him. I'm telling you.
I know.
He's going to start doing the nose. He's going to start the collar. He's going to do everything. I'm telling you, he will. He comes from a famous bakery in Norwood. The family, Guarinos. I'm telling you, they're the pride. They're the pride. But yet, I will give one shout out. I can't give the name, but I know that Guarino subs out to a very famous bakery in Dorchester. So I'm going to keep that. I'm going to keep that a little secret.
There you go.
One of my friends out there knows exactly what I'm talking about.
John said, I'll miss El Jefe a great deal. We all have, John said. Everyone's so gracious in the chat. Everyone's there. Again, thank you, Janice, as well. Thank you for your kind comments, people. Everyone's very kind in here as well. Everyone keeps asking about the FBI questions about that. What's going to happen after all this with the FBI? Have you got anything that you want to say about that, Sean?
Sure. Like I said, there's 2 investigations. One is the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. The other one's the United States versus whoever. Karen Reed is a part of that investigation, right? Her civil rights were violated. You get 2 entities: the Public Corruption Unit for the FBI out of Boston and the DOJ Civil Rights Division. You do not want the Civil Rights Division anywhere near you, ever, 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 as a law enforcement officer, number one, right? Once you get on their hit list, it's over, right? And like I said, based on, by the way, speaking of the wacky German, based on her gifts to me, it was glaringly obvious what was going on. Okay. Mm-hmm. But did you see Natty Nat? She was attacking
no
Vinnie Politan last night.
I heard. I saw
Yeah,
a
and so
screenshot.
wasn't Kate. So wasn't Kate. Kate wants to debate him offline or some crazy thing.
Oh,
You know, this is the thing. You know, a lot of people take exception to me. You know, and she's banged me, and she's gonna bang me again on things. But Kate, you know, I got to give credit where credit's due. Kate is more of an agent, cop/cop, whatever, than that Coffindaffer is. I'm telling you right now, right? I mean, Coffindaffer is an embarrassment.
oh.
Those two women, at least Karen, and Karen's like Karen, what's her name? McCormick, Wine and Crime, Dining, whatever the hell it is. At least she talks normal. This other one, Coffindaffer, you just have to listen. Just the first section when Kevin brings her on, she goes, "Hello, Kevin." It's like, I swear to God. Can you see her at her door, knock, knock? "Hello, it's the FBI. Please come out. Search warrant, search warrant." Are you serious? I doubt she ever led a search team. Never.
Hey, do a voice again. Do a voice again.
Okay. Knock, knock. "Hello, search warrant, FBI. Search warrant, FBI. Search warrant, FBI." Can you imagine the guys behind her with the battering ram?
Oh, fucking hell.
Come on. Come on. Are you serious?
Oh,
I can't help it. I can't, Dylan, I'm sorry. I can't help it. I can't.
But it's so funny, so
I
funny.
can't help it. I'm sorry. I can't. I mean, listen, I finally found out she was an agricultural agent she was watching cows being tipped. Who's cow tipping out in the fields looking? That's what she did for 3 years. Come on, listen. And she's, I have so much experience testifying. She says the guy poor John, come out with two glasses in his hands and hit his head on the curb, on the concrete. She says she walked on that curb line and she said it's concrete. And she's an expert witness? What are you kidding me?
Oh, fuck.
"Hello? Knock, knock. Knock, knock. FBI, search warrant, search warrant." That's why I call her Buffy. That's what they are in the academy. Buffies. That's what they do. See her tip away from 34 Fairview. She's caught in the view. Tip. Oh, let me tip. That's what they did in the academy and training. We look at them and say, look at these people. Look at them. I'm telling you, that's what we used to do. Now, not all. Chappie, come on, put your mic up. Not all. Not Dylan, not all like that. But I'll tell you, I know the type. "Hello." Get the popcorn. Get those cups.
Oh, I can't fucking stop. Oh. I needed this laugh.
Okay.
Oh, fuck.
The morning crew. We're back, buddy.
Oh.
We're back. Hello. Yes. Now, I'm going to put you under arrest. Now, put your right hand behind your back, Mr. So-and-so. We're going to take this nice and easy now, all right? Don't make me use my force. Don't make me use force. Please, don't make me use force. You know, listen.
Oh.
Hey, they chose her. Sorry. Yeah. They could have had me. You could have come over here. Get the real deal. Get the truth. Get the honesty. Right? That's what they chose. Brian Albert, that's your team, buddy. A bartender, a failed FBI agent, and some wino that does TikToks. That's all you have over there, Brian. Pretty bad. Bad for you, Brian Albert. Brian, very bad.
You know, between this Jennifer Coffindaffer, the only other thing I think about is you with the popcorn.
Oh, get the cups, Sean. Get the goddamn cups, you son of a bitch. I can make money on the cups all over the grandstands, section 33. Oh, God.
Oh, fuck. Oh, I haven't laughed that strongly in such a long time.
Now, you need a laugh. Come on, Dylan. You need a good laugh.
I had to. Oh, my God, I had to. That was fucking
You need
hilarious.
a good laugh, Dylan.
It's hilarious, Sean, honestly.
No,
I needed that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, my friend. You're welcome.
Oh, fuck. Anyway, right, we're back. I just like, oh my God.
I think John Como is going to do a clip on this one, buddy. We
Yes.
can't miss for this one. This one is going to win some kind of prize. It's going to win a YouTube prize. I guarantee it.
I'm sweating. I'm
Yeah, of course
sweating.
you are.
I don't know what my pits are showing, but fuck. Hey, hey, we're doing here. You gave a shout out to this young man earlier on, right? But I'm not sure he was here. But I'm not sure if you wanted to give him another shout out, Sean. Microdots is in the house.
Oh man, Richie, I'm so sorry about last night, man. I got your shirts on, buddy. Thank you so much, Richie. And I can't wait to see that video. I'm telling you, I just can't wait. We'll keep it in the background here. Richie, thank you so much, buddy. Thank you.
There you go. And because you did give him a shout out this morning. I
did.
wasn't
Of course
sure
I did.
if he heard it. So shout out to Microdots as always. This is why he's one of 4 channels advertising my
man.
box. He's amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Oh, Sean, he's back. Donna says. All right, I'm not sure if I'm seeping through yet.
Now hold on. So did they have a scandal? I know they're taking their morning break, but are they going to take a longer break? Did she say?
Well, it's set 20 to 30 minutes.
Oh, okay. So nothing crazy.
No,
happened?
so they must be coming back now.
Okay.
It's a bit, 30 to 40. They might be a bit longer. So they probably take a 20 to 30 minute break and then coming back.
Right.
Well, we've got 2 super chats here. One, hang on, we've got Kevin here who says, "Bring on the FBI, the cops and McCalvers must be shaking their boots." Shout out to Kelly Reid. There you go. Shout out to Kelly Reid and the Reid family. Thank you,
Reid,
Kevin.
yeah. Kelly was great.
Microdots, you're way too generous. You do not have to send super chats to Microdots.
Wow, look at that.
I would pay you because you're so amazing. Welcome back, Sean. Can you comment on Trooper Paul?
Hey, I want to give a shout out, right? I don't know if she's listening. Elizabeth from Franklin. We talked, right? We talked when you were at that graduation party via Kelly Reid. If you're listening, big shout out to Elizabeth from Franklin, Mass. I'm not going to give out any more information. Just wanted to say hi.
There you go. And what was your comment? Have you got any comments on Trooper Paul from Microdots? Sean.
Oh, can I? Oh,
yeah,
Richie.
Yeah, exactly.
Richie. Yeah. Okay, the kid's been I'll just tell you, this is how I'll leave it. Shame on the state police, right? I mean, this was not the trooper that should have been brought into this case to outline the Commonwealth's theory of how Karen allegedly hit John. He failed, but it's not particularly him because Proctor and company lied to that kid. He said in the stand, he says, "No, I didn't know that." All the answers, all the questions that Jackson asked him, "No, I didn't know that. I did not know that." Couldn't get the key cycles right. Listen, they ruined themselves. He said, "I did not know that the car had to be driven back out of the driveway, probably skidding those tires back and forth, probably over 50 miles an hour, right? You know how the tires skid. Drove up on the ramp. They had to drive off the thing, right? They didn't take into account for all the other trips. I mean, this kid had no knowledge, and they set him up for failure. They did.
Well, here we go.
So, Richie, that's what they did. They set him up for failure.
We're back. And shout out Sarah P. She got a picture on. Hey, Sarah P.
Put it back in
Looking
session,
beautiful.
Oh, that's Sarah.
Right, so Ms. Giannetti, did that give you enough time?
Oh, I had enough time.
Okay. All right. So, Ms. McLaughlin, why don't I hear you just briefly? If you could frame this, or Mr. Lally, whoever wants to.
Yeah, sure. The Commonwealth is moving to introduce a Google search the defendant conducted at 1:27 p.m. on January 29th, 2022. The Commonwealth would argue that the probative value of this Google search outweighs any prejudice to the defendant. The search in question is at 1:27 p.m. before the defendant had spoken to law enforcement. She conducted a search for DUI attorneys. The Commonwealth thinks that this is appropriate for the jury to hear as it rebuts the Bowden defense that the defendant has laid out. Not that she did not intend to commit John O'Keefe. The defense has been that the defendant is essentially what's been represented in opening court was framed that she had no intent or opportunity to commit these crimes. further that she was not intoxicated at the time. So the Commonwealth feels that the probative value significantly outweighs the prejudicial value. It goes to her state of mind at the time that the search was conducted. Further, it also rebuts that there was any impropriety in the police investigation, or that, as the defendant has put it, that the police did not search any or investigate any other potential culprits. It also would go to the defendant's consciousness of guilt at that time. This statement is before she voluntarily gave an interview with law enforcement. It goes to her state of mind prior to that interview. And so for all those reasons, the Commonwealth would suggest that that Google search is appropriate, and it's not a typical case where it's an invocation of counsel, where law enforcement had not engaged her, and it goes to her state of mind at that time prior to any police involvement, and further to rebut that there was any improprieties in the police investigation, or that they should have investigated anyone else.
All right, and I appreciate, Mr. Lally, you bringing this to our attention to give us time to look at it. Ms. McLaughlin, I appreciate that you provided a very strong limiting instruction proposal. I'll hear you, Ms. Tianetti.
Thank you. Your Honor, you had asked that I use proof of the phone call from Michael Proctor to my...
Oh, I didn't say proof. No, I asked if that was coming into evidence.
Okay, well, I'd like this marked for identification for the purpose of this document, if I could.
Sure.
Show counsel. It's been redacted.
Okay. So let's have it marked for ID before I hear you any further. So Madam Court Reporter needs to mark it.
Triple L for identification.
All right, and if I may have that. Thank you very much. Just give me a minute, Ms. Giannetti.
Of course.
All right, so this is just that a call occurred, right?
That a call was made from Michael Proctor's personal cell phone number. You can see the last 4 digits there, to my client at 1:19 p.m. on January 29th.
Okay.
Approximately 8 minutes before she calls to investigate potential DUI attorney.
Okay, so focus on the law for me and tell me why I should exclude this.
Of course, yes. With regard to the cases that the Commonwealth has cited, I think the court has seen, one of them is an unpublished opinion, the other is a homicide case. They couldn't be more distinguishable from this case. With regard to the unpublished opinion, that appears to have been a gun charge where the defendant in that case did a search for a 9mm handgun on his cell phone. He did not ask for Google or search in Google for a handgun attorney. He made a specific inculpatory search that the court ruled was relevant, and it was not outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. In this case, we have a person being contacted by the police and then doing what a citizen has every right to do, which is to look for an attorney for representation. There's zero probative value to that, other than she's presumed to be innocent and she's seeking an attorney to defend that presumption of innocence. That's it. There's zero probative value. But there's an extreme and unfair prejudice in this case. Your Honor, the limited instruction that the Commonwealth has provided asks this court to instruct the jury whether her action in doing an internet search for an attorney indicates feelings of guilt by a defendant. I can't even believe that argument.
So let's just focus on the law.
I'm trying to, Your Honor. I'm flabbergasted.
So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to stop you. So on the balancing act that I have to do, I find that the probative value is outweighed by the prejudicial impact. All right. So I'm not going to allow it in, Mr. Lally, in your case in chief. Now, if you feel that through this witness or through any other witness, Mr. Lally, that it then is admissible, I just ask that you come to sidebar beforehand.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, let's bring Trooper Guarino back in, please. Yes, please.
What do you think, Sean? What a piece of shit.
Well, I mean, at least she did the right ruling, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We're waiting for the jury now. There'll be a couple of minutes now, anyway.
Sure. Okay.
Trooper, if you have a bad back and you need to stand, just stand at any time.
she thinks he has a bad back. He's just getting nervous. He's squirming. He's squirming. He sees it coming. I was just about to say something before we got the break there. Yeah, that's how they can get him. What parallel? Did you do the same forensic analysis of the steps and the up and down? I mean, I got to imagine they both had iPhones, right? It should measure the same way.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you right now, Waze is not that good. Waze is not a good, listen, it's fun. You get to see if the cops are up ahead or some accidents, something in the road. But no, I don't find it that, that critical. Just remember, they're the gatekeepers. They are the gatekeepers.
Look at that, Sean. Play on words. Yellow garbage pails.
Yeah, right.
I got
right.
That.
Yeah.
But she didn't let it. Well, she's given an opportunity to try and get it in another way, possibly. But for now, that's not allowed in.
Well, the fact that Proctor did call her, right? We don't know what he said to her, right? But he's clearly really right to seek an attorney. And guess what? She wasn't saying an accident attorney. She wasn't saying a homicide attorney. She was saying about a DUI attorney.
Yeah.
She knew they took blood from her. This is all prudent. This is all normal behavior. Of course she's going to do that. Maybe her dad said something. Who knows? But she wasn't seeking, things about getting representation for killing someone. No. That's the smoking gun if they had it. It's not, Dylan, it's not there. It will never be there.
I agree. Right, let's hear Guarino.
Or Nick.
Come back here. Yeah. Well, I think Lali's still going, I think.
Yeah. Oh, no doubt.
Right.
Boy, but that defense team exudes confidence. And I'll tell you, it's amazing.
Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Yannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Lally, you left your material here.
Thanks.
Trooper Guarino, you've testified that you disagree in many respects with the findings of the defense expert, Rick Green, which he outlined in his affidavit submitted in connection with this case, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I'd like to ask you some questions about your training and education and your qualifications in the area of computer forensics. You graduated from Westfield State University in 2003.
Yes, that's correct.
You majored in criminal justice and mass communications, correct?
Yes, I double majored.
You chose not to major in computer science, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
2 years after graduating, you became a patrolman in Norwood, correct?
Yes, that's right.
The town of Norwood is right next to Canton, is it not?
Yes, it is.
You stayed as a patrolman in Norwood for 10 years with the Norwood Police Department, correct?
Minus a stint in the National Guard, but yes.
You then became a Massachusetts state trooper in 2015?
Yes, I did.
And you spent 4 years in the patrol division of the Mass State Police, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that was until 2019?
Correct.
And 2019 was the first time that you took a forensic computer course. Would you agree with that?
No, that's not true.
Would you agree with me that since then, your training has mainly consisted of online courses and webinars.
That is also not true.
Okay, well, you list, with regard to your training, some in-person trainings, sir, but you list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, actually, over 20 online courses, do you not?
Yes, that was during COVID.
Yeah. Well, 2019 was not during COVID, was it?
2020 was
All right.
when I took most of them.
I got you, but you say 2019 to 2020 in terms of your online courses and webinars, correct?
There's quite a few, yes.
All right. And with regard to some of the courses that you were taking during that time period, would you agree with me that one of them was Introduction to Computer Networks?
So that course was through the NW3C.
I
They just
didn't
had
ask
it
you where it
multiple.
was from. I asked you whether one of the courses that you took was called Introduction to Computer Networks.
That's correct.
And another course that you took was Introduction to Cell Phone Investigations, correct?
Yes.
Introduction to Previewing, correct?
Yes.
You hold no degrees in the field of computer forensics, do you?
I hold certifications.
You hold no degrees in the field of computer forensics or computer science, correct?
Like college degree?
Correct.
Yeah, correct.
You have no publications in the field of computer forensics, do you?
No, not yet.
And you've never taught a course in computer forensics, have you?
No.
All right. Well, as a Norwood police officer for 10 years and a Massachusetts state trooper for 9 years, you would agree that you've written a lot of police reports over the years, have you not?
Yeah, you could say that.
Prior to becoming a Norwood police officer back in 2005, you attended a police academy, right?
Yes, I did.
And at the academy, one area of focus was the proper way to write a police report, was it not?
Amongst others.
You were taught that it's important to write police reports close in time to the events in question while they're still freshest in your memory, correct?
That's not necessarily the case.
Okay, so is it your testimony before this jury that it's preferable to wait months before you submit a police report on something that happened months ago, sir?
Well, it depends on the data that I'm using. If I can't get into a phone, then yeah, I have to wait months.
Okay. But once the information is received that you need to write a police report, would you agree with me that it's important to record it in a report as soon as you can?
No, I stand by my previous statement that as soon as the data is available that I can do it, I will. And if, things come up, then, I do it when it's able.
So I think you just answered my question. You said as soon as the data is available and you've completed your investigation.
I never said I completed. I said if the data is available.
Well,
then
let's say you've completed your investigation, sir. Are you going to argue with me that it's preferable not to wait to record that data in a report?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Ms. Giannetti.
You were also taught that it's important to include all the important details in your police report, correct?
Again, it depends on the report I'm writing.
Okay, so in other words, there are times when you're writing a police report when you intentionally leave out important details, Trooper. Is that your testimony before this jury?
Objection.
I'll allow that question. Is that what you do, Trooper?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Your Honor.
So you would agree with me, going back to my question, that it is important to include all the important details in your report, is it not?
Again, it depends on the report that I'm writing. There's some data that goes in, there's some that doesn't. I can't have everything in. Again, for phone, I'm speaking to technically phone reports or cell phones, computers. I can't include everything. That's why we have the program that if I need to add something via Cellbrite or Axiom, I can create a report through that. If I did a handwritten report for everything, they'd be thousands of pages for the amount of data in these devices.
One purpose of writing a police report is to share information with your fellow investigators, is it not?
I suppose so.
Another purpose of writing a police report is to be fair to the people that you're investigating by explaining as best you can what happened, correct?
I don't understand that question.
Okay. The fact is you did write some early police reports in this case dated February 4th, 2022, just 6 days after John O'Keefe was found mortally wounded on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
That is correct.
When you wrote those police reports, you knew this was a homicide investigation, correct?
I was told that it was believed to be yes.
So that underscored the importance of being accurate and truthful, correct? Especially in a homicide investigation?
I write my reports, no matter what the investigation is, the same exact way.
And the purpose of one of your February 4th, 2022 reports was to explain how you came into possession of John O'Keefe's cell phone and to note the extraction that you did on the phone. Do you recall that report?
Yes, I do.
And before writing that particular report, you spoke with Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I received the phone from him, but
I'm sorry?
I received the phone from him originally, yes.
And when you received the phone, the two of you did not remain mute, right? The two of you chatted,
I don't remember the exact conversation.
but there was a conversation, correct?
I'm sure there was.
And you recorded what Michael Proctor told you about that cell phone in your February 4th, 2022 report, did you not?
No, I didn't.
Michael Proctor told you that on Saturday, January 29th of 2022, he and Sergeant Buchanan had responded to 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Did he not?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No, he didn't.
Well, you wrote in your very first sentence in that report the following, quote, on Saturday, January 29th, 2022, Trooper Michael Proctor and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office responded to the unattended death of John O'Keefe at 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Those were your words, were they not?
All right, so the objection sustained, you can ask it differently.
Did Michael Proctor tell you that he had received or retrieved John O'Keefe's cell phone from 34 Fairview Road in Canton?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No, I didn't know where it was retrieved from.
You didn't know where it was retrieved from?
Correct.
All right. But you did include in your report that while Proctor and Buchanan were on scene, they retrieved the cell phone of John O'Keefe, correct?
At some point during the day, they did. I don't know where from. So there's multiple.
Yeah, I'm asking about your report, Trooper. You know I'm questioning you about your report.
No, I understand. I'm explaining.
Yeah,
I don't know what
You
scene
don't get to
it's.
explain, sir, most respectfully, until Mr. Lally questions you.
Okay, so no comments. I think to speed things along, do you have your report with you?
I do, Your Honor.
I think it'll make it easier, Ms.
Can you read the
Giannetti.
first two lines? of that?
Let him grab it.
Go.
Can you read the first two lines to the jury, please?
Yep. On Saturday, January 29th, 2022, Trooper Michael Proctor and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan of the Norfolk District Attorney's Office responded to the unattended death of John O'Keefe at 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Through his investigation was found O'Keefe was a victim of a motor vehicle homicide. While on scene, Trooper Proctor secured O'Keefe's phone and brought it to the Norfolk DA's office for forensic analysis.
Okay. So you'd agree with me that you included that clause, while on scene, they secured his phone, did you not?
I did write that.
Okay. And that was back on February 4th of 2022, correct?
Yes, it was.
Within 6 days of John O'Keefe being found mortally wounded on Albert's lawn, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, you knew that the crime scene was 34 Fairview Road, correct?
No.
Yet you put in your report while on scene, did you not?
Yes, I don't know what scene they recovered from. I know they went multiple places on the 29th. They didn't get back to me till 7:30 that night almost, when I first got the phone.
Well, you'd agree with me that the Canton Police Department wasn't the crime scene, correct?
I never said crime scene in my report. I wrote scene.
Okay. Well, Canton Police Department was not the scene of any crime, was it?
I don't know. I don't believe so.
You don't know if the Canton Police Department was the scene of a crime.
I don't think it was.
You don't think it was? Okay. Now, in that report, you were trying to establish the chain of custody of that phone, right? Because you described where it was found, where it was taken, and who had possession of it, correct?
I said it never said where it was taken. I said the phone was recovered on scene by Trooper Proctor. Again, I don't know where it was recovered from. I did find out later it was at Canton PD.
Well, hold on a second. Again, we're focusing on your report.
I know, I'm reading it.
As opposed to details you want to fill in now, okay?
Okay.
With regard to, you just testified that you never said where it was taken, yet previously you said it was taken to you, was it not?
No, I said recovered from, but the scene location.
Did Trooper Proctor take the phone to you and
Yes.
hand it to you?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so it was taken to you, correct?
That is correct.
All right. So you described in your report where it was found because you said while on scene, correct?
Correct.
And where it was taken to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And who had possession of it, which was initially Trooper Proctor in terms of your observations, and then you, correct?
That is who brought me the phone to the DA's office, yes.
And you would agree with me that chain of custody of a piece of evidence is an important detail in any criminal investigation, isn't it?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that someone reading your report or listening to it as the jury listened today would understand you to be saying that Michael Proctor seized John O'Keefe's cell phone at 34 Road in Canton?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. I'd like to ask you some questions about the extraction that you discussed in that same February 4th, 2022 report, the very same report. In that report, after you name the tools that you use to extract data from the phone, you indicated that a copy of that cell phone extraction was placed on a state police server, or was it a DA's office server?
DA's office server.
Okay, on a server so that it could be accessed there, correct?
That is correct.
But that extraction you placed on the server did not include all the potential data on John O'Keefe's phone, did it?
How do you mean?
Well, didn't you indicate in your report that the extraction was not inclusive of all potential data contained within the device?
No, that's not true.
Well, the extraction that you did contained communications, iOS messages, phone calls, social media communications between John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it contained communications between John O'Keefe and Jennifer McCabe?
Yes, that's true.
It contained communications between John O'Keefe and Kerry Roberts?
I can't recall.
All right. But it did not include any communications between John O'Keefe and Julie Albert, did it?
Again, I can't recall.
And again, I'm talking about that initial extraction. That initial one didn't include any communications between John O'Keefe and Chris Albert, did it?
I only created one extraction of John O'Keefe's phone.
That extraction report also did not include any location data, did it?
No, it did.
You didn't note any location data in that initial report, did you?
In the February 4th report?
Correct.
I didn't go through the data at that point.
All right.
This is just my extraction report saying that I got the phone, it was extracted and placed onto the server. And then I wrote, this report is not inclusive of all potential evidence, potential data contained within this evidence.
When was the first time that you reported on location data in this case?
I don't remember.
Wasn't until April of 2023, correct?
Oh, there was a reason for that.
Well, I didn't ask you if there was a reason for it, sir. You understood my question, didn't you?
That's correct. My first report regarding was in January.
We're talking about John O'Keefe's phone now here.
Yeah.
You did not report on the location data on John O'Keefe's phone until April of 2023, correct?
I didn't look at the extraction initially.
And you also did not report on any Apple Health data until the spring of 2023, correct?
Again, I didn't look at the phone extraction. Trooper Proctor would have looked at it. I would have loaded it and given it to him.
Okay, so Trooper Proctor had access to the phone first, and then you took care of it, correct?
He had access to the extraction that I would load onto Cellbrite for him to look at, where you can't change the data. That is correct.
Okay. And you would agree with me that you didn't address John O'Keefe's health or location data in any formal report until that April 23 report, correct?
That is correct. I never went through it.
Right, and you submitted your report in April of 2023 after you became aware of an affidavit filed by the defense expert, Rick Green, in which Mr. Green extracted and analyzed John O'Keefe's location data and his movements according to Apple Health data. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Before Rick Green submitted that affidavit, no member of the state police homicide investigation team, including you, had ever looked at or at least reported on the location data for anyone present at 34 Fairview, correct?
For the devices that we had, sir?
For John O'Keefe's device,
Yeah.
For Jennifer McCabe's device, etc.
I can't speak to that. I don't know.
All right, but you didn't, correct?
Again, I didn't look at the extractions until later.
Right. So you hadn't looked at John O'Keefe's location data in particular prior to Richard Green pointing out the location data in his affidavit, correct?
Again, I don't know. I wasn't asked to look for that data. When I did look at it,
On it, correct?
yes, there's no report until then.
Right. Same with Jennifer McCabe's location data. You didn't report on that either, correct?
I didn't look at Jen McCabe's phone.
You didn't report on Brian Alberts or Colin Alberts or Brian Higgins' location data. Would you agree with that?
I didn't have any of their phone extractions to get that data, so I wouldn't be able to anyways.
But when you finally did check the location data, I want to ask you about your testimony on direct examination that you believe that at a certain point, with regard to John O'Keefe's phone, the accuracy of the GPS points was within 3 feet. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you show me where in any of your reports you specify that the GPS points are accurate within 3 feet?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me. In my reports or the Axiom report?
Yeah, no. Any reports that you have in front of you or any that you reviewed? Where is that?
What do you that I wrote?
Is it in writing anywhere, sir?
Yes, I wrote in my report that we believe we were within 3 feet of the latitude and longitude points that were mapped in Sartopo when we went to scene. That is the second report that I did, sir.
The May of 2023 report?
May 9th, 2023.
All right. Now, let me just have a moment.
Yep. It's page. It'll be page 4 or 5. It should be in the top there. Paragraph 9. Can read it if you'd like.
Hang on. Would you agree with me in paragraph 9? There is nothing that mentions that the accuracy is within 3 feet?
From the program?
No, I'm asking you about a report that you authored, that you just mentioned to this jury.
It's in paragraph 12. I'm sorry. It says, Trooper Proctor and I began to measure.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I'm sorry. I wrote, Trooper Proctor and I began measuring the approximate
I'm not
location.
asking you to read it.
Oh, okay.
You're mentioning paragraph 12 and
Yes, sir.
you're talking about one particular spot in that, correct?
Yes, that is the spot that we
All right.
pointed on our
Now, with
location.
regard to John O'Keefe's phone, would you agree with me that it's important to properly handle and secure a cell phone that is seized in connection with a homicide investigation?
Yes.
Was it important in this investigation to properly handle and secure John O'Keefe's cell phone since he was the homicide victim?
I mean, it was. We locked it in a secure evidence lab.
All right. Well, you testified that the first time you reported on in your investigation or your evaluation of the location data, that was in your April 24th, 2023 report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in that report, you revealed that you looked at his location data using Axiom software, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Axiom is a competitor of Celebrate?
Did you say that? Yeah.
And Axiom is relied on by law enforcement across the country?
I believe so.
And you relied on it here in terms of this issue of the location data, did you not?
I used multiple programs, but yes, I use Axiom as well.
And regarding the location data that you examined with regard to John O'Keefe's phone, you noticed, or you noted, I should say, that after a period of no speed having been registered for a period of time, John O'Keefe's cell phone started registering movement at 6:04 or 6:15 a.m.?
6:15 a.m.
6:15 a.m., and that's actually 6:15 and 36 seconds, correct?
I don't have it in front of me, but I believe that's correct.
Sounds right?
Yeah.
And at that point, his phone registered a speed of 0.0484 meters per second.
Just want to confirm.
Sure.
Is that the second report or the first report? I'm sorry. There it is. Yep. 0.0484.
0.0484 meters per second?
Yes.
And that's at 6:15 and 36 seconds?
Yes, it is.
All right. So now, as you were examining that data, sir, you certainly knew from this investigation by that point that when the phone was moving, according to that data, at 6:15 and 36 seconds on January 29th of 2022, John O'Keefe had already been found mortally wounded and incapacitated, correct?
From the voicemail message, that's how I was able to. I don't know the exact time frames that he was found and transported, but I know 6:08 from Ms. Reed's voicemail that the 911 call is made, and they are on scene.
I think we're talking over each other here,
Yeah.
because what I'm asking is, you knew that by 6:15 and 30 seconds in the morning on January 29th, John O'Keefe had already been incapacitated and mortally wounded. That was my question.
Oh, yes, that's sorry.
Okay.
I misunderstood.
So you knew from your investigation that meant it could not have been John O'Keefe moving with his phone at 6:15 and 36 seconds, correct?
That is correct.
It had to be somebody else, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that once investigators took possession of John O'Keefe's phone, any movement of his phone after that would not help in your homicide investigation, would it?
I don't understand. So,
So in other words, John O'Keefe's been incapacitated.
yes.
Somebody from law enforcement seizes his phone. Would it help your investigation or the investigation of the Norfolk Detectives Unit to track and record location data on that phone after 6:15 a.m.?
Well, it's there. I did look at it. It goes to Canton PD and then later comes to the office.
I didn't ask if it's there. I know it's there. I'm asking you, does that help you in your investigation of a potential, of a homicide, to track the phone and have that location data recorded on the phone after John O'Keefe could not have been the one moving with it?
No, not necessarily.
In fact, if the phone is manipulated in some way after investigators take possession of it, that could potentially harm an investigation, couldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, to preserve the integrity of the data on the phone as it existed before the police took custody of the phone, there is a way to stop the phone from recording location data, again, after the police take custody of the phone, isn't there?
Yes, if you can, place it into airplane mode.
Yes, yeah, you mentioned on direct examination that it could be accomplished by putting the phone into airplane mode, correct?
That is correct, sir.
But when that phone was seized, no investigator put the plane into airplane mode that early morning because you know that location data was found on that phone, correct?
I don't know when it was placed in airplane mode,
But you know it wasn't by 6:15 a.m.,
that is correct.
All right. And there's also another way to prevent any signal from entering or exiting the phone. You'd agree with that?
Yes, there is.
During your direct examination, you mentioned the concept of a Faraday bag.
That is correct, sir.
A Faraday bag has special fabric that blocks electromagnetic signals entirely, does it not?
Yes, sir.
So putting the phone into a Faraday bag would be another way to stop the phone from recording location data while the phone's in police custody, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you'd agree with me that during that early morning hours, as of 6:15 a.m. and thereafter, no investigator in this case put that phone into a Faraday bag on January 29th, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
In fact, After John O'Keefe's cell phone started registering movement at 6:15 and 36 seconds in the morning on January 29th, it continued to record location data the rest of the morning until 11:56 and 1 second a.m. on January 29th, correct?
I don't know the exact end time, but I know it does have GPS data points throughout the day.
So you would agree with me that for several hours after the police had the phone, it was not put in a Faraday bag and it was not put into airplane mode, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Now, with regard to the voicemails that you've previously testified to and that the jury has heard and they've been introduced into evidence, you had testified on direct examination that Karen Reed's phone connected to the Wi-Fi at 1 Meadows Ave at approximately 12:36 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
So you can testify based on that by 12:36 in the morning, Karen Reed was not at 34 Fairview, correct?
That's correct.
And that was the first of those voicemails that you testified to, correct? That was the I hate you voicemail?
Yes, that's 12:37, correct.
Okay. And that voicemail and every other voicemail that the jury heard was left after Karen had left 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And except for the one at, after 6 in the morning, the 4-minute one when she went back, we heard that one. But all the other ones were apparently left when she was at 1 Meadows, correct?
I can't speak to where she was, but
she wasn't at 34 Fairview.
yes, that's correct. She wasn't at 34.
And you would agree with me, based on those voicemails and what you know about them and what we've just discussed, that no one at 34 Fairview, including Jennifer McCabe, could have witnessed Karen Reed outside that residence at 12:45 a.m., correct?
No, I don't believe so.
So you would agree with me? No one could have, including Jennifer McCabe, could have seen her at 12:45 at 34 Fairview?
As I said, she auto connects to the Wi-Fi at 12:36, so no, she wouldn't have been there.
All right. Now, we've talked about the findings of, or the fact that you reviewed the findings of Rick Green by reading the affidavit that he submitted, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you learned in that affidavit that Rick Green was able to track not only when John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview, but also the route that he and Ms. Reed took to get there on January 29th, correct?
I don't recall his report fully, but
you learned that he was able to accomplish that by examining the data from the app Waze that you spoke of, correct?
yes, I did find that myself.
All right. And Waze is spelled W-A-Z-E, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you've previously testified it's a commonly used app for driving directions and navigation?
Yes, sir.
And regarding your analysis of the phone, you learned that there was Apple Health data from John O'Keefe's phone on January 29th of 2022, correct?
That is correct.
And Apple Health data can reveal a number of steps that a person has taken during a given time period, as well as whether that person is going up or down stairs, correct?
Yes.
And on John O'Keefe's phone, you learned that there was Apple Health data that tracked his steps from the time he's seen on surveillance video leaving the Waterfall Bar and Grill and moving forward after that, correct?
I don't know anything about the Waterfall Bar video. I just have the timestamp from the phone showing it at around 12:12 at the waterfall.
All right, and it actually was between 12:11 and 9 seconds, and then the ending period of that first time period was 12:21 and 5 seconds. And then you.
Oh yes, from the health. Thank you. Yes, yeah.
Okay, from the Apple Health. And the data showed that he took a total of 170 steps between that time period, correct?
That's what the phone registered, yes.
All right. And regarding those 170 steps, isn't it true that this data from Apple Health signifies that 170 steps took place at some point during that 10-minute approximate time period?
No.
So is it your understanding that those 170 steps all took place at 12:11?
No. Again, like I said, the phone is a high-tech pedometer. It doesn't mean that steps were taken. It means the phone was manipulated in a way that it believed it was moving and taking steps.
Oh, I see your objection. Okay, so
Sorry.
Yeah, let's assume there were steps for the purpose of this discussion.
Yeah.
Okay, and they could have been steps, correct?
They could have been, yes,
Okay,
but
all right. So let's
no way to prove.
let's assume that for now.
Okay.
Assuming there were 170 steps taken, that could have meant that John O'Keefe took 170 steps beginning at 12:11 within that time period, correct?
It's saying again, the time frame that it gave me is 12:11 to 12:21.
Right. Yeah. So in other words, he could have started walking at 12:11, correct?
Yes.
All right. But he also could have taken that 170 steps closer in time to 12:21, correct?
Well, at that point, he's in the car.
I'm not asking about where he was.
Could not have been. No.
I'm just asking about with what the data shows.
And I would say no.
If it shows 170 steps between 12:11 and 12:21, then strictly based on the data, you don't know where those 170 steps took place within that 10 minutes, correct?
To a degree, yes.
Okay. And it's possible it could have been toward the beginning, toward the end, or maybe fairly evenly spaced, right? You just know that there were 170 steps that were taken in that 10-minute time frame, correct?
Again, that's assuming that they are steps.
Right. And again, I'm asking you from the data itself.
Again, the phone says it's steps, doesn't mean they are.
All right. Well, the Apple Health data also showed a total of 80 steps between 12:21 and 12:24.
Correct.
As part of your investigation of this case, were you aware that there was a 12:23 text message from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel in which Ryan texted his sister Julie he had arrived at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Sustained, you can ask it differently.
In any case, you would agree with me that 12:23 is between 12:21 and 12:24, correct?
That is correct.
And that is the 12:21 to 12:24 time frame where the Apple Health data showed that the user of John O'Keefe's phone took 80 steps, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, John O'Keefe's Apple Health data also showed that he climbed up or down 3 flights of stairs between 12:21 and 12:24, correct?
Yes.
And that's the same period in which the data reflects 80 steps, correct?
It's off by about 12 seconds. 12:22, 22. Sorry, 12:24 and 22 seconds was the ending for the stamps, but 12:24 and 37 seconds.
Okay, but approximately.
Yeah. Approximately, yes.
All right. And regarding going up and down those 3 floors, Apple does not provide data precise enough to determine when within that range the 3 floors were transverse, correct?
No. There was a second point at 12:22 and 14 seconds that said specifically on stairs.
Okay. And you would agree with me that, and again, assuming that they were stairs as Apple Health data reflects, those stairs could have been ascended or descended toward the beginning, toward the end, or throughout that 3-minute time period, correct?
In this case, no, because there's a set point that's in the Cellbrite report that shows it's 12:22 and 14 seconds.
All right. Finally, his Apple Health data also showed a total of 36 steps between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. So I would like to direct your attention to your May 9th, 2023 report, which was the second report that you wrote that we've already referenced.
Yes, sir.
Specifically paragraph 15.
Okay.
You wrote that O'Keefe's health data in Cellbrite shows him ascending, descending 3 flights of stairs at 12:22 and 14 seconds. Did I read that accurately?
Yes, sir.
And the native locations in Cellbrite and the cached locations in Axiom both show O'Keefe's phone location by the intersection of Oakdale Road and Pinecone Road, which is in front of 36 Oakdale, and which is approximately a little over a half mile from 34 Fairview. Did I read that essentially correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you stand by the statement that he ascended and descended 3 flights of stairs precisely at 12:22 and 14 seconds?
I'm going by what Celebrate has given me from that time point, and that's what I used.
Isn't it true that what the Apple Health data actually state is that John O'Keefe's phone went up and down 3 flights of stairs sometime within the time period that began at 12:22:14 and ended at 12:24:37?
I can't speak to it. I don't know. This is what, again, I'm looking at the report. This is what the information that is parsed out of the phone is giving me.
Right. I'm just asking about the data itself. It gives you that time period and tells you 3 flights of stairs, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Assuming that those 3 flights of stairs were ascended or descended closer in time to 12:22:14, which was within that time period, that would still give him time to arrive at 34 Fairview within a couple minutes later, would it not?
I'm sorry, the time.
Yeah, so we have a time period that you've agreed with, which is 12:24:14, ending at 12:24:37, right? A little over a couple of minutes, like 2 minutes and 23 seconds?
Yeah, about that.
All right. So the 3 flights of stairs, again, just according to the data, could have been ascended or descended at the start of that time period, correct?
No. I'm confused what you're trying to say. So you're saying that he's at the house already at
I'm not asking
12:22?
about the house, I'm asking about the data.
No, I know, but I'm asking about when you're saying he arrives in that data range.
No, I'm
confused.
I'm strictly asking you just to look at the data.
Yeah.
And you agree with me, whenever there's a time period and Apple Health turns either steps or stairs, you can't pinpoint just from the data when they occurred within that time period, correct?
Objection. Your Honor, maybe helpful if counsel could refer to which data he's talking about and not just keep saying.
I'm
All I'm hearing is
Apple
data.
Health data. I thought that was
Do you know
clear.
which data Ms. Giannetti's referring to specifically?
I'm slightly confused. I know you said that time frame that I wrote in my report for that 12:21 to 12:24, and then as I stated before, Celebrate shows a specific time point of 12:22 and 14 seconds when the stairs are ascended, descended. So that's why I'm confused.
Right, we're going to get to that, but
Okay.
I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking you about the fact that there's a time period and you can't place where within that time period, just based on that data itself.
Yeah, that's what's recorded and shown to me. So again, that's what it's shown. I can't say otherwise.
Your conclusion was that John O'Keefe could not have been at 34 Fairview Road at 12:22 and 14 seconds because Waze put him on Oakdale Road about a half mile away, correct?
12, yes, correct.
All right. And that caused you to disregard the Apple Health data or to attribute it not to steps or to stairs because he was a half mile away between that 12:22 and 12:24 time period, correct?
Yes, I attribute it to movement.
All right. So I want you to assume for a moment, Trooper, that John O'Keefe's phone location actually showed him on Oakdale Road 3 minutes earlier at 12:19 a.m. Okay, if you have that in mind?
You okay?
All right. With that assumption, would you agree with me that the Apple Health data about him taking 80 steps and climbing up or down 3 floors at 34 Fairview Road would make more sense?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Very, very quickly, Sean, before.
Yes.
I just want to say so much thank you to everyone that's donated. Team Temu Lali, so much thank you for the 10 gifted membership. And big shout out to Donna Graves. Thank you so much for the 50 gifted memberships as well. Sean, how generous is that? That's unbelievable.
Huge. That's
fucking
huge.
hell. But thank you so much, people. Any quick comment that you go about
This
this?
is that is almost as huge as what this gift that Guarino's given. All right.
Yeah.
This is beautiful. I'm telling you. You know, it's all nice when you know what questions are coming, right? But then now you have the other side, and we see it all the time. He's not prepared to answer these questions. Okay. We know now 1236 is a huge measurement in time against the Commonwealth's theory. Okay. I don't give a shit what Waze is saying. I don't care what it is. Okay. We now know if you get the timestamp from Ryan Nagel et al., D'Antano, the other young lady there, Jennifer McCabe and Matt McCabe cannot, their testimony cannot say that that Karen is present at 12:45.
No.
They said that. Lally said that. It's impossible. There's the failure. That's the failure.
Again, thank you everybody as well for the active membership. Fucking hell.
Sir,
I'm
are
blown
you
away.
aware that apps on an iPhone may pull data from 3 different clocks when they're timestamping location data?
You mean like Mac Absolute Time or Apple
I'm
Cocoa
asking
Time?
you. Are you aware?
Multiple timestamps that are in an iPhone, correct?
That's not my question. My question was, are you aware that an app on an iPhone may pull data by choosing from 3 different clocks when it timestamps location data?
Yes.
What are those 3 separate clocks?
Depends on the program. It could be the Mac Absolute Time. It could be the Unix Epoch Time. And sorry, there's like 2 others. I don't remember them all off the top of my head.
With regard to John O'Keefe's actual iPhone, did you research what clocks were available for apps to pull data from?
No, I didn't.
Are you aware that those 3 clocks can vary in time?
Yes.
Sometimes for a matter of seconds.
What do you mean? So
In other words, the 3 clocks could be seconds apart, correct?
I would have to see the data.
And you would agree with me that sometimes the clocks could be off by 3 minutes, correct?
No, again, I would have to see the data.
May I approach?
Yes. Mr. Lally, did you get a chance to look at that? No.
Okay, Trooper, I'm going to place this before you and ask you to review it, directing your attention specifically to what is marked process 3434.
Okay. Okay.
Do you see the process 3434 highlighted in blue on what I've placed before you?
Yes, sir.
And with regard to the right side of that exhibit, do you also see process 3434 with more information on the right side?
Yes.
And do you see the 3 different clocks that are listed on that printout?
I do.
What are those 3 different clocks?
So it's a bit blurry. Monotonic date time, baseband date time, and then display date time.
And looking at that, and by the way, do you recognize that as being information that was available from John O'Keefe's phone from the extraction?
Yes.
I would offer that as an exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
What are we going to call that, Mr. Irini? How are we going to refer to that?
It could be called, a printout regarding 3434.
Okay.
Or printout from John O'Keefe's phone.
Luby, 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 Luby.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now you have exhibit 640 in front of you, sir. Looking at 640, is it clear to you that those 3 clocks were not in sync regarding that one process number?
Yes.
In fact, the monotonic clock regarding this particular Waze artifact from John O'Keefe's phone says 2:22 a.m., while the baseband and display clocks have timestamps 3 minutes earlier, correct?
Yes.
So if there's a 3-minute difference between the clocks, Well, strike that. Do you know, with regard to that 2:22 a.m. location data on Waze, do you know which clock Waze was using for that? Or the iPhone was using with Waze?
I don't. I didn't look through Axiom. I was using Cellbrite for that.
Okay. But certainly that would have been available to you had you looked at it, correct?
Well, but the artifact you show me is from the power log. It has nothing to do with the GPS, so it's not correct.
You could have looked at that exhibit, right?
Yes,
The information in that exhibit to see the 3 different clocks, sir?
Yes, but I can explain why this is incorrect.
All right, maybe Mr. Lally will ask you.
Sounds
All right?
good.
But you would agree with me if there's a 3-minute difference between the clocks and you don't know which clock was used to put John O'Keefe's phone on Oakdale Road at 2:22 a.m., that could explain. Let me just have a minute. It's not 2:22.
No, I know what you meant.
Mr. Jackson, thank you. I'm sure everybody else did. With regard to the 3-minute discrepancy between the clocks, and you've said you don't know which clock Waze was using to put John O'Keefe's phone on Oakdale Road at 12:22 a.m. That could explain the discrepancy between the Apple Health data and the Waze data, could it not?
No.
But as you sit here today, you don't know whether Waze was relying on the baseband, display, or monotonic clock, correct?
Again, can't be used for that.
Now, you're aware that Jennifer McCabe signed a consent form on February 2nd of 2022 for her cell phone to be imaged?
Yes.
And a full forensic extraction was performed on that phone sometime shortly after February 2nd of 2022?
I don't remember the exact date. I didn't download her phone.
But in any case, you generated a Celebrite full file system extraction report on May 31st of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And you were aware that that Celebrite report was the one that was turned over to the defense in this case, correct?
That is correct.
But you'd agree with me that that extraction report didn't contain anything close to the full file system, despite the name on it, correct?
It did.
Well, that report was filtered to return only Jen McCabe's communications with Karen Reed, Kerry Roberts, John O'Keefe, and Kaylee Furbridge, correct?
That is not correct.
Did Michael Proctor instruct you to pull only those communications?
Objection.
You didn't seek to obtain any of Jennifer McCabe's communications with her sister, Nicole Albert, did you?
I didn't go through, like I said, didn't go through Jen McCabe's info.
And you didn't seek to obtain any of her communications with her daughter, Allie Albert, did you? I'm sorry, Allie McCabe.
Objection. May we approach?
Sure.
So, Sean,
Now-
first of all, before you say it, thank you to everybody. We went past 9,000 subscribers.
All
Thank
right.
you, everybody. Thank you.
Hold on.
Thank you.
Wait a minute. There
There
it
you go.
is.
There you go. Thank you so much, everyone. Let's fucking go. 10K. Let's get a 10K. Thank you, Sean. Anyway, sorry, Sean. Go on.
All right, now we're getting to the meat of things. All right, this is what I like. We're getting to the meat. Right, Lally's getting nervous because now we're coming up with some things that they didn't want to get into. Okay, and they can't have it both ways, right? You know, they should have just investigated this as a regular hit and run. That was their case. Don't take Jen McCabe's phone. But since they opened the door, now they got to live with their mistakes. Why in the hell did they take Jen McCabe's phone? I mean, have you ever witnessed an accident? They don't take your phone when they witness an accident. She wasn't even a witness.
No, not the time. Yeah.
Right? No reason, but thank God they did. I don't know. Sitting here today, still don't know what the reason was. Why didn't they take everyone's phone? If that's the case, take them all.
Oh, they're back. I know. Thanks, darling. Thank you, darling.
Congratulations, buddy.
Thanks, buddy. Thank you, mate.
You would agree with me that the full forensic image of Jennifer McCabe's phone was not shared with the defense until it was requested by us in October of 2022, sir?
That is not true.
When you wrote your report on April 24th of 2023, in response to an affidavit provided by Rick Green, the defense forensic computer expert, It was in that report that you finally disclosed for the first time the existence of 3 Google searches by Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Objection.
All right, so ask that differently.
Prior to April 24th of 2023, you had not reported in any formal manner with anything that was shared with the defense about the existence of 3 Google searches by Jennifer McCabe, correct?
I never looked at Jennifer McCabe's phone.
And so was there anybody else from your unit or anybody else that you worked on that provided that material to us?
Not that I know of.
All right. Page 2, I make some moment.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. Appreciate all of you. Thank you for the love. Thank you.
Your Honor, we don't have a printout, but I have it on a.
So don't
approach with that?
approach the witness with that? Okay, show it to Mr. Lally first.
So I'm gonna see if I can
Yeah.
place this before you without destroying the
I got it.
computer.
Yep.
Sorry, sir. You take a moment to familiarize yourself with that. Do you understand, or can you tell the jury what that is?
Yep, this is a, you could put in a PDF. This isn't one I gave to you. This is a PDF version of the UFED reader report that I gave. So I gave the portable Cellbrite version to you. This is a copy of it, and I will not testify that anything in this is correct, because this could have been filtered.
But your name is on there, is it not, sir?
Yes, it is.
All right, and what's the date?
May 31st, 2022.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. You'd agree with me with regard to that April 24th of 2023 report, on page 2, you state, quote, "In my initial Celebrate UFED reader report," and then you put version 7.53.0.29, "that was created on May 4th of 2022, the search history for Jennifer McCabe's phone had 2 Google searches in Safari, correct?"
Yes.
And you list out how long TI die in CIKD at 6:23:51 and Hoslong to die in cold at 6:24:37, correct?
That is correct.
And by the way, with regard to the timing of those 2 particular searches, you are aware, are you not, that Jennifer McCabe placed a call to Brian Albert at 6:23 and 0 seconds?
I don't have it in front of me. I don't.
Can I approach you on?
Yes.
Thanks.
All right, sir, I placed before you a document. Could you familiarize yourself with that and then tell the jury if you recognize what it depicts?
Have a call log that says 20888 with no name at 6:23. That's incomplete because there should be 3 other records accounting for this call.
Okay, but that record itself reflects a call from Jennifer McCabe's phone at 6:23 and 0 seconds?
I don't know. There's no number on here, so I can't tell. It just says it's a call log with 1 call that's not answered at 6:23 in the morning with, doesn't say who it's from or who it's going to.
Okay.
It also is incomplete because there should be 2 other records with this. This is from the call history stored data wall, marked as deleted.
It's marked as deleted. Does it give a duration?
It just says duration 0 seconds.
Okay, and does it reflect that it was unanswered? Okay. May I have that mark for identification, please?
Okay. Thank you.
Did you investigate whether a call was placed from Jennifer McCabe to Brian Albert at 6:23 in the morning and 0 seconds?
I didn't look at any specific calls that morning. I created a Cellbrite report. That's about it.
Did you ask either Ian Whiffen or Jessica Hyde to look into that issue?
Objection.
Sustained.
You would agree with me that that call and the record of that deletion of that call is nowhere in your April 24th report, correct?
I believe it's in my May 9th report.
All right, but I asked you about your April 24th report, sir?
I didn't address anything regarding phone calls in my April 24th report.
All right, now going back to when you began your examination around May 4th of 2022, you were looking for information on, did you look on Jennifer McCabe's phone back in May 4th of 2022?
Did I physically open the phone or did it?
Did you review the data at all?
I'm confused, on the cell phone itself or from the report?
Either way.
No, her phone was returned to her and then we had the extraction. I did not utilize the extraction at all.
You never included the two searches that we discussed, the, how long TI die in CIKD and how long to die in cold, in the full file system extraction that was turned over to the defense. Did you?
They were included.
Well, page 6 of your April 24th, 2023 report goes on to state that when you switch to a new version of Celebrite, and
Sorry, that
dropped out.
Yeah, it was the phone call, the power log.
Page 6 of your April 24th, 2023 report says that when you switch to a new version of Celebrite Physical Analyzer, which was version 7.61.0.12, you found an artifact from the browser state DB wall file for a Google search of Hoslong to die in cold at 2:27 and 40 seconds, correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Trooper, I'm placing before you what has been marked as Exhibit 99. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's the searches that were done at 6:23 regarding the misspelled how long to die in the cold.
Okay, and it's actually Hoslong to die in cold,
Yes.
right? HOS?
Yep, that was,
That was marked by Celebrite as deleted, was it not?
yes.
All right. And your April 24th, 2023 report goes on to mention 2 deleted calls to Jen McCabe's sister, Nicole, who was saved as Coco in her phone, correct?
I'd have to see it, but I believe so.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Showing you what's been marked Y for identification. If you'd familiarize yourself with that and look up at me when you're done.
Okay.
Does that show the 2 deleted calls to Jen McCabe's sister, Nicole, who was saved as Coco in her phone?
I don't know who it's coming from, but it does say it's going to Coco and then again, coming from wall files, correct.
All right. And your report doesn't mention it, but what was the duration of those 2 calls according to that log?
On this sheet here, it says 9 seconds for the first one and then 7 seconds for the other.
All right. And those calls, both of them, which actually had durations, were marked answered by Celebrite, correct?
Yes.
May I offer that, Your Honor?
Do you need both?
Objection?
I believe it's already in, but
I'm sorry?
I believe it's already.
Why for identification?
No, I understand. I believe Ms. McCabe's phone calls and all of that is already marked as an exhibit months ago.
Your Honor, I don't think there's any harm in marking this, and I want to display it.
All right, I'll let you display it if it's already in evidence. I just don't want duplicates.
I understand.
So what I'll do is I'll let you display it, and then, Mr. Lally, at some point you find where this is, and we will mark this like A to whatever
Okay, that makes a lot of
whatever
sense.
the number is.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Bates, if you could display what was marked Y for identification. And, Trooper, with regard to what is displayed on the screen now, is that consistent with what I had just handed to you?
Yes, it is.
All right, and with regard to the first entry there, you had stated that it doesn't say, you said it doesn't say who was making the call. Was that your testimony?
Yes, just says right here,
Yep.
2. I'm guessing that's the last 4 of the number, since the rest is blurred, and then, yeah, that's it.
Okay, and you know that 0204 last 4 digits, that is to somebody who was listed as Coco in the phone, correct?
I don't know any of these phone numbers or people.
But you previously testified these 2 calls were somebody who was named Coco in the phone.
Oh, yeah, from the sheet you gave me that shows it.
Okay. And the time of the first call was 6:07:42, is that right?
That's correct.
And you testified that that's the one that had the duration of 9 seconds,
Yes.
listed as answered
Correct.
and deleted, correct?
Yes and no, and I can explain if you'd like.
It's listed as deleted, is it not?
There's a reason why.
Is it listed as deleted?
It is, but there's a reason why.
With regard to the second call, that appears to be to the same number, or at least the same last 4 digits.
Yes.
And in the sheet in front of you, that's also to Coco, correct?
Yes,
And that has a timestamp of 6:08 and 17 seconds, correct?
that is correct.
That also has a duration, and that's of 7 seconds,
Yes.
also listed as answered,
Yes.
and also marked deleted, correct?
Yes, and there's a reason.
And are you aware that Ms. McCabe made other calls that morning, which were in fact marked unanswered by Celebrate?
Again, I'd have to see what you're referring to.
So as you testified to here today, you have no memory as to whether or not she made a number of other calls that were marked deleted, sir?
There are a number of calls that morning. I have not memorized all of them.
And again, Your Honor, if I may approach to show something that's on a computer screen.
Thank you. Got it.
Okay. I've placed before you what appears to be a PDF document on a computer screen. If you familiarize yourself with it and look up at me when you're done.
Okay.
What does that appear to be, sir?
An incomplete PDF of the call logs from whoever's call log this is.
Okay. And do you see in that PDF that there were a number of calls that were marked unanswered by Celebrate?
Again, I can't testify to any of this because I can't confirm that where this data came from. There's no source file. This is it's incomplete. So I do see what you're talking about in that column, but I don't know what any of this data is from or who made this.
Is your name on it?
At the very top, it would show my name no matter what because I created the UFED and the extraction. I did not create this PDF.
So the answer to my question is your name is on that document, correct?
It is, but I didn't create it.
Right. And with regard to the calls that were marked unanswered, would you agree with me that Celebrate had them with durations of 0 seconds?
Objection.
Can you agree with that? Can you answer that question? If you can, please answer it.
With the data given here, I can't because, like I said, I don't know where they got this from, Your Honor.
So who created that document?
I don't know.
So are you testifying that nobody in law enforcement created that document, or nobody, no forensic expert for the Commonwealth created that document?
I created the extraction and made a UFED reader report, which is basically a portable Celebrate version that I use at the office. I gave that to defense. I don't know who created this PDF version of data with specific things. I did not.
Was it Michael Proctor?
No. As I said, I was the only one that created any Celebrate related reports in this case.
Well, I'd like to ask you some questions about my client's cell phone, sir.
Okay.
On Tuesday, when Mr. Lally was questioning you, he had you point out and read some text messages that were on her phone between John O'Keefe and her, correct?
Those messages were taken from John O'Keefe's phone.
Okay. Would you agree with me when he was pointing out those text messages to you, he skipped about 40 pages of messages at one point?
I don't know. I believe the text messages went back all the way to 2020 or something ridiculous
Right.
in his phone.
He started reading them and he skipped ahead about 40 pages, did he not?
I have no idea.
Michael Proctor seized my client's phone on January 29th of 2022, did he not?
He did.
And you would agree with me that certainly as of 6 days later, your February 4th report, you had not yet been able to access the content of the phone, correct?
That's not true.
At some point, you were able to access the content of the phone, correct?
Yes, on January 31st.
Of 2022,
Yes.
all right? You later became aware that Michael Proctor was searching through my client's phone in August of 22, correct?
The actual device itself? Or the extraction report?
Either one, sir.
I have, I'm sorry, Miss Reed's phone?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we didn't,
Hey, John O'Keefe's phone?
yes, that's what I was
I
confused. Sorry.
apologize. I'm not trying to confuse
Yeah.
you. With regard to my client's phone, which is where we started.
Yeah.
You're aware that Michael Proctor was searching through her phone in August of 2022.
Of the extraction report created, correct.
Were you made aware that on January 1st of 2023, the defense requested a full forensic image of Karen Reed's phone, which was in your possession?
I don't know the date, but a request was made for the phone extraction, yes.
And have you seen a forensic image or Celebrate a report of the forensic image from Karen Reed's phone?
The redacted version that I received back from the AG's office, yes.
Okay. And would you please tell the jurors how many phone calls were deleted from Karen Reed's phone from January 29th of 2022?
None.
And if you'd please tell the jurors, other than to John O'Keefe, to whom did Ms. Reed place phone calls between 12 a.m. and 4:30 a.m. on January 29th?
Her parents twice. There 2 or 3 times there's calls to her parents, and that's it.
And how many Google searches did she do from 12 a.m. until 5 a.m.?
I don't believe there were any.
Okay. And how many Google searches were deleted by Ms. Reed at any point on January 29th of 2022?
I can't speak to that because we got a redacted version of the report, so I don't know what was taken out by the AG's office. I don't know what files they went in to remove, so I only have what I was given.
But leaving that aside, sir, with regard to all of the data that was provided to you, how many Google searches did you see or find that Karen Reed deleted from January 29th of 2022?
A few.
During what time period?
The afternoon, but again, there was artifacts that I found that weren't date and time stamped, and there were some that were with corresponding timestamps, but I can't say for sure when that was done.
Okay. But you saw no deleted calls, correct?
No, not that I know of.
All right. I may have a moment.
Yes.
Sorry.
No further questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Trooper Guarino, you were asked about qualifications as far as certifications that you received in prior trainings, correct?
Yes.
What are some of the areas that you received certifications?
Cell phone report creation, extraction, cell phone repair, the Berlin Motor Vehicle Forensics, advanced database. The class is called CASA, but it's a Cellbrite made class that goes deeper into the database searching. SQLite programming to write code to do your own searches, things of that nature.
Now, at any point in time, did Trooper Proctor ever tell you that he retrieved Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone directly from 34 Fairview Road?
No, he didn't.
Is it your understanding, or subsequently did you learn that Kerry Roberts actually recovered the phone from under Mr. O'Keefe's body, from the grass under his body at 34 Fairview Road when he was placed onto a scoop stretcher?
I don't know who recovered the phone that morning, but I know.
I'll allow it.
I don't know.
Your answer is you don't know who recovered it?
No, I just know that it was found underneath his body and then taken to Canton PD.
Now, with regard to that, as far as the location data post 6:15 a.m., what, if anything, did you observe in reference to that?
There was some intermittent native locations that showed at the Canton PD. It's there for a handful of different points, and then it shows it back at our office when I put it into the digital evidence lab, powered on to plug in.
You received the phone from Trooper Proctor. Was that either in airplane mode or Faraday bag?
I don't remember offhand.
But there were no locations or GPS locations that you observed from the phone from that approximately 11-something a.m. until you retrieved it or received it, excuse me, at 7:30 p.m. on the 29th?
There's, like I said, there was only the handful that showed it at Canton PD, and then when it's back at the office that night. And then if it wasn't in airplane mode, it would have been something I would have done. So I don't remember if Proctor did it before he gave it to me or if I did it after.
Now, the other troopers in your unit, in the detective unit with Norfolk DA's office, are they as well versed on cell phone extractions and cell phone data as you are?
No.
And so again, how many people within your specific unit actually perform data extractions or forensic analysis of cell phone?
Myself, Trooper Connor Keefe, and everyone has been trained in how to use Cellbrite and to do these extractions. They all just sort of dump them on my desk and say, do this phone for me. So
now, as far as what you provide to one of the investigating troopers, such as Trooper Proctor, can you explain to the jury sort of that process of how what if any differences there are between what you're looking at as far as the device when you're extracting the information and what you provide to the trooper?
So when I plug into GrayKey or Cellbrite or whatever tool I'm using to extract the data, it creates that zip file, and then I open it up in Cellbrite or Axiom. The guys are only trained in Cellbrite, so that's what I open the extractions initially in for them. If there's something that we find that they don't understand and that I want to look more into, I'll load into Axiom as well. But that's normally how it would go.
Now, is there any way from the version or the extraction that you provide to the trooper, is there any way for that or any trooper to change or manipulate that data from what is initially contained on the phone?
Well, in essence, you could, but you'd have to go in. So once I create like that UFED reader, which is the portable case, you would have to go into the folders and then delete stuff, which would change all of the data. And then when I would load it up later, it probably wouldn't work right. But that's why we save the encrypted extraction onto the server. So if anything ever messes up, we can go back and reload it, and I can create whatever reports I need with it.
And so from your review of the data in the phones in this case, what, if anything, did you observe in regard to any manipulation of data or deletion of data or removal of data from what you observed?
From the encrypted files that we have, none. And then we didn't have passcodes for the phones for John O'Keefe's until the 31st. And then again for Miss Reed's until, like I said, August, once the program was able to open it.
Now, you were asked some questions about Mr. Green's affidavit. Following your review of Mr. Green's affidavit, what, if any, steps did you take in relation to what was indicated in there?
So as I said, I didn't really go through the phones much when we first got them. I don't know everything about the case as the investigators do. So I got his report and I went through it and basically just went step by step. So he says, this happened. I went to confirm it. If it didn't, then I need to find out why he was either incorrect or slightly off and either just completely wrong or just misinterpreted the data. And that was it.
And in addition to yourself going through some of the data, who, if anyone, did you contact to assist or to also, in addition, go through the data specifically as it related to the searches for Mr. McCabe?
So initially, when I first found it, I spoke with Chris Vance of Magnet Forensics. He's their head technical guy for Axiom. He's like their forensic specialist. So he was at the cybercrime conference. I brought him.
I'm going to allow this.
I brought the extraction there and I said, hey, this is what I'm seeing. This is what it parsed out. Why are we seeing it marked this way? And he goes, well, first off, you have to look exactly where it's coming from. The browser state.
Sure.
So I'll strike that last part, what he told you.
Okay. Reviewing the data, we saw that it came from the browser state DB file and .wall file, I should say, at the end. So it set off a lot of red flags. And then from there, we contacted Cellbrite and ultimately Jessica Hyde.
And ultimately, Mr. Whiffen as well, is that correct?
Yes, he came in after Cellbrite. I had reached out to them and they escalated it up and he reached out to us to help us.
Now, with respect to the health data that you were asked about, again, if you could explain to the jury when something in there in the health data says steps, what exactly does steps mean?
As I said before, the phone is seeing movement. Doesn't necessarily mean you're taking steps. If you have the iWatch paired to it, you're going to get a greater level of accuracy. And I would be more apt to believe that steps are being taken because it's going to also bring your heart rate. So if you're taking a large amount of steps, it's going to correspond.
Now, you were asked a lot of questions on cross-examination about just the health data and just the health data. Why is it that you would look beyond just the health?
Well, you have the GPS points as well as the health data. We're trying to look at everything together as a whole. You take one artifact and say, well, this means this, but you could have 5 others that disclaim it. So that's why we look at all of this stuff.
Now, from that same information, as far as the GPS data, that indicated that Mr. O'Keefe's phone arrived at 34 Fairview Road at 12:25 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as the clocks or the 3 different clocks that was presented to you, that's now been marked for identification, you indicated that those were not accurate. Is that correct?
Well, the file that it's coming from is not accurate. So it came from a power log file. That's the database it pulled from. So that it's telling you the power of the phone. So when I looked at that, that also shows the battery level. And that's how I was able to show that, or see, I should say, that John O'Keefe's phone never turned off. It dropped down to about 17% battery level. From being under his body, it was actually saved it from dying overnight. Then it also shows the timestamps of when it gets plugged in and as it goes up. That has 3 different timestamps. That's what that is from. That is not when Waze is started. That is not when the address is put in. That is strictly for the power log. There's nothing to do with anything else.
And so, sort of to that point, what, if any, connection to those timestamps in the the document marked for identification Mr. Yannetti showed you, what, if any, relationship does that have to the timestamps contained within either the Waze or GPS native locations or anything else that you were testifying about before?
It's literally showing that Waze has been opened and that it's pulling power from the phone, and that is it. That is nothing else.
Now, with regard to, you were asked some questions about Ms. McCabe signing consent for extraction on February 2nd, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Kerry Roberts, she did the same on the same date. Is that also correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Now, the entirety of those extractions from both Ms. McCabe's phone and Ms. Roberts' phones, those were both provided well in advance of the dates the council was indicating, correct?
That is correct.
Now, in regard to the Cellbrite extraction, in regard to Mr. Green's affidavit, Cellbrite has periodically updates the versions of their software, correct?
That is correct.
And if you could you speak a bit about sort of the update in those versions and how that pertains to this case and specifically Ms. McCabe's searches?
So the initial report that I created with version 7.53 did not have that item to be able to be taken out. I was told by Celebrate that 7.55 was the version that was enabled. Mr. Green used version 7.61, so that's why it presented itself then.
Can I just stop you there for 1 second? The version that Mr. Green used, was that available at the time that you did the initial extraction?
No, it wasn't available for like a year later. It was like 10 upgrades later.
Sorry, sir, continue.
So again, he did the extraction, he looked at it, finds this artifact that's parsed out, and then I had to go back in and scramble to say, well, why didn't I see it the first time when that report, why didn't it pull? So I reloaded the 7.53 version. It's not there. And then when I loaded into 7.61, it is. So there's just an issue with the software at the time.
So, sir, with regard to those Google searches, what, if any, opinion do you have as to when those Google searches were conducted?
When Ms. McCabe told us that it happened at 6:23 and 6:24. And then there was a third one later at 10:35 that, again, if she reopened that browser window, it's going to reload the search. And then that was it. Those are the 3 times that I saw in the phone extraction that were real searches.
And why is it that it's your opinion that they occurred at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning and not 2:27?
Well, it's just physically impossible to search 2 things at once. Her phone, she's searching the daughter's basketball at 2:27, and then she's searching It's Raining Men and a few other things on her phone, listening to music. And I think then she goes to bed a few hours later. So I was told as the defendant asked her to search for those terms, that's when we believed that they were done.
Now, as far as all files are write-ahead log, having things listed as deleted, if you could just speak a little bit more about that as far as why would something be listed as deleted in a wall file, and what does that mean?
Again, the user has no input on how a wall file is deleted. It's an automated thing that the database does to clean up. It auto deletes after either programs are closed, it reaches a max data allotment for that page. That is it.
And that would include any sort of call log history that was contained in the write-ahead log or the wall file as well?
That is correct.
And so what, if any, opinion do you have as to those phone calls that were shown in relation to the contact listed in Ms. McCabe's phone as Coco, as far as whether or not they were user deleted?
Well, again, what the defense showed me was limited thing. I know should be 2 other locations that phone call was listed from looking at it myself. So I don't know why they gave me just the 2 deleted things, but there should be other spots in the database where that phone call was there. So I don't believe that it was user initiated. It was phone initiated.
And that's in reference to the write-ahead log, sort of first in, first out as far as data that comes in. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, again, as far as your unit was concerned, you were the only one who created any Cellbrite reports in relation to any of the phones. In this case, with the exception of the defendant's phone that was created by the Attorney General's office following their extraction of privileged material, correct?
Objection.
So objection is sustained as to the form. This seems a good place to stop. So jurors, we'll take the luncheon break. There is a chance that we may be able to go a full day tomorrow. So just think about that at lunch. If there's any emergency that would prevent you from being able to go a full day.
Sir, it's closing it up. We'll clean on the chairs. All right. Well, all right.
Yeah, so Mac apps. No problem.
You are muted.
Let's see what happens here, Sean.
Yeah. Looks like they're packing up.
Just to clarify one thing, Johnny's saying that about the ads. John, I don't set the ads. I don't do it.
Hey there,
Fuck off,
Karen
this
Reed.
guy. So if you don't want, all I can do, John, if that's the case, I suggest you watch your another channel, man. I don't set the ads, so I don't know what you want me to do. I don't know. Anyway, what we thinking, Sean?
I'm not sure. It's like they're getting into technical weeds right now, right? But I'm glad they're exploring his weaknesses. Let's put it like this. He's got inherent weaknesses, which is great, because when Green comes and then when the FBI come, they'll blow it out of the water, right? They'll make Whiffen look like a puppy dog. So I think that's what they're trying to do, to be honest. I mean, he's not bad. He's not bad. He's holding his own. But then again,
No, I know. But it's, again, once we go through the Green qualifications and compare it to that, it is interesting with the whole thing about, the missing data. He keeps saying, I can't testify this because it's missing and stuff like that. So, like McDonough said, that's what they were given. That's what the Commonwealth gave them. So, what could he do? Do you know what I mean? Defense can only use what they're given. So,
exactly.
there you go.
Right.
Right. I know, Lally. I'm not sure. Are you going to come back, pop in this afternoon, or are you calling it a day?
Well, I gotta jump out now because I gotta take her up to the vet. I have a 1:30 appointment, and then when I come back, I'll probably jump in. I'll keep an eye on things. They probably want to start. Well, I don't know what much more they have. They got the ME. They had to put the medical examiner on. They gotta close with a big crescendo. So who else could it be?
Yeah.
The ME. And you're going to have the one question: can you determine how Don O'Keefe died? And she says, "No, I can't."
And the judge did say that it's going to could possibly be a full day tomorrow as well.
Tomorrow, which yeah. So
yeah. I don't know. Anyway, jump off, man. And
I will, my friend. And like I said, it's great to be back with everyone. And like I said, better days are coming. I can tell you right now. You're not going to have any of these lulling type Lallyisms, So
no, I know. I know.
Yeah. All right, Dylan. All right, chat. I might see you later on one way, but I'm not doing a 6 o'clock tonight. I can't, but I will be back tomorrow, Dylan.
Okay.
Sure.
Cool.
Okay.
I'll send you a link anyway, so fine.
Okay,
That's
my
fine.
friend. You
Thanks,
got
buddy.
it.
Take care, man. Take care,
Bye.
buddy. So that's sure. Right, what I'm going to do now, I'm going to play you a clip. I'm just going to leave Peter Tragos on for you this lunchtime. I know a lot of you like him, so it's an hour and 20 minutes, so we won't be able to play the whole thing, but I'll play for you whilst we're having lunch and stuff like that. But before I do that, shout out to everybody that has been so generous. Thank you so much for all the gifted memberships, all the super chats. I mean, it's overwhelming. I did not expect any of that, honestly. It's absolutely mind-blowing. Also, thank you to everybody that has pushed us over 9,000 subscribers now as well. Thank you so much for that as well. And I saw in chat some people, obviously, maybe can't buy and stuff like that. Don't worry about it. It's just please like and subscribe, and that's all I ask. Anything else is a bonus. So I appreciate you. And I know somebody mentioned about the ads. I know it's annoying. I get it. I'm not doing anything different. The only way that like Sean doesn't have ads because he's not monetized. For example, any other content creator should have ads. If not, then like Turtleboy doesn't have ads because he's banned from making money on YouTube. So that's another example for you. So, but yeah, I don't do it deliberately. Trust me. If I could, I wouldn't have any ads whatsoever. Like members only, I switched the ads off for it because I hate it myself. So, right, everybody, I'll put this guy on now. Tragos, I know you love him. So, will you be back, Dylan? Yeah, I'll be back after lunch now. So I'm just going to go for a quick lunch. I'm tired. So, Sean might be back. So, yeah, we try not to promote that though, Super Proctor, because it's the only way. I mean, ads do generate income for me. So, but yeah, I mean, if you want to use an ad blocker, then do it. But yeah, I don't really promote that super proctor. But I get it. I do get it. I know I get I get it. I fully understand. I pay premium, so I have to pay premium in order for. If I didn't pay premium, I would have ads showing this for you guys. So that's why I do it. Unfortunately, obviously, it's all good. It's all good. Yeah, that's fine. Look, I know of a couple of really good friends of mine that have ad blockers as well. I just don't promote it because obviously I'd rather make the money. But I get it. Here we go. I told you. Here it comes. I know. Thank you, Jonathan. I know. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Gold. Appreciate you, my darling. Hey, Christine. Hello to you. Right. We're going to play Trigos for the ladies and the gentlemen here. And how long's lunch? I didn't hear that. How long are they out for lunch for? Does anyone catch that? Did anyone catch it? How can we select some to be a member by name? You can't, Boo Boo. If we could, I would. You can't. It's. I hate it. I hate it. Yeah. Does anyone know? Yeah, I don't know. I didn't catch it, MJ. I didn't catch it. Fuck. None of us heard it. Hey, Sarah, I love your picture. You look gorgeous, Sarah. You look absolutely beautiful. Look at that, Sarah P. Great mod. So. I'll just let it run and I'll keep an eye out. I'll come back in half an hour. So, okay, she didn't say it. Fine. Okay. I'll play this over lunch for you guys anyway. Here we go.
When I feel like I have a good expert, I talk about what their opinions are, why, what they're based on. All that's really important. But when it comes down to preparing them for, cross or to know.
There's something at the bottom. There you go. Super Proctor's done it. At the bottom, you can press it and it gifts it. I don't see it, so I can't tell you. Thank you, Christine. Thank you. Thank you to Super Proctor for gifting membership. I hope Dal got one. Otherwise, he's going to kick off. Now my screen's frozen up. Hang on, my screen's frozen up now. Bear with me. No. So the chat's, hang on, chat's frozen up a second. Hang on, it's catching up. Hang on, it's catching up. Then I'll just play Trigos for you ladies. Hang on. But Super Proctor, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. I generally don't know how it's done. Hildo Jr., Giraffe, Connie got one, Taz, and Matt. Sorry, Del, unlucky bud. And Gary, sorry, bud. Right, here we go, everyone. I'm not sure about that. We'll see. There you go. Sarah's got you. Right, everybody. Love you and leave you. There you go. They're all different, I know. Right, everybody. See you in a little bit.
What's coming, I'm not really that worried about it because usually they're ready. They're better at answering these questions than I would be in trying to prepare them or get them ready for it. And so I'm just kind of ready for whatever they're going to say because it's going to be better of an answer than what I could give. So let's start out listening to how Jackson wants to set up these guardrails and why. Why does he want to make sure certain things don't come out during this process? We'll talk about all that.
All right, let's bring her in, please.
Your Honor, before we get started, can I get an understanding? You started to say that a sidebar the other day, you said you wanted to put that off to get to the witnesses. I need a little bit of an understanding of what those expectations are. My understanding of voir dire, which this is unusual in terms of the timing of it.
So the understanding of the voir dire is this is for the Commonwealth's motion to exclude this testimony. All right, that's what we're here for, the Rule 14 violation.
Is that the same with Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rich?
Well, I thought that would help both of you. Commonwealth has nothing on that, and you say you haven't been able to even talk to them at all about this case.
That's correct.
So I want to find out if they have any credible, competent evidence to put forward. So we'll have a voir dire on them as well. But for Dr. Russell, what we're doing here today is there's an alleged this appears to me to be a violation of the reciprocal discovery obligations of defense.
So she starts out saying this appears to her to be a violation. That's not good. when the judge says you violated the rules. That's not good.
Counsel regarding Dr. Russell. So let's hear from her today to see what the appropriate remedy is for this violation.
So my intention is to ask her so I have, the court understands my sort of guardrails. My intention is to ask her what her qualifications are. That's the basis for one here. And that's where I'm going to stop. I'm not intending to ask her what her opinions are, conclusions. I'm going to ask her if she's come to opinions and conclusions, but I don't have to examine her concerning her full opinions, full conclusions, what she's based those conclusions on. It's unfair. We've provided the defense everything that the prosecution, everything that we need to provide to them in terms of disclosure. They've got the equivalent of the report. They've got a summary of what she's going to testify.
When was that provided? My order was 1 week from the start of trial, right?
But we didn't, Your Honor, in fairness, they didn't even finish their discovery 1 week before the start of trial. So it's a little unfair for us to be put on.
1 week from the filing of the certificate of compliance.
Well, I don't know when I can't remember. My co-counsel indications the day before trial.
Okay.
So during the course of the trial is a dynamic thing. During the course of the trial, I did not know who Dr. Marie Russell was at the time that they filed their certificate of compliance. We then attempted to and did give them the reciprocal discovery that we were obligated to do after they filed their certificate of compliance.
When?
Within 3 days of that. We'd been giving them information prior to that, but at least within 3 days of that. We've continued, so the record's clear, we've continued to get additional discovery from the Commonwealth in notices of discovery throughout the trial. They have not finished. In fact, during the trial, they interviewed Jim McCabe, apparently, had a full interview with her. Lieutenant Tully took a report, dated the report, and then they held on to that report until after she testified. The interview, the report, and the completion of the report were all done before her testimony.
Do you need to call her again?
So here's what's annoying, okay? And we'll talk about the different standards she has for the Commonwealth versus the defense throughout this entire hearing. But he's like, you want to talk about discovery violations? During the trial, McCabe was interviewed. A report was made before she testified. It was held on to. They didn't give it to us till after she testified. And so we didn't even get to use that report in cross-examining her. Instead of Bev saying, well, I find that there's been a discovery violation. And there is a discovery violation. That is not okay. And we've got to make sure we fix that. She doesn't say that. She just says, oh, do you want to call her again? You don't care to call her again. That was no big deal. So why are you making such a big deal about it? It's like, okay, no, we don't want to call her again. We're just making the point that we've been pushed through this trial, and it's really not a situation where we have everything ready to go, which is why we wanted to continue, why the state wanted to continue, and you didn't let us, and that's fine. But stuff's going to pop up. And the real question for me is the interests of justice. We do not want an innocent person in prison. If they have evidence of her innocence potentially, now maybe the jury won't see it that way, but if they do, we have to let it in America. If there was a new eyewitness, there are things we can do to make sure they're able to testify in the interest of justice. The victims deserve justice. The defendants deserve justice. The citizens deserve justice. So we have to make sure that we do this right. And if it's a nothing burger, then fine. No big deal with Jen McCabe. But if it's important, we have to make sure that we get this right and we allow people to testify to something that's important. And that's all they're saying.
And I think the court understands. That's not my point. My point is not I need to call Jennifer McCabe back. I've done the damage that needs to be done on Jennifer McCabe. The point is...
I'm sorry, I missed that. You've what?
I've done the damage that needed to be done on Jennifer McCabe. I don't need to call her back. The point is that what's good for the
He said, I've done the damage to Jennifer McCabe. We don't need to call her back. But what's good for the goose is good for the gander, meaning if they're missing stuff or if they're responding late, we should be able to too.
The Commonwealth doesn't get to stand in the position of piecemealing and feeding us information, reports, discovery throughout the course of the trial. And by the way, when we then got seminal information about an expert that we did not know about, never met, never heard of, within 3 days of that, we provide everything that we have about that witness to the Commonwealth. They can't then turn around and say, oh, well, it's all the defense's fault. So we want to have a voir dire, which means that the euphemism for that voir dire is we want to have two bites at the apple.
Okay.
We want to be able to completely cross-examine her and go back to our expert. And if she testifies, cross-examine her again after consulting with our expert. That's two bites at the apple, and that's not fair. If the court wants to hear whether or not Dr. Marie Russell is qualified to testify about the arm injuries, that, I believe, is the parameters, the proper parameters of the voir dire, and that's what I'm prepared to do today. But I wasn't planning on getting into the substance of her testimony because that's been provided. And I don't think Mr. Valley should be able to get into the substance of her testimony because he knows what her substance is because, like I said, that's been provided.
All right, so I disagree.
What he's arguing about there, and what is one of the big, sorry, we're having a technical issue again. The super chats are not automatically starring, and the membership stuff. So we're trying to figure that out to make sure I get to all the questions at some point. But his really big argument here is, I don't want the state to be able to depose all of these witnesses, especially right now. Think about the timing. Okay, we're about to get this doctor to come up, and the medical examiners, which are the medical experts for the Commonwealth, have not testified yet. We think they're coming next. So the Commonwealth is going to have the opportunity to depose this expert, talk to their experts, respond to the defense expert before the defense expert ever gets to take the stand. And in most jurisdictions, that's no big deal. Like here in Florida, we're allowed to depose all the experts. No big deal. But in Massachusetts, there's not a general rule that allows you to depose experts in criminal cases before the trial. There are some circumstances where they allow it, but this is not one. So Jackson is really trying to protect that. Now, there are reports that some of these experts have that each side has read, so they know what their general opinion is going to be, but he does not want all of these experts' opinions to just come out. So what does that mean? What's Bev going to do? And it's going to be really interesting what the judge ends up doing and why. Breezy said, Pita, have you ever seen a judge tell the DA what questions to ask? I was actually appalled. Is this an appellate issue? Not an appellate issue. Yes, I've seen it before. Judges help prosecutors all the time. Witsit, sorry I'm late to the party in terms of the trial. I was pretty convinced there was a police cover-up regarding some event in the House pretrial. Has that been sufficiently displayed at this point? It hasn't been proven. It's been displayed. We're definitely thinking about it. We see that that's the point of what the defense is doing, but I wouldn't say it's been proven. Yobi, what shade of orange is that shirt? I believe it's burnt. I believe that's what they call it. Burnt orange, Texas. Rachel, do judges often reverse rulings because they're consulting or seeking guidance from peers, appellate judges, or even Supreme Court judges, or just research? I don't know about change their, once they make an official ruling, it is very unusual for them to change their ruling, but sometimes they may think they're going to make a call and then they come and they hear argument and they don't actually make that call. So that does happen. Nina, just to play devil's advocate, the defense had more than a year to find an expert witness. Why didn't they find her earlier? They read publications. So just wait. We're going to find out why they didn't find her earlier. And again, it's interesting and the judge has to make a call.
I'm going to hear from the Commonwealth on this. Is it Ms. McLaughlin or Mr. Lally?
Your Honor, just briefly in regard to what counsel was referencing with Ms. McCabe, it was not a full interview by Lieutenant Tully. It was a, and I can give, I don't have it on me at this moment, but I can give the court a copy of that report. But essentially it was Ms. McCabe met with Lieutenant Tully, looked at some video and was asked a single question. That report wasn't available. I didn't have it until after Ms. McCabe testified, but it was given to counsel prior to Lieutenant Tully testifying, and there were no questions asked of Lieutenant Tully in regard to that. My issue, and I wasn't asking for a voir dire as it proposed to, as it relates to Dr. Russell, is that we first heard of Dr. Russell on May 21st, which was, I think, 6 weeks into trial.
Right, so that's what I asked, and you told me it was 3 days after the beginning of trial, Mr. Jackson.
So the judge confused when he said 3 days. He said 3 days after he got the information from her. But what's really interesting is Lally the whole time is making a distinction, and I think it's the proper and correct distinction between Dr. Russell and the two expert, reconstructionist guys. He is saying Russell should be struck altogether because she was disclosed late. Okay. And that's a good argument. For the other two guys, he's just saying, I want to know what their opinion and their experience is because we don't think that they've fully given us everything. Two very different questions. But listen to what the judge does with those two questions and how she helps the prosecution.
I said this to Saigon the other day. I just said it again today. I let the Commonwealth and the court know about Dr. Maureen Russell 3 days after I learned about her, which was the 17th of May. I had never heard of her. I didn't know who she was. We made contact. I determined she would be useful for the jury in terms of the specific injuries to Jonathan's arm. I didn't have one conversation with her. Then immediately, within 3 days of that, turned that information over to the prosecution. So I didn't say that I gave this over 3 days of the trial. That's not what I said.
All right, but you were ordered to do it. Ms. Giannetti, what was the date? You had 1 week from when?
The day before the trial. So we're going to leave April 15th. So what we knew as of that date, we required to know.
All right, I need to take a quick.
What? All right.
She takes a quick break. We're going to break with her here and jump up to a couple minutes ahead of time when she comes back and makes her decision.
And I'm quoting from the notes, the importance of this, the reporter's notes to the old rule. And as you all know, we're in the process of updating that rule, but the very integrity of the judicial system and public confidence in the system depend on full disclosure of all the facts within the framework of the rules of evidence. To ensure that justice is done, it is imperative to the function of courts that compulsory process be available for the production of evidence needed either by the prosecution or the defense. So what we're here to do today is decide a remedy for this violation. And that's why we're having a voir dire. I am not prohibiting the Commonwealth from anything on their examination of witness, Mr. Jackson. The alternative is she doesn't testify. So,
wow, what a great option for the defense. Either your expert is struck or he gets a free deposition and he gets to just ask her anything. So guess what? That's what he's going to do. That's what he's going to do.
the Commonwealth has not received the appropriate discovery from this witness. So we're going to have a voir dire and they can ask her anything that they think they need to ask her. So those are the parameters of this meeting.
As long as I know the guardrails, that's fine. I just
Now, here's the really interesting part. While that's beneficial to the Commonwealth, and that is, you know, a big strategic, not one-upper, but something that they can use, right? And we've been in situations like this too, where we use things as a free depot, and that's fine. But what's really interesting about this, and Jackson didn't really make this argument at the end, but I think the defense's best argument for letting this witness in now is they've completely remedied the discovery violation. The judge read the rule. We need discovery to be on time, so there's no surprise, there's no hide the ball, there's no situation where the Commonwealth or both sides didn't know about an expert or what this expert or person was going to testify to, and they just show up in the middle of trial. How do we solve that? Put them on the stand. Let the Commonwealth ask whatever question they want, and then at the end, we're going to hear the judge say, Mr. Lally, you take as much time as you need, and you can have a rebuttal witness if you need a rebuttal witness. You can do whatever you want to respond to this witness if I let her testify. All of those might be indications that she's going to let Dr. Russell testify. There are other indications where she says she's not. I have a good idea of what I think is going to happen. Obviously, I could be wrong, but we'll kind of save that to the end where we can hear all the exchanges back and forth.
Close the loop on the record. My understanding, and Ms. Littleton probably speaks to this more intelligently than I can, but during the middle of trial, there was a witness that we had never heard of, we did not know, didn't have a report for.
Who is that?
Dr. Fowler, F-A-L-L-E-R.
Okay.
If the board members is buried in the middle of about 75 witnesses. So he testified to alcohol levels, et cetera, and protocols at the institution at Good Samaritan. But we didn't have that information either. We didn't throw a fit. They said we were going to provide this information in a timely fashion as soon as we know we're going to call him, set on our witness list. We didn't know one way or the other what he was going to say. We didn't have a report, and we went on about our business. That's what we were doing as well. And by the way, I would note that the notes and report under Rule 14 require disclosure of information you have. I just don't want the court to think that we were sitting on information that we didn't turn over.
No, I'm not saying that. It's just, this isn't as if it was something that the Commonwealth brought up and you needed to scramble. This is entirely of the defense position. So,
I understand.
All right. So that's the big difference. So why don't you go ahead and call her?
Okay. Yeah, excuse me.
Yes.
So basically, he wants to make sure that the rules say you've got to disclose what you have. We've heard this in Koberger. If you don't have it, you can't disclose it. When they had it, they disclosed it. Okay, good point. So let's talk about Dr. Russell real quick. Education and experience-wise, went to MIT, kind of. I saw a lot of people pointing that. I think she went there for like a year and then stopped. She's a retired ER physician, former Boston cop, worked hit and runs, got her BS at Northeastern, UMass MD, worked at the ER, the coroner. She was a professor, focused on animal attacks, published on animal attacks, which is pretty wild. It focused on LEO, law enforcement, dog bites and injuries. She's treated hundreds of dog bites, between 500 and 1,000. That's about as good of a resume as you can have for somebody you want to testify to this stuff. If not for the discovery violation, she would absolutely, locked and loaded, be approved to be an expert on animal injuries. Absolutely. So the only way the Commonwealth keeps her out is if it is a discovery violation. Now, here's my thoughts on discovery violations, right? Because I hate them. They piss me off. I hate when one side violates discovery. If it's new information they could not have known before, that's one thing. Could they have known this before? Maybe. I think there's a question about that. But the main point in the interest of justice is you cannot have a discovery violation, something that is late disclosed where the other side can't prepare for it, can't respond to it. It's just too much. This is an argument they knew the defense was going to be making. They have already put forth that there was no canine DNA. So the defense is responding to Commonwealth evidence. which to me is more of a reason why this testimony should come in. And now that they're going to have the chance to basically depose her on the stand, it's not going to be a surprise. They still have time to prepare. They have days off this week, half days, multiple weeks left in this trial. So to me, where is the prejudice to them in this late disclosure? Because that's the real point, is weighing and balancing the interest of justice with how much somebody's prejudiced with this discovery violation. And was it an intentional discovery violation? Did they have it? Did they hide it? Did they spring it on them at the last moment? And that's what we're going to try to figure out in this hearing. Those are some of the big questions for the judge. We're going to jump ahead to basically her opinion.
January 29th, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
Based on your review of all of those materials, were you able to confidently come to any conclusions or opinions about the nature of the injuries suffered by John O'Keefe, specifically as they relate to John O'Keefe's right arm?
Yes.
What is your opinion and conclusion concerning those injuries?
Those injuries appear to be consistent with an animal attack.
Can you be more specific in terms of the type?
For just that testimony alone, if the jury buys it, it's a wrap. The Commonwealth loses all credibility and the ability to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. If they even find that it's reasonable that that's what caused the injuries, it's over. This case is over. Can she explain it? Can she show us how and why it is reasonable to believe this theory and opinion?
An animal, or are you relegated to simply an animal attack?
Well, they are consistent with a large dog attack. There's a combination of both what I consider bite wounds and scratch wounds on the arm. There were also some puncture wounds in that shirt.
So,
I'm sorry, puncture wounds in the shirt? Puncture holes in the shirt.
And on what do you base the opinion that the injuries are consistent with dog bite or scratch marks?
Well, the patterns. There are several patterns of parallel wounds that appear to be superficial scratches that could have been caused by nails or could have been caused by teeth. They're at different angles on the arm and different locations on the arm, and but they're generally oriented in a specific direction. And there's also an area, the distal forearm, which is close to the wrist, which shows what I believe is an arch area of teeth marks.
And what's the significance of the arch area?
Well, so the arch would be the front area of the jaw of the animal, or the dog in this case, where the teeth tend to be close together and curved. There's a curved pattern to the configuration of the teeth.
Let me have just one more.
Yes.
So then they're going to show some pictures.
Yes.
And by the way, this is exactly, and just for anybody who wants to say, this isn't fair, you're holding one side too high of a standard, one side, not the other. This is exactly what we've been begging for from the Commonwealth. Some expert put the picture up there. Let me see you explain exactly how the light and the gashes and the jagged parts of the light line up with the scratches, why this makes sense, how it could be puncture wounds. Please explain that. Because in these pictures, you can see that some of these are, in fact, puncture wounds. And now she's going to explain which ones specifically line up with teeth and puncture marks.
One of the several photographs that you reviewed and coming to your opinions and conclusions.
Yes.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about this. There should be a laser pointer on the desk.
Oh, okay.
Can you explain to the jurors what it is about the injuries that assisted you in coming to your opinion and conclusion that this is from an animal attack?
Okay, there's several patterns here. So, for instance, let's look here right near the elbow, the exterior part of the elbow. There's these two linear marks, which appear to be from upper teeth, and two punctures below those, which are superficial, meaning they didn't go very deep into the skin, but they appear from the lower teeth. So that's one pattern. There's another pattern close to the shoulder, which shows parallel marks, these two, and maybe a third one in the middle, parallel marks that are oriented at a certain angle. And these are superficial wounds, which are consistent with teeth marks. They also could be possibly consistent with nail marks, but
with what?
Nails from claw. Yes. We have some more here, similar from obviously different teeth involved or different claws, and then over down here, closer to the wrist, we have an unusual pattern of at least 4 striations, the way I see it, at least 4 striations that I believe are caused from the teeth towards the front of the mouth, near the arch.
I mean, how credible do you find that? Because I definitely find it at the very least reasonable. And if this is a reasonable explanation, that's not good for the Commonwealth. And Grant, I agree, but you know what happens instead? Most of these trials, people hate the presumption of innocence. They hate somebody's right to a fair trial. They hate it when people don't just believe prosecutors and law enforcement officers. And there's a lot of good prosecutors and a lot of good cops. But we have to scrutinize cases appropriately to make sure people are not railroaded. That's why it is so important. And Voir said, what can lawyers do across America to stop judges and the corruption across America? I mean, fight. People hate lawyers generally. And we've got to be okay with that because the level playing field is supposed to happen in the courtroom. And we have to make sure that we have to fight for our clients. Q, about 10,000 in the chat, 2,000 likes. Let's get that ratio up. Everybody hit the like button. Hit the like button.
It appears that there's an arch pattern here. So
In a dog attack or in an animal attack, in your experience, let me just take this one down. Let's cover the ground on the three exhibits that we've already marked. Can we take a look at exhibit 1? Appear to be consistent with what you just testified to in terms of your teeth or claw marks, especially as it relates to the area closest to the elbow.
Yes.
And then looking at exhibit 3. May I publish?
Yes.
Is this a close-up view of the area closer to the wrist that indicated those parallel, you use the word striations?
Yes.
Right, and these appear to be taken, attended to the autopsy as opposed to the other photograph, incident 2, that was taken in the hospital. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. And would the time difference account for the slight change in the nature of the wound?
It could.
Photograph of the wound, I guess?
It could, or different technique, yes.
Okay, let me take this down. Did you take into consideration the lack, in coming to your opinion and conclusion, the lack of other injuries, for instance, fractures, broken bones, or deep bruising, soft tissue injuries?
Oh, yes.
How did that play into your opinion?
Well, so of course I considered, what else could have caused these wounds, before coming to my conclusion. And
so this part of the testimony here, I'm going to highlight it because this is part of the testimony they discuss later as potentially not allowing her to testify to. They basically say if she's going to testify, she's obviously qualified to testify about the dog bite stuff. But should she be able to testify to the motor vehicle accident, the car crash type stuff? And the judge, in my opinion, tipped her hand that she's going to try to keep out as much as she can as part of this remedy. This is that part. I found this to be very effective and very important. So we'll see.
And so I wanted to rule out other things. And there were no significant major bodily injuries outside the head. There was nothing, there were no fractures of the long bones, the chest, the pelvis, the arms. So yeah, so having seen hundreds and hundreds of car accident victims and people hit by cars, I ruled that out very quickly.
Okay, and in terms
so again, she just confirmed hundreds and hundreds of car accident patients. So why, I don't understand, would she not be able to say this doesn't look consistent with a car accident injury? But just wait till we get to that conversation. But that's the part I think that they're discussing keeping out, even if they let her testify.
The injuries that you did see, especially as they're attended to the arm, based on everything we've discussed today, is it your opinion, based on a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, that those injuries are consistent with an animal attack as opposed to a motor vehicular pedestrian incident?
Yes.
Thank you.
By the way, he just said to a reasonable degree of, he said scientific certainty, maybe should be medical certainty, but whatever. He did ask her the standard. That again is going to come up later as a judicial objection, not even a Lally objection, but a judicial objection that she doesn't know the standards necessarily. She just testified yes to it. It was leading, sure. And she says you're not going to be able to lead her, but she did testify to it. And you're allowed to lead in this voir dire situation. All right. So that is the direct. Lally talks about her training and experience at the police academy. He says it was like rudimentary or something like, not that big of a deal. Trooper Paul said, hold my beer. And he said the first time she talked to Jackson, they confirmed, was May 17th. Jackson's buddy in the prosecuting office in California where she works knew her. She was working on some other case. She's like, hey, I heard about that case over there. I think I could help. He's like, I actually know the lawyer. They get connected there. Nothing nefarious there. He starts talking about what she did or did not review. And this was interesting. And I want to kind of talk about why this may or may not be important.
So law enforcement canine bites typically involve what we call a law enforcement canine versus a...
So there are different techniques, but yes, to specifically answer that question, which was, are they generally different from regular domestic dog bites? Yes.
Now, did you write a report in regard to your opinion that you testified to here today?
No.
Why not?
I don't think there was much time, and I didn't know if I was going to be actually testifying.
How long would it take you to write a report?
I wasn't asked to write a report, excuse me.
Were you asked specifically not to write a report?
No.
He's like trying to make it seem like something nefarious is going on. She's like, I just didn't write a report. You don't have to write a report, which is interesting.
Now, at any point in time, did you ever look at anything related to Mr. O'Keefe's head injury?
Oh, yes.
So you reviewed reports in relation to that, correct?
Yes.
Do you have any opinions as it pertains to that?
I would rather defer to the pathologist and neuropathologist on that.
That right there, folks, and I'm going to back it up so we can listen again. That right there is exactly what an expert should do. And I love the expert that stays in their lane, only answers when they're sure and positive. That's why I don't worry about good experts. Because if she doesn't know, she ain't going to answer. And she said, I'll defer to the other experts on that. And the defense can't get mad at her for that. It's like, you just testified to your expertise. Let's listen to it one more time.
Now, at any point in time, did you ever look at anything related to Mr. O'Keefe's head injury?
Oh, yes.
So you reviewed reports in relation to that, correct?
Yes.
Do you have any opinions as it pertains to that?
I would rather defer to the pathologist and neuropathologist on that.
I would have felt like some of the cops were more credible if they would have done that once or twice and not tried to force their testimony in areas they're clearly not experts.
So who contacted you about this case?
I contacted a district attorney that I had worked with in the past. We were discussing a different case, a case I autopsied in 1995, and I mentioned that I heard that there was a case in Massachusetts that might have been being handled by one of his colleagues, his former colleagues, and that there was an issue of whether something was a dog bite, and that I might be able to help in that case to clarify.
And so, when you were provided this material, what is it that you were specifically asked to do?
To look at the wounds and the reports and the materials that were sent to me and render an opinion.
And so before you had even been provided any material, before you had even looked at anything, you had already heard information related to there being a dog bite involved in this case, correct?
I had heard that there was a controversy, that some certain wounds could have been a dog bite versus perhaps inflicted by a motor vehicle. That's what I had heard.
So what I'm really trying to get at, Doctor, is sort of the timeline. Okay, so you hear about this, when was that?
Sometime just before May 17th.
So sometime just prior to that, you hear about some controversy in a case in Massachusetts involving a dog bite. On May 17th, you would get reached out to by who specifically?
His name is John Lewin. He's an attorney in the LA District Attorney's Office.
And then who did you talk to after that?
I reached out to him. I said I might be able to clarify. And then he reached out to Mr. Jackson, I believe, and then Mr. Jackson contacted me.
And not asking specifically anything you spoke about, but at some point, the discussion came specifically to dog bites, correct?
So, Yobi, I think that's what a lot of people are thinking at this point. Rain, it is possible for them both to happen, but it's the Commonwealth's burden to prove what happened, and they're saying that didn't happen. So if now the defense proves, or if a juror believes that did happen, I think it's very unlikely that they also find and vote for a guilty verdict. People think that all the time. It's like, yeah, both can be true, but it's like, if they're saying it's not true and you think it is true, you really can't vote with them.
He sent me the materials. He asked me my opinion.
Mention the materials, ask your opinion. When did you provide that opinion?
Probably the next day. Yes, I know it was the next day.
The very next day, on May 18th, you provided an opinion?
Yes.
And was that opinion provided in written fashion, orally? How was that provided?
Orally.
So you reached out or to someone shortly before May 17th, spoke to Mr. Jackson on the 17th, received all the material, and then had an opinion by May 18th?
Yes.
But you didn't write any of that down?
No.
Not unusual, by the way. So when he went through all the documents that she did or did not review, some of them was the canine DNA stuff that she did not review. And Yobi, I believe, asked the question, does it affect the judge's decision that the witness did not analyze all material given to her by Jackson, even though Jackson disclosed he sent the material? So, and you're probably asking this question because it sounded like that's a big deal when the judge said it. But in reality, if she didn't review it, she didn't review it. So she doesn't have an opinion on it. There's nothing unethical about that. It can be fodder for cross-examination for the Commonwealth. They can say, well, you have these opinions, but did you know that there are records of no canine DNA? That would be a great point of cross. And that goes to the weight, not the admissibility of her opinion. And so, no, it really doesn't change things. Now, if Jackson lied in emotion, that would be a problem, but he didn't lie. And he answers that question and says, I gave her a Dropbox link. It was in there. I assume she looked at it. She didn't look at it. So then we get to the judge who asks her questions. And the judge basically says, what's your opinion? She tells her opinion. I guess I'll go to her. She does struggle with the reasonable degree of medical certainty. So we'll listen to this. This was probably the worst part of her testimony, answering that question.
To what degree you hold that opinion. Jackson? All right, so since this is a voir dire, I get to ask questions, doctor? So
yes,
I just have a couple of questions for you. I don't think I really heard you. So could you tell me again what your opinion is and to what degree you hold that opinion? Yes. These injuries in the arm are, my opinion is that they are the result of animal bites or scratches.
Do you know what kind of animal?
Oh, yes, most likely dog, large dog. And I'm very...
Now, most likely is, you could quibble with that.
Very sure to, what's the word I want? Medical certainty. Very
right, so that
high degree of medical certainty.
Reasonable degree of medical certainty.
Yes, definitely.
Okay,
So,
and another
here to be fair too to the witness, while she did fumble over that, to a high degree of, there are in most scenarios in the law, there are no magic words. So if she said a high degree or to the highest degree of medical certainty, usually that would be okay for most appellate courts. It doesn't have to be, the specific verbiage like the judge is making it seem. What's hilarious about this to me is Lally didn't ask these questions. Now the judge is the gatekeeper, and my frustration with her asking these questions is not because it's not important. It is important. We need to make sure she testifies this to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. But Jackson asked her. It was a leading question. But that information has already come in for her to determine as the gatekeeper whether or not this expert should come in. So she went above and beyond to try to see if there were any issues with this expert. So then we get to arguments. Lally says she should be out. She didn't even review what the defense said she reviewed. Big deal. And then Jackson gets up and says, exclusion is the harshest remedy. And to me, that makes a lot of sense. It's like, are we going to jump to just excluding this witness? My overall analysis of this expert witness is she's credible, just for me. She's credible on the very specific area they want her to testify. And she didn't stray outside of her lane, and the defense disclosed it as soon as they got it. So what are we going to do? What do we do with this piece of evidence that we can all agree is relevant? We all agree in the interest of justice should be put before the jury. Are we really not going to allow that in? Let's listen to Jackson's argument here.
Los Angeles County.
So maybe it wasn't clear what I was looking for. I think it was clear, but go ahead, continue with your argument on this.
My point is, Rule 14 requires a sanction if, in fact, the attorney has done something wrong. In other words, it connotes the idea that you're doing something by actively hiding evidence or holding back evidence or not providing evidence that you know you're going to use at some point in an effort to take a tactical advantage. And the sanction for that is exclusion. I've never met this woman.
So you get what he's saying? It's what I was talking about earlier. It's like, it's different if they hide it and they do this on purpose to gain an advantage, and you sanction them to punish them and to punish their bad action. That's not what this is. If anything, it's a negligent delay or a delay they could not have avoided. So what is the punishment really going to be? And the punishment needs to not be too severe because it only needs to correct or fix the prejudice to the Commonwealth. And didn't we just fix the prejudice to the Commonwealth by allowing them to depose the witness, basically get all the witnesses' opinions, get all the witnesses' background, information, experience, and vet all of that? Feels like we just remedied the problem. So why would we strike this witness?
First thing I laid eyes on her was during the process after she flew out here to engage this voir dire process. She indicated...
Okay, good question. Some people are asking, no, there's no jury in here for this.
Provide some information about this controversy concerning dog bites. I then sent her materials. I talked to her. I sent her materials. I found her to be incredibly credible. I found her to be experienced. And I found her to be knowledgeable in this very specific area, which is rare. There are not that many people who have published, doctors who have published in the area of dog bites specifically. So I thought it makes sense for me to reach out to her and talk to her, which is exactly what we did. And within a couple of days, literally, but almost counted by the hours of me receiving her information, we then had a discussion amongst ourselves. Is this something that we want to present on the defense side, on the defense case, and we turn the information over to Mr. Lyle? I understand that it was well into the trial, but that's not a fault of ours, and I don't think the sanction of exclusion is necessary or appropriate to punish Ms. Reed from having an experienced witness testify in rebuttal to ultimately what Dr. Scordi-Bello and the Commonwealth is going to present in their case in chief. That's what she's going to do. She's going to present contrary evidence or an alternative theory of where those injuries came from to a person. Everybody on the Commonwealth side who can elucidate about this has said those injuries come from a tail light, including Mr. Paul yesterday. We have contrary evidence, and Ms. Reed should be entitled to present that evidence, even though it came late. It didn't come late by any fault of ours, and I don't believe that the Commonwealth has made out a prejudice that they can't overcome. It's late, obviously.
We're not supposed to send people to prison on technicalities. Now, sometimes people get off on technicalities, and while that may seem like a double standard, it's not. And if we know somebody's innocent, we can't let them go, or we can't let them go to prison because of a technicality. We can't. As a judicial system, as a judge, as a prosecutor, you can't do that. Not saying that's what this is, but if this is something the jury hears and votes not guilty, we should not want her to go to prison.
Mr. Lally is a skilled lawyer. There's nothing to say that he can't or hasn't been able to prepare for the cross-examination or for an examination from the jury. I just don't think exclusion is appropriate.
All right. So the second part of this argument, and I'll start with the Commonwealth first. So in your motion to exclude, you also raised Daubert type concerns. So Mr. Lally, is there portions, if I permit her to testify, are there portions, and focus specifically on the part of her opinion where she says, I guess the defense expects her to be able to say she will testify that these injuries are inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle, road rash, or scratches from broken glass or taillight material. I think you have a.
So Q said, can you stipulate to a remedy that wouldn't otherwise be available? So I don't really know what you mean, like what specific remedy, but if the Commonwealth allows you to call her and doesn't object to it, usually the judge will let it in.
An uphill battle on that part, Mr. Jackson. The Commonwealth, what do you say if she...
The second part of the motion is she shouldn't be able to testify to the car accident stuff. And, you know, of course, she's got to tip her hand a little bit more and say, you've got an uphill battle there, Mr. Jackson, that she should even be able to testify to this.
If she testifies, what should she be able to testify to? And don't just say nothing. I want some input.
No. If the court were permitted to the doctor to testify, Your Honor, what I would submit would be permissible testimony from a legal standpoint. I have some factual questions in regard to that, but from a legal standpoint, I think the court could permit her to testify as to the injuries that she observed, her working history in that area, observing prior injuries related to animal attacks and whatever consistency she believes that they have with that.
So he even agrees. If she's allowed to testify, there's no real getting around her testifying about the animal injuries. So Joanne, this is outside the presence of the jury.
I do not think it would be proper to allow this witness to testify or opine anything about the inconsistency with regard to pedestrian injuries. I don't think any proper foundation has been laid for there, whether it be through experiential knowledge in relation to that, or any sort of specialized training or knowledge, or anything to do with that. Anything.
So what's funny about that is, number one, compare it to all the Commonwealth experts. She's way more qualified, number one. Number two, I would argue the animal stuff is more of a different specialty that everybody doesn't have. So I get why we're all highlighting that with this witness. But she actually probably has more experience and expertise dealing with car accidents and injuries from car accidents than she does from animal accidents, just by the sheer fact that there are way more car accidents and injuries than animal caused injuries. ER doctor, coroner's office, working as a cop, which is basically all the other cops. She marks off, she checks that box. All the other cops were experts to car accidents because of just working on there. So I'm not following how she has the expertise for the animal stuff, but not the car accident stuff. It sure seems like she does have the expertise for the car accident stuff too.
From a forensic pathology or anatomical pathology perspective, I think should also be out of bounds and excluded with regard to this witness. She's certainly a very experienced emergency room physician. So anything in relation to that, I think it's permissible. But as far as the experience when it comes to motor vehicle crashes or pedestrian crashes, of which the court is well aware, there are a litany of different types of interactions a pedestrian can have with a motor vehicle in a collision sequence. And simply saying, well, there was no injuries to the leg, so it couldn't have been a motor vehicle collision is just plain wrong, and not backed up by science or anything else that this witness can testify to from the very limited experience she has in that realm. So if the witness were...
Think about Trooper Paul's, and this is what Ben said, think about his testimony to what he and what Lally just said. That's totally wrong. That there's no car. It's like kind of like he said how the scratches appeared is totally wrong and makes no sense either.
able or permitted by the court to testify, I would submit that her testimony should be relegated to simply what, if any, opinions her experience, obviously, and then what, if any, opinions she draws with regard to the causation of the injuries on the right arm, as it pertains to consistency there. But I venture to guess that it's likely that those are probably also going to be, in her opinion, consistent with many other causes beyond that, if she's being reasonable.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Also, that, Your Honor, I have no issue with, I have no issue with limiting the testimony to the animal.
I wish he wouldn't have done that. I wish he wouldn't have said, I have no issue limiting it, because I thought her saying this was not, I ruled that out quickly, that this wasn't a car accident. I thought that was effective. But what they're probably doing is trying to get the judge to split the baby, let her testify to the animal injury, take away the car accident stuff. And from my perspective, that's where I feel like if I had to put money down, that's what I think is going to happen. She's going to be allowed to testify, but it's going to be limited to be about, animal injuries and not about car accidents and not about the head. That's my guess as to what the judge is going to do.
And Peter was spot on. I said the same, spot on. She should be testifying. She's amazing. She's very knowledgeable. I think Bev was a bitch, treated her like a bitch, but she's amazing. So I'm glad she's get to testify. Oh, I'm sorry, ladies. I'm going to cut him off because I need to prep for the actual trial now. So give your final kisses to Trim. Trigo, we love you, Trigos. We love you. We love you, babe. We'll see you another day, Trigos. If you don't follow him, you should, because the lawyer, he is friggin' amazing. So, we're back to me. Hey, hello. How we doing? Here we go. I missed loads of people in chat. Hello, everyone. Dai's been in the chat, has he? Dai's been here somewhere. Dai Owen, the Druid. Jody Lee is in the house. How you doing, Jody? Lightly Leaf. I've heard the jingle lately. Hang on, then. Hang on. Let's hear the jingle. Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, ba, 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 bum, bum, bum. Thank you, Emily. Bum, ba, da, ba, da, bum. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you so much, everybody. Paul, we're on lunch break. Sarah's got it. She's got it. Yeah, baby, she's got it. Look at her. She's gorgeous, Sarah P. I don't want to give you a complex, but it's lovely to see your face on here, Sarah, as always. So cool to see 9K. I know, it's great, isn't it? It's all because of you guys. You really pushed it over the edge. 10K next, but let's just enjoy the 9K. I don't really celebrate stuff. 10K is my next big celebration. I don't think we're going to do it while Karen Reed's on, which I was hoping we would, but it's all good, though. It's all good. Hey, Miss Mojo Rising. How we doing? Keep it moving. Hey, Vixie. Boo-boo. Hey, Dilly. Hey, Vixie. Vicky, Vixie. Paul. Love you too, October girl. How we doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Is wrong. She should be able to testify on car accident. Do not see anyone other qualifies her with her experience. I think the problem is that they were going to fight on it. If she would have been a witness, as in before the trial starts, there's no even questions. She would have been allowed to testify 100%. But like Trigo said earlier on, when she was asked about, can you tell the difference about the car accidents and stuff like that, because she's seen hundreds of them, she said she couldn't. She could, she didn't know. Which is the way she should. If she had more time to prep, she would have been able to testify as that. But hey, she doesn't need to. Doesn't need to anyway. So it's all good. It's all good, Tim. But you're right. If this would have been done way before time, she would have testified to everything. Tangle Tiara, hello to you, my darling. How are you doing? Hope you're well. Evening, Governor. How's it going, fella? Dai's joining me tomorrow lunchtime. So there might be a full day tomorrow. I don't know. But Dai might join us for lunch break tomorrow. Might jump on while Sean jumps out. Hey, Timmy, how we doing, fella? Oh, hang on. Let me put the friggin' thing on. So, like some of you knows, Sean might join us. Well, he will. But he's back tomorrow. But he's at the vets right now. So, at the vets. Congrats. Thank you. Hang on. Why can't I press? Oh, no. I crashed. Oh, no, it's back. Oh, don't crush me, for fuck's sakes. Thank you, Laura. Hope you're doing well. Congrats. Thank you so much. Maxie! Maxie Dexie, she's so sexy. Dee, 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 dee. Hey, Max. How you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Also, Maxie, I played your, obviously, intro yesterday for members only and the outro. And the story blocks, I found out the story blocks are now sorted all out for me. So I should be able to play your stuff moving forward after the current retrial. I should be able to play it. Should be. I've only went to the pub with come on, boo boo. That's a Dinglebury rock. Dinglebury, Dinglebury, Dinglebury rock. Jobathon. How we doing, Job? Better known as John. Della, Lisa, how we doing, my darling? Della, you need to get to the Mark Bedro on. Be great with sure. He would be. Do you know what? I'd love to have him on, but he's such a busy guy. He is like, he's on every night on other channels. Otherwise, I'd love to have him on. But yeah, he's a busy guy. But hopefully, he might go on Sean's at some point. I know him and Sean have spoken, so maybe he'll go on that time. Because obviously, I stream in the mornings when it's different time zones and stuff like that. But yeah, I think he'll be on with Sean. Hopefully, anyway. Or after it's all done, I'll try and reach out to get him on. I actually just speak to Sean about getting him in for one of the morning clubs as well. That button's easy to forget. It is Dinglebury. Friday is die day. Let's go die, boy. Let's get it on. No, I mean it as well, Si. It's lovely to see your face on here. It's great. If you got it, flaunt it. They say, innit? Doing great sweets. There you go. That's what I like to hear. It's lovely to see you, Sarah P. and M. How we do, my darling? Hey, and also best of luck Monday, my darling. Can I be your singing agent? I have as much experience as that as all the Lally experts. Oh, I'm not saying anything. He doesn't choose a, hey, I just met you and this is crazy. I just met you. This is crazy. What's your number? Da, 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 da. Hey, I just met you. This is crazy. Something number. You drive me crazy. I don't know the song, but I know the tune of it. Darcy says Lisa Mark works during the all day still on the Sunny near York. Be at night as a time it is. To be fair, he was on. He's been streaming the trial during the day. He's been with Melanie Little and he's been with Joel. So he'd be covering it as well, which is, and he's been in court. Surprising. But I think he's into it now, isn't he? He's into it. But yeah, that's the reason, Darcy. You got it. You got it. Yeah, baby, you got it. Oh my God, Chappie, I love what you say. Thank you, Kimmy. I hope you're well, my darling. They're back. The court's back. Not yet, but he's still going. He's still going. Hang on, here we go. MJ all day today. Let's go, expert Erin Hack. Trego. El Chapti, El Chapti, chat, bang, bang, roll up crew.
Thank you. Please be seated. Close the session.
All right, so jurors, when we were doing scheduling, and I know scheduling has changed a lot in this case, but my main goal is to get this case to you folks by next week, when we all want the case to you by next week. So originally on the 21st, we were either going to do a whole day and then we couldn't do a whole day, and there was all of this back and forth, and it was a half a day, and it was because I had something scheduled in this courthouse that was not going to be continued through forces that we weren't aware of. It is going to be continued tomorrow. So in light of that, I would like us, and we will be doing a whole day. I understand that for one of you, that you planned on an earlier start to the weekend or a vacation day or something from the afternoon on. But really, all I'm asking of you is to go from, instead of a 1 o'clock stop, to a 4 o'clock stop. And where I guess 14 of you are able to do that, we're going to do that. So tomorrow will be a full day. Okay, I don't know who I'm inconveniencing, but I apologize for that. Because when I said emergency, an early start for the weekend is not an emergency.
All right, could we call the witness back, please?
Oh, hang on. So what? Have we just lost a witness or a juror? She said, what? Oh, no, I must be mistaken here.
Trooper, same thing, just be mindful and step up, and you remain under oath.
Thank you.
No, it's okay.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So with reference to this case, this investigation, who, if anyone besides you, created any Cellbrite reports or extractions from any of the phones involved in this case?
Other than the AG's office, it was just myself.
And now you had mentioned that there was some deleted material from the defendant's phone from the afternoon of January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was that was deleted?
There was some search items that were not there in the phone, but found cookies related to said searches and websites visited.
So as far as search terms or web history, were those the areas that were deleted?
Yes, that's correct.
I have nothing further on.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we brought you back for that, Trooper. Thank you very
What
much.
a fucking waste of
All
time,
right.
Lally. Fucking hell.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Dr. Renee Stonebridge to the
Here we
stand.
go. Here we go. Here we go. Right, people, can we spell her name? Because I don't know how to spell her name. Chat, can you be vigilant, please, to get her name for me? This is the one of the Emmys, anyway. The judge should have asked Lally, how long have you got left? Because that was a complete waste of time. So, I know, Erin, I got you. You got me.
If you could please watch that Facebook.
Creepers.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, thank you.
Hi. So once you sit, I'm going to tell you that you have to keep your voice up. We want to keep our air conditioning on, so just if you'd speak loudly into the microphone, that would be great. Yes, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yes, my name is Renee Stonebridge, last name Stonebridge, Stonebridge.
And what do you do for work?
I am employed through the Chief Medical Examiner's Office at Boston as Director of Cardiac and Neuropathology and Medical Examiner.
Now, if I could ask you just a few questions about sort of your educational and work history background, if that's all right?
Yes.
Starting with your bachelor's degree, where did you go and what, if any, area did you receive a degree in?
So I went to SUNY at Stony Brook in New York. I was a double major in biology and Germanic languages and literature. I graduated with a bachelor's of science degree. After that, I went to the American University of Antigua for medical school, and I graduated with honors, magna cum laude. After that, I did a 4-year combined anatomic and clinical pathology residency program at NYU Winthrop Hospital in Long Island, New York. After that, I did a 1-year forensic pathology fellowship at the Boston office of the Chief Medical Examiner. And after that, I did a 2-year neuropathology fellowship program through Brown University at Rhode Island Hospital.
And doctor, are you board certified?
Yes, I am board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, forensic pathology, and neuropathology.
And if you could just explain to the jury a little bit about what does board certified mean?
Board certification means that every medical specialty has their own board. So for example, the American Board of Pathology dictates whether or not you can be board certified based on certain criteria. So you have to meet certain criteria, meaning that you have to complete a certain number of surgical specimens, a certain number of autopsies. And then once you meet that criteria, you can take an exam, which if you pass, leads to your board certification.
Now, if I could ask you just a couple, and your board certification is up to date at this point, is that correct?
Yes.
In each of those areas that you just spoke of?
Yes.
Now, if I could ask you some general terms as far as if you could define them for the jury. First of all, what is pathology in a general sense?
Pathology is essentially the study of any sort of disease or abnormal state of the body tissues. So anything that can go wrong in the body and any of the body systems is essentially the study of pathology.
And now starting with anatomic pathology, what is anatomic pathology more specifically?
Anatomic pathology consists of the study of surgical specimens. So for example, if someone goes to the hospital to have a tumor removed, that specimen will go to pathology. The pathologist will look at it, cut it, look at specimens under the microscope, order any ancillary tests if necessary, and then make a diagnosis, which is then conveyed to the clinician. Anatomic pathology also consists of cytopathology, which is looking at individual cells, and then it also consists of autopsy pathology.
And as far as clinical pathology, what is that?
Clinical pathology is anything that is lab related in pathology. So if you have to get blood drawn and then the results come back, that is clinical pathology. If there's any sort of blood work that needs to be done, for example, if you're going to have a surgery and they have to cross-match and type you in case of a blood transfusion, that's considered clinical pathology. Also microbiology, so anything infectious. So essentially anything that goes through a lab is clinical pathology.
And what is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is the study of autopsies in a medical legal sense. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's always going to be something that is legal. Sometimes it may be just a person who has not seen a doctor in many years, dies at home. There's no physician that is willing to sign a death certificate. So we work on those types of cases, plus anything that is non-natural.
Now, neuropathology, what is that?
Neuropathology is the study of the brain, spinal cord, eyes, muscles, and nerves.
And if you could, just again, in general terms, as far as casework is concerned, related to your work as a director of the neuropathology, can you explain to the jury sort of what it is that you do with respect to neuropathology?
Yes, so my job primarily entails me to be a consultant for the medical examiners. So the medical examiners have a certain set of criteria that they follow in order to determine whether or not a brain needs to be saved for a neuropathologic analysis. So upon following that criteria, if the brain is saved, it gets put into formalin, which essentially fixes the brain so it firms it up, so it makes it easier to analyze. So after the brain has been fixed, I usually let them fix about 2 weeks. Sometimes it could be a little more, a little less, depending on circumstances. I will then look at the brain, take photographs of it from all sides, and then cut the brain, take photographs, document any sort of abnormalities. And then if I feel the need to take sections to look at under the microscope, then I will take those sections. They will be processed through histology. I will look at the slides. Sometimes you may have to add in additional testing, for example, immunohistochemistry, to see if there's anything in particular that you cannot maybe diagnose solely on looking at the histology. And then once that is done, I will issue a report to the medical examiner, and then they use it in terms of determining their cause and manner of death, if necessary.
Now, as far as that formalin process, as far as the solution is concerned, is there a typical time period that the brain would have to be in that solution prior to you examining it or cutting it or any of those other things?
Usually about 2 weeks, give or take maybe a few days here and there, but I usually try to let them fix at least 10 days minimum.
And again, in general terms, with respect to the types of cases that are referred to you, what types of cases are typically referred to you?
So part of the criteria that we use is that any cases for children or babies under the age of 2 years, those always come to me. Also, if there is any cases that have blunt head trauma that may be suspicious or homicidal in nature, those will typically come to me as well. Some of the other cases may be just difficult neuropathologic entity that a non-neuropath trained medical examiner may not be able to really diagnose. And then sometimes there's cases that are just surprise cases where the medical examiner opens up the head and they see something interesting or abnormal and they decide to save that case for me to look at further.
Now, with respect to the cases that you do see, at some point did you become involved in analysis or testing of a brain belonging to John O'Keefe?
Yes.
And who was the doctor that was the medical examiner that made that referral in this case?
It was Dr. Irini Scordi-Bello.
And with respect to your analysis here, obviously you looked at the brain. What, if any, other sources of information did you review or did you look at in ultimately formulating your opinion in this case?
So at the time when I was able to cut the brain of Mr. O'Keefe, I had information that was relayed to us from our intake department. So when a case gets called into the medical examiner, it gets taken by the intake department and they're given kind of just a rough summary of the case. I also had the police report, I had the EMS report, I had the medical records from when Mr. O'Keefe was in the hospital. I also had medical records from the primary care physician. I had autopsy photos, and I also had, I believe just refer to my notes here because I had a lot of notes. I also had the inventory and tracking sheets, which are notes created by the medical examiner, and the neuropath request itself.
Now, are you familiar with some terms in relation to injuries that you would observe as far as from a neuropathological perspective, as far as injuries being acute, subacute, or remote?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what those are and what those mean?
So it depends on circumstances. Acute generally is something that happened within a very short time frame. So when I refer to something as being acute, I usually refer to that as something that's occurring from the time of an injury to maybe a day or so afterwards. As I said, it's variable dependent on circumstances. Subacute is something that has not happened within the last few minutes, few hours, maybe even a day, and maybe something that is now in the process of healing. And then chronic is usually something that has happened a while ago in the past. You may see some sort of evidence of some type of injury in a chronic state. You may also not see any evidence because it may have completely healed by that point.
And so from your analysis in this case, how did you characterize, in your opinion, from everything that you reviewed as far as the injuries you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
The injuries I observed were acute injuries, meaning that they probably occurred minutes to hours.
Now, if I could turn your attention to your findings as far as when you conducted your analysis and your testing in this particular case, what, if anything, did you find as far as injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
So when I look at the brain, what I do is I look at all surfaces from all sides. And one of the things that I look for is anything grossly obvious, meaning anything I can look at the brain and see that there's something
there that shouldn't be there. So one of the first things I noticed was a subarachnoid hemorrhage. And subarachnoid hemorrhage is something that occurs when you have bleeding within the leptomeninges. Leptomeninges are a very thin membrane that encase the brain and the spinal cord, and there should not be blood freely floating within the leptomeninges. So if you have a subarachnoid hemorrhage, most of the time, the causes are either a ruptured aneurysm, which is something I would see upon cutting the brain, or some type of trauma. So that was the first finding.
Can I stop you there just for a second? Of those taking notes and for our court reporter, could you spell the type of hemorrhage and the membrane?
Yes. Subarachnoid is SUBARACHNOID. And leptomeninges, LEPTOMENINGES.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Now, with regard to anything related to the aneurysm that you indicated that you would have seen, what, if anything, did you see during the course of your review or testing or analysis of Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
So aneurysms are typically seen in the cerebral vessels that sit around the base of the brain. So there's something called the circle of Willis, which is the main arterial supply. It sits around the base of the brain, and it's kind of shaped like a circle that has vessels that come off that extend to other areas of the brain. So typically, if there is an aneurysm that is ruptured, it's going to be located somewhere in one of those vessels. So upon observing those vessels, I did not see any evidence of any aneurysm or any sort of natural disease state that might have led to a rupture in one of these vessels. Also, sometimes these vessels, since they do go deep into the brain, you may only see the rupture upon cutting the brain. And I did not see any evidence of any rupture of any of these vessels anywhere in the brain.
Now, as far as the subarachnoid hemorrhage that you observed, where was that located within the brain, and if you could?
So the subarachnoid hemorrhage was on the frontal poles, which is essentially right here in the front of the brain. So the frontal lobes obviously sit in the front, and then the poles are the very frontmost portion of the brain. So it was on the frontal poles. It was also on the left temporal pole. So the temporal region is right here in the temporal region. And because of the way that the temporal lobe is shaped, it kind of has a little loop right in the front. So it has a pole as well. So it was on the left temporal pole. And then it was also in the left lateral fissure. So you have a frontal pole here. You have the temporal lobe right here. And then the lateral fissure goes kind of in between the temporal and the frontal lobes. So you have the hemorrhage here, and then hemorrhage right there. So it's kind of all concentrated almost in one area. But then there was also hemorrhage of the posterior surface of the right temporal as well. So on this side.
Now, doctor, I'm probably going to butcher this horribly, but just as far as the bilateral unci, are you familiar with that?
Yes. So the unci are the medial portion of the temporal lobes. So the brain is essentially oriented in a way that each hemisphere, the right and left hemisphere, are the same. The unci are the most inner portion of the temporal lobes. So the unci sit just next to the brainstem. So if you have anything that causes herniation of these unci, they start to push inwards onto the brainstem. So say this is the brainstem, here the unci, they start to push in. And because the brain is within the skull is hard, you have no room for any sort of expansion of the brain. If there is herniation, it will start to push in that area because the brainstem turns into the spinal cord and goes out of the skull through the foramen magnum. So you have this hole about this big or so at the base of the skull where the brainstem turns to the spinal cord, then comes out. So that's one of the only areas in which the brain can actually move because it's encased in the hard skull. So if you have herniation, it'll start to push and then push downwards.
Could I ask you to spell unci?
UNCI.
And with reference to this bilateral unsi area, what, if any, herniation did you observe?
So when the unsi herniate, it can be subtle. Sometimes if it's herniated enough, you may see hemorrhages in the brainstem. And this happens because this tissue is now pushing on the brainstem and it's essentially being compressed. So there was herniation noted, and then there was hemorrhage within the brainstem.
Now, if I could ask you, doctor, just to be familiar with the term or medical term known as a contusion?
Yes.
And can you explain just in general terms to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
So a contusion is essentially a bruise. It's blood that's coming out from a blood vessel. It's a blood vessel that has been broken in some way, and now there's blood coming out.
Now, you're also familiar with another term, part of that term, known as a punctate contusion?
Yes, so punctate is essentially just a way to describe the size of a contusion. When I say punctate, I mean something that's very, very tiny, almost just like a dot.
And with respect to punctate contusion, what, if anything, did you observe in this O'Keefe's brain, and where was it located?
So there were punctate contusions in the frontal and temporal cortices. So frontal, once again, is the front portion right here. Temporal is kind of right behind it in this area. And the cortex is the gray matter of the brain. So it's a thin strip that kind of just goes around the brain. And then the white matter is underneath all that. So in traumatic injuries, you can see punctate contusions or even larger contusions in the cortex. It usually indicates that the brain has been pushed against something, which is now causing these little blood vessels to rupture, hence seeing the contusions, because the blood is no longer contained in the blood vessels.
Now, doctor, with regard to the subarachnoid hemorrhage, is there anything that you're able to do as far as measuring that?
It's hard to measure because it's usually pretty vague. It's not usually something that is a well circumscribed, meaning I could say it starts here and ends here. A lot of times with subarachnoid hemorrhage, because it's sitting in this space that it's not supposed to be in, it can spread. So it may be thicker in one area, thinner in another. So you may have some that may appear just as a very faint hemorrhage, and then some that might be very thick, which you can physically measure. So I usually just give an area where it is and say it's here, it's there, because it's almost like measuring something that has blurred edges. You can't really get a completely accurate measurement.
And what, if anything, were you able to observe or measure with regard to the subarachnoid hemorrhage in the area of the left prefrontal lobe?
So it appeared thicker in that area, meaning that as opposed to it looking just like a faint red color that should not be that color, it was actually thick enough that it was obscuring the underlying brain parenchyma.
If I could turn your attention, doctor, just back for a moment to the punctate contusions that you were testifying about before. As far as your observations of those, was that one or more than one, or what? How many did you observe?
So there were multiple. There were multiple contusions to the point where it's not something that you can count. I mean, you could count it, but it would probably take a very long time. If it had been something like one or two, three, four, maybe a handful, it would probably be something I would say there are 3 here, 4 there, but there were so many that it didn't serve a purpose to count.
And the number of those, what, if any, significance did that have in regard to your analysis, your observations, or your opinion?
So given that there's multiple, it means that there's enough pressure in the brain that there were many surfaces that were pressing on the bony prominences of the skull, which was leading to a lot of blood vessels rupturing, causing these contusions.
Now, I think you've talked a little bit, but just in general terms, if you could describe for the jury, what is a hemorrhage?
So a hemorrhage is essentially blood that's coming out from a vessel. So it's like a bruise. Hemorrhage, bruise, contusion, they're fairly similar. Some people use them interchangeably, but it's essentially blood that's no longer contained in a blood vessel.
When something is termed medically, based on your training experience as a diffuse hemorrhage, what does that mean?
So diffuse means it's over a very large area. It's not something that's just a tiny little area. You could say, okay, I'm looking at this person's, let's say, liver, and there's a 2 by 2 centimeter hemorrhage sitting right there in the right lobe of the liver. Diffuse would mean there's hemorrhage throughout nearly the entirety of the liver.
Now, with regard to, you made a note as far as there being a diffuse hemorrhage within the pons, P-O-N-S, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what that means and where is that located within the brain?
So the pons is part of the brainstem. So the brainstem starts right in the middle of the brain, and you have the midbrain, the pons, the medulla, and then it turns into the spinal cord. So the pons is kind of in the middle of the brainstem. And when you have hemorrhage in the pons, in this circumstance, it was because there was the herniation of those onsi, which began moving closer and closer towards the pons, pressing on it, causing hemorrhage, because now the tissue is compressed, the blood is not going to be able to flow in and out freely, therefore hemorrhage.
Now, with regard to the totality of what you reviewed in this case in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, were you able to form any opinions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty in regard to the injuries that you observed to Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
I was able to determine that these are acute traumatic injuries. I know that based on what I observed and in combination with the autopsy findings, that this is due to some type of trauma.
If I could ask, as far as you have certain findings as far as an intraventricular hemorrhage and occipital horns of the lateral ventricles, correct?
Yes.
If you could please explain to the jury what exactly does that mean?
Yes. So the ventricles are almost like a tunnel system of the brain in which the cerebrospinal fluid flows through. So the cerebrospinal fluid serves as a fluid that nourishes the brain. It provides a flow of nutrients, oxygen, things like that. And it starts in the frontal portion of the brain, and then it goes backwards towards the occipital, which is the back. And it also flows downward through the brainstem and then into the spinal cord as well. So the occipital horns of the lateral ventricles are in the back of the head, and having hemorrhage in those areas, and in any area of the ventricular system, is usually indicative of some type of trauma. So there should not be blood freely flowing within the ventricular system.
Now, Dr. Stonebridge, with regard to your findings, you mentioned that your findings were that the injuries were acute and that the injuries were the result of trauma, correct?
Yes.
What, if anything, can you say or can you opine as to the mechanism for those acute traumatic injuries?
It was something that required some type of force, given that there were skull fractures. I can't say what type of force or how much force, but it was definitely something that caused some type of force, which led to the skull fractures and then the subsequent brain findings.
And the brain findings in particular that you made, were those consistent with the fall?
They can be, yes.
Can they also be consistent with being struck by a vehicle and then going to the ground?
Yes, they can be.
Thank you, Doctor. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Cross-examination?
No questions, thank you.
You're welcome.
Doctor, thank you very much. You are all set.
Thank you.
Okay. Step down. Thank you.
That's nice and easy. Happy day.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness.
Next.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Dr. Irini Scordi-Bello to the stand.
Okay.
Renee, Scordi-Bello.
And Your Honor, as she's coming in, may we approach briefly?
Sure.
Right, Huckster, how do you spell this name? Hack is on it. Let's get it, Hack. Because there's no way I can do that. Irini Scordi-Bello. Let's get it on. That was nice and quick. Witness 68. Oh, books. I pressed the wrong one. Where's Erin Hack's one gone? There you go. Irini, that's the one I wanted. Because that's the one I want. Irini Scordi. All these Italian names, I don't know what they are. Irini Scordi-Bello. We. Nope, not that one. Oh, got it. We got it. Right, that was, yeah, she's fine, whatever. Do you know what I mean? Nothing to cross on. Right, now for this one. Need to put this in. 68, Irini direct. Right, let me move myself then. The people behind Paul, the journalists, you mean? Oh, shit.
Madam Court Reporter, what was previously marked SS for identification is now the next exhibit in evidence.
That will be exhibit 641.
Thank you. All right, so are you looking for my instruction now, Mr. Lally?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
All right. So jurors, I gave you a similar instruction before about photographs. So the Commonwealth intends to introduce into evidence through the next witness certain photographs showing Mr. O'Keefe post-mortem. You'll have those photographs with you in connection with this case. I understand that they will be, some of them will be shown up on the screen, and that's why I want to sort of give you a warning that that will happen. When they come to you as exhibits, they'll be placed in an envelope. You can, look at them briefly. They'll be covered, is what I'm saying to you. So the photographs are not pleasant. They can be described as graphic. And I instruct you that your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs will be unpleasant, perhaps sad and graphic. The defendant's entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy for Mr. O'Keefe, which might be occasioned by the photographs. So please consider those photographs only as they draw your attention to a clinical, medical status or to the nature of Mr. O'Keefe's injury or to the nature of the incident itself. Okay? All right. Now your next witness, please, Mr. Lally.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I don't know if they're showing the photos or not, people, so be careful. Be careful if they are showing the photos.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Irini Scordi-Bello. My last name is spelled Scordi-Bello.
And how are you employed, ma'am?
I am employed as a medical examiner.
And for whom are you employed?
I'm employed by the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
And how long has it been that you've been medical examiner for the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Massachusetts?
I have been with OCME in Massachusetts since December of 2016.
Now, ma'am, if I could take you back and just ask you a few questions regarding your educational background, work history a little bit prior to working at the OCME in Massachusetts. If I could start with your undergraduate work, as far as where did you go and what, if anything, did you receive a degree?
I completed a bachelor's degree in microbiology at the University of California.
And after receiving that degree, where did you go from there?
I went on to the University of Miami, where I completed my doctorate degree in immunology. And following that, I moved up to New York City, where I went to medical school. I completed 4 years of medical school at the Mount Sinai School of Medicine. And following medical school, I completed 3 years of pathology residency at the Mount Sinai Hospital.
And then following your residency at Mount Sinai, where did you go from there?
And from there, I went downtown in New York City, and I completed a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the City of New York.
And following that 1-year fellowship there, where did you go from there?
I worked in New York City until 2016 when I moved here to Massachusetts.
Now, are you board certified?
Yes, I am.
What are you board certified in?
I'm board certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
And if you could explain to the jury just briefly, what does it mean to be board certified and sort of what is entailed in that process?
Board certification is actually a voluntary process that a physician decides to go through. It involves completing an accredited program in the specialty of choice. In my case, it was pathology and forensic pathology, and then completing a number of requirements, as well as taking and successfully passing exams, and then being able to say that you're board certified.
And is that certification at this time, is that up to date?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the time that you've been working as a forensic pathologist, are there any organizations that you belong to in relation to your work in that field?
Yes, I am a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners.
And that's an acronym as far as name.
Name.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that time frame as well, what, if any, experience do you have in regard to teaching the areas related to your field?
I have always been interested in teaching. I started teaching as a pathology resident, teaching other residents and medical students. And during my time in New York City, I enjoyed teaching medical students and residents. We had a very active education program in New York City. So I've always been involved with teaching both pathology and forensic pathology.
Now, to those terms themselves, if I could ask you briefly just to describe to the jury as far as pathology in general sense, what is pathology?
Pathology is a specialty of medicine, and pathology looks at disease processes and as well as trauma and the effect they have on the human body.
And what is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology looks at disease processes and injuries in the human body and tries to determine the cause of death in deceased individuals.
And as far as anatomic pathology, what exactly is it?
Anatomic pathology, as opposed to clinical pathology, is it has to do with any organ that is in the body, versus clinical pathology that deals with fluids and blood analysis and things like that. So anatomic pathology, a lot of anatomic pathologists are surgical pathologists. That's another term that you will hear. These are pathologists in the hospital that look at tissues under the microscope, and they come to a diagnosis, whether something is benign or malignant. And forensic pathology takes anatomic pathology to another step, to another level, by looking at the whole body and trying to determine the cause of death instead of organ specific. Instead of just looking at one organ, forensic pathology looks at the whole body.
Now, you're also familiar through your work and training experience in regard to forensic pathology with a term called autopsy.
Yes.
And is that something that typically you would do in the case of sort of your investigation and your analysis in regard to pathological analysis when it came to a body or a patient that comes in?
Yes, an autopsy is a procedure that we do to determine the cause and manner of death.
And so, doctor, with respect to an autopsy, may be a term that's pretty well understood, but if you could explain in general terms, as far as when a body or a patient comes in to the OCME, as far as what is an autopsy, what is involved in it, and sort of what does that consist of?
Yes. When a case, a death is first reported to the medical examiner's office, we make a determination as to whether that death falls under our jurisdiction. Cases that fall under the jurisdiction of the medical examiner include all violent deaths, all deaths that are due to not natural causes, all accidents, intoxications, deaths of babies and children, and deaths in individuals that were not under the care of a physician when the death occurred. So once a case is accepted and it falls under our jurisdiction, it is given a numerical number, and then the body is transported from either the location of the death or the hospital to our facility. Our facilities. We have 3 facilities in the state of Massachusetts. Once the body comes to our facility, then there are a number of steps that are taken. The body is processed. What that means is that there pictures are taken, a weight is taken, a height is taken. Everything is input into our computer system, and then a determination is made as to whether an autopsy is required in order for us to determine the cause and manner of death. If the answer is yes, then we proceed with the autopsy.
Now, as far as an autopsy is concerned, there are 2 sort of primary components of that, as far as an external examination and an internal examination. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you describe to the jury, again, in general terms, sort of what the process is in reference to both external and internal?
Yes. So the autopsy or the post-mortem examination has 2 main parts. The first one is the external exam, and it is basically what it sounds like. We do a very thorough exam of the outside of the body. We document physical characteristics, eye color, hair color. We document any scars or tattoos that may be on the body. We take pictures, we make notes, we look for any signs of disease and any signs of injury. All that is, as I mentioned, documented. And once we're, during the external examination, sometimes we will take evidence. We will collect hair and nails from the body if we think that is necessary or warranted. And once the external examination is done, then we proceed to the internal examination. That involves making surgical type cuts on the body, what's known as the Y incision that goes from shoulder to shoulder and down the middle of the body, and the organs of the neck, the chest, the abdomen are examined thoroughly, again, looking for and documenting signs of disease or signs of injury. We do the same thing with the head. The head is open, the brain is removed, and we document any disease or injury.
Now, turning your attention to January 31st, 2022, did you have occasion to perform an autopsy in regard to a patient or a body of John O'Keefe?
I did.
And do you recall which of, you mentioned there were 3 different offices of the chief medical examiner within the state of Massachusetts, correct?
Yes, it was in the Cape Cod office.
Is that the office that you typically work out of?
No, that's not the office I typically work out of. My permanent position is in the Westfield office in Western Massachusetts. I was covering the office that day because we were short-staffed.
And in the reference to the autopsy that you performed with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, was that in conformity with what you were speaking about just before, generally as far as how you conduct autopsies?
Yes.
Now, during the course of the autopsy that you performed in reference to Mr. O'Keefe, during the course of the external examination, what, if anything, did you know in reference to that external examination of Mr. O'Keefe?
First, I noted that there was evidence of medical intervention. Mr. O'Keefe's body was transported to our facility from the hospital, and he had evidence of attempted resuscitation. After I documented that, I proceeded to document some injuries that I saw on Mr. O'Keefe's body.
And before we turn to that, if I could just ask you a couple more general questions. You've made some mention earlier in your testimony as far as the cause and manner of death in general. That's 2 things that you're trying to determine during any sort of forensic pathological examination, correct?
Yes.
And what I'm going to ask you first is just in reference to manner of death. Can you describe for the jury sort of what are the different types of manner of death, and how are they sort of classified from a perspective from your office?
Okay. Yes. So the manner of death are the circumstances that led to the cause of death. The cause of death being the disease or the injury that initiated the sequence that led to the fatal events. So the manner of death is circumstance dependent. There are 5 general manners of death, or 5 umbrellas. The first one is natural. When we determine a manner of death to be natural, it means that the death was caused exclusively by natural disease. That would be heart disease, liver disease, cancer, aging, Alzheimer's, dementia, etc. The second manner of death is accident. That means that the cause of death was due to an injury or due to an intoxication, either a physical injury or a chemical injury. But the circumstances show little or no evidence that intoxication or that injury was intentional. So most motor vehicle accidents, most drug overdoses, most elderly falls are classified as accidents. The fatal outcome was not intentional. Homicide is a manner of death when there is injury inflicted by another person, but there is evidence that there was intent to cause fear, harm, or death to the other individual. And suicide is due to either an injury or an intoxication. And again, the circumstances and the evidence suggest or point strongly to the fact that that was a self-inflicted, intentional act on behalf of the person with the intent to cause harm to themselves or cause death to themselves. So most hangings, intentional overdoses by prescription medications are classified as suicides. And then we have, I'm sorry, and then we have one more manner that we call undetermined. Some jurisdictions, they call it could not be determined. That means that evidence pointing towards one set of circumstances or one manner is no more compelling than evidence pointing towards another manner of death. So if we don't have enough information to know whether something, or to be able to determine the circumstances, then we are left with an undetermined manner of death.
Now, am I correct in stating that the cause of death is something that's more like a medical determination? Is that correct?
Yes, the cause.
So watch the leading questions, Mr. Elliott, sustain.
How would you characterize the determination that you make in regard to a cause of death?
The cause of death is based on my findings at the time of autopsy, along with any medical information that I may have on that deceased individual.
Now, as far as the manner of death, how are you making that determination?
The manner of death, as I mentioned, is circumstance dependent. I make that determination based on investigative information that is provided to me by law enforcement, by the people who did the investigation.
And what, if any, legal determination are you making as far as when you classify something as either of those 5 categories in a manner of death?
I am not making a legal determination. I'm making a medical determination.
And so as far as the medical determination is manner of death, specifically when I'm talking about something that could be ruled or listed as manner of death as accident, is that, what if any determination are you making as far as that is concerned?
I'm making the determination that the information that I have either shows no evidence or very little evidence that the injury that led to the cause of death was intentional. So I don't have any information to suggest that that was an intentional act.
And am I correct in saying that routinely people charged with, say, motor vehicle homicides, it gets classified as a manner of death as accident, correct?
Objection. Sustained.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm showing you the documents, ask you to review it, look up when we finish.
Yes,
And do you recognize that document, Doctor?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
This is a copy of the death certificate for Mr. John O'Keefe.
That's signed by yourself, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as the listing related to cause of death, what did you list as cause of death on Mr. O'Keefe with regard to his death certificate?
Cause of death was blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia.
And with reference to manner of death, what, if anything, did you list on Mr. O'Keefe's death certificate in relation to manner?
I listed could not be determined.
And as far as that listing for could not be determined, if you could explain to the jury why it was that you have that listed as a manner of death with relation to Mr. O'Keefe.
Again, the cause of death is something that I can determine by the autopsy. I did the autopsy on Mr. O'Keefe and determined that he had injuries to his head as well as signs of hypothermia. So the combination of those two was the cause of death. The manner of death has to do with the circumstances under which Mr. O'Keefe sustained those injuries. And I did not have enough information to be able to determine whether those injuries were accidental or not. And so my manner of death was undetermined or could not be determined.
And just from the spectrum that you had just talked about, sort of the 5 different manners of death, fair to say that you did not determine that this was either suicides or natural causes, correct?
Correct.
And so as far as your determination of the manner of death being could not be determined, which of the two were you sort of in between?
The two manners of death that remain are accident and homicide.
Now, may I approach?
Yes.
I want to seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
Objection.
Now, Dr. Scordi-Bello, you had made reference as far as cause of death being a blunt force injury. Is that correct?
Correct.
At least one of the contributing causes. If you could explain to the jury sort of what you understand that to mean as far as what is a blunt force injury.
Blunt force injuries are caused by any blunt object. That is a very big category of objects. A microphone could be a blunt object. This bottle, if heavy enough, could be a blunt object. The ground can be a blunt object. So anything that doesn't have a sharp edge or a razor edge, not a knife, not a scalpel, is a blunt object. Blunt impact injuries are categorized into contusions, which are bruises, abrasions, which are scratches, fractures, which are a break in the bone, and lacerations, which are tears in the skin. So when we say blunt impact injuries, we could be referring to any of those or a combination of those four types. And all those are the result of impact of the body with a blunt object.
Now, we'll get more into specifics in a moment, just in general terms as far as from your external examination of Mr. O'Keefe's body, whereabouts sort of geographically on the body did you observe these blunt force injuries?
The majority of the blunt force injuries were to the face and the head, as well as to the upper extremities, the arms.
Now, starting with Mr. O'Keefe's head, what was it specifically, or where was it that you observed blunt force injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Okay. I observed a number of different injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's head, starting with his eyes. He had hemorrhage or bleeding on the upper eyelids of both eyes, as well as swelling of the eyes. He had a small laceration, a small tear in the skin on the right eyelid, again associated with the bleeding. He had some abrasions. Abrasions are superficial scratches on the skin on the left side of his nose, I believe. And when I looked at the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head, he had a laceration. It's a tear in the skin that was surrounded, or it was associated with an abrasion, a scrape.
Now, in terms of the extremities, and I'll start with upper extremities as far as his arms, what, if anything, did you observe in regard to blunt impact injuries to his arms?
He had, on the right upper extremity, he had a number of somewhat linear, somewhat patterned abrasions, scrapes, varying sizes, ranging from small, 2 to 3 millimeters to, I believe, 5 or 6 centimeters, both on the upper arm and part of his forearm. He had some contusions or some bruising on the dorsal aspect of the right hand that I measured and documented. He had some other, he had a very small abrasion, I believe, on the lower extremities near the right knee, but I would have to look at my notes to be absolutely sure.
You can go ahead and look at your notes anytime you need to, Doctor.
I can go into my notes?
Yes.
Okay. So as far as his extremities, I noted a 3 centimeter superficial abrasion to his right medial upper arm. That would be the medial aspect, would be the inner aspect of the right arm. I noted the abrasions on his posterior right arm and forearm. Those ranged from 3 millimeters to up to 7 centimeters. I noted 2 red contusions on the dorsal aspect of the right hand. Again, that's the back of the hand. A faint abrasion, a faint scratch. I noted 2 red contusions on the dorsal aspect of the right hand. Again, that's the back of the hand. A faint abrasion, a faint scratch on the dorsal aspect of the left hand, and a small 0.5 centimeter abrasion on his right lateral knee, on the side of his knee, on the right side.
Now, I think you've defined it fairly well so far, but I'm just going to ask you, just for delineation purposes, if you could explain to the jury sort of what is the difference between an abrasion versus a contusion versus a laceration.
Okay. An abrasion is a scrape. It's a scrape of the superficial layers of the skin. A contusion is a bruise. So if I hit myself hard enough on my nightstand, and I break blood vessels and under the skin, then I can end up with a bruise or a contusion. A laceration is a tear, not necessarily a cut. There's a distinction between a cut and a tear. A tear in the skin is due to a blunt object, maybe the corner of the nightstand that's sharp enough to tear my skin, but not so sharp as a blade that would actually cut the skin smoothly. So we differentiate between lacerations and cuts because cuts are due to sharp objects, lacerations are due to blunt objects. And fractures are basically a break in the bone, again, due to blunt trauma.
I'm familiar with what is termed as an incised wound.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Incised, I-N-C-I.
Incised, yes.
If you could explain the difference between sort of the mechanism and sort of what you observe between a laceration and an incised wound.
Yes, so an incised wound is what I previously called a cut. So the analogy I like to give is if you have a loaf of bread and you're trying to cut the bread. If you take a very good bread knife, sharp knife, you will be able to smoothly cut the bread. If you take a hammer, which is a blunt object, and you try to cut the bread, you're going to shred it up. So an incised wound is a smooth cut. Knives, razors will cause incised wounds on the skin. A blunt object will cause a laceration. It will break the skin, and the edges will not be uniform, and there might even be some bruising around it.
Now, with respect to the injuries that you talked about as far as the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, how was that located in reference to sort of the circumference of the arm? And what I'm asking there is, Was it on top, on the bottom, or everywhere?
I described them as being on the posterior right arm and forearm. So when we examine a body, we examine the body in what's known as the anatomic position, which is the body on the table with the palms upwards. And so the posterior right arm and forearm would be what would be facing the table as the body is laying on the table, the backside of the arm and the forearm.
So the opposite of posterior would be what?
Would be anterior, and it would be this area right here that cleans up.
And as far
or
as
forward.
the interior of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, what, if anything, did you observe as far as injuries there?
Again, I noted in my diagrams and my charts that they were mostly on the posterior right arm and forearm.
Now, Dr. Scordi-Bello, if I could turn your attention to the internal examination as far as the injuries that you observed there, what, if anything, did you observe during the course of your internal examination of Mr. O'Keefe?
Okay, the internal examination, I will start with the head. Once the skull was open and the head was examined, I noted that there were skull fractures in Mr. O'Keefe's skull, both in the back and the front aspect of his skull. Dura, and the dura is a very tough protective cover that sits over the brain. I noted that there was subarachnoid hemorrhage. That's hemorrhage that is directly on top of the brain under the leptomeninges, which is a very thin membrane that covers the brain. And at that point, I removed the brain, and I instead of examining it right then and there, I saved it in a special solution, and I sent it to our office in Boston for a neuropathologist to fully examine.
And is it your understanding that a neuropathologist ultimately conducted a fuller examination of Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
Yes.
And who was that neuropathologist within your office?
Dr. Stonebridge.
Now, with reference to the head, as far as the skull, you indicated that there were fractures as in plural, correct?
Yes.
And with reference to the fractures, what, if any, relationship did you know between the fractures that you observed and the laceration to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head that you spoke about in your external examination?
So the laceration on the scalp that I observed was overlying the area of the skull that appeared to be fractured, or at least appeared that the fractures were originating from that point of impact and extending into the rest of the skull.
Now, one of anything as far as your observations of the skull on that point in the, I'm sorry, which part of the skull was the originating fracture?
This would be on the back of the skull, slightly right of midline.
Is that the medical term that that's referred to as?
I'm sorry?
Is there a medical term that that's referred to as far as the right rear sort of?
It's the right occipital.
And what, if anything, led you to that opinion that that was sort of the originating source of the multiple fractures in the skull that you observed?
Again, observing or looking at the skull fractures and their pattern, there appeared to be a central point with fractures radiating or originating from that central point and going into other parts of the skull.
Now, in reference to that laceration in the area of the originating fracture in the back of the skull, what, if anything, did you determine in regard to impact in regard to that area of the head?
Well, the laceration along with, so the tear in the skin along with the scrape, because they were adjacent, are both evidence of blunt impact. So I knew at that point that Mr. O'Keefe's head had come in contact with a blunt object.
Would that be sort of the point of impact between the blunt object and Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Right.
Now, with reference to the fractures that you would observe, how extensive were the fractures that you observed, the multiple ones?
Well, there were multiple fractures. So by definition, multiple fractures in multiple chambers or parts of the skull. So I would say they were extensive.
Have a moment, Sharon.
Yes.
Now, when you're conducting this internal examination, is there sort of a division of the body that you're doing as far as what you're examining and in what order and sort of things that you're looking at from the internal examination?
Well, we examine everything, and usually we start in the external examination, we start from the head and work our way down. During the internal examination, we're doing two things at the same time sometimes. And so I start with the chest, move to the abdomen, and then the pelvis, while at the same time, we're working on the head.
All right, I'm going to pause you there for a minute. We're going to take a short recess and we'll be back.
John, you can step down if you'd like to.
Short
You don't have to,
recess.
but you can step down if you want to, and I'd ask that you just call over the jury.
7:40.
Oh, thank you.
I'll see counsel at sidebar.
I don't know what's going on now. There must be something coming up. Maybe it's the photos or something. I don't know. There must be something. He says she said multiple head fractures, so that goes against the Commonwealth theory of his head hitting cement. They stomped on him. There's something going on. Something going on. I'll tell you what else is going on. I don't know why, but I've just lost a shit ton of subscribers. I don't know why I've done that. Why have I lost all these subscribers? Hang on. Okay. Everyone should check that you're all subscribed to, not just me, but other people.
All rise for the court, please.
So there's a break, okay? I just lost 15 subscribers.
You are
Don't know
muted.
why. Anyway, we're on break now, so... Oh, fuck
Hey there,
you.
Karen Reed,
Fuck
trial.
off. I hate that. I won't say the word, but I hate them. I thought it was photos as well. I thought it was photos. Hey, Kim, multiple fractures and not declared hominid. Makes me angry. Again, no justice for homicide yet. Justice for Officer John O'Keefe. I agree. No, I've just lost. Literally just now, in the last minute, 15, bang, gone. Yeah, and not just check for me, but other subscribers as well, whoever you follow, because YouTube are absolute pieces of shit. No, I lost another 4. I just lost 19 people now in literally less than 2 minutes. I now got 8,986 subscribers. Bizarre. It's all good though. It is what it is. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Yeah, as to say, it does happen. Honestly, people, it happens. It's all good. Do you know what I mean? Thank you for supporting the channel, Kim. We appreciate you, Kim. They do. No, they do. I happens to be a lot. I just lost another one. So yeah, lost 20 now in like 2 to 3 minutes. But whatever. You know, yeah, they do subscribe. Because also some people are bots as well, and they, you know, whatever. But it is what it is. Hey, that just means we got another celebration. Hey, we just gained one. We just gained one back. It just means we get to celebrate again the 9K. Let's go. Probably 15 free memberships added as 5X's exactly a month ago. That I've now. No, it's not. It's not the memberships, but it's the subscribers. So memberships free. Subscribers. You know, press to subscribe. That's free. The members one's different. You know that I don't keep track of that one. You know, I do, but that's not gone down. It's the free subscribers one. Oh, Laurie, if you check again, it goes down. Yeah, still on 8,986. So I get the exact count as well. So maybe there's difference. Thank you, Cora. Thank you, Cora, my darling. So, just to clarify, it did freeze once for me, right? But that was because I'm probably for you guys because StreamYard kicked me out. I was only out for like 2 seconds, but that might have been your freeze as well, because it dropped the stream for 2 seconds. I had to press the camera on and it came back on instantly. But that's only happened once. If you've been freezing constantly, that's nothing to do with me. But once, that's 100% down to me. ScrewTube, I love it. I love that name, ScrewTube. Pamela. There she is. Yeah, no, I honestly is. I got another one up now. 8,987. Yeah, we'll celebrate again, John. We'll celebrate again. YouTube sucks. You're right. You know, we'll be just to see what she says now. I don't know what Liza Little is going to ask her. Probably the Proctor stuff. Do you know Proctor called you a whack job? Mel Stan, how are you doing, my darling? 8.9, yeah, I got 8.9. 8,987 people. That's all good. Little G, we really have a good group. We haven't had time out or block very many people. No, I've blocked 2 people since Karen started, and I think I topped that list. What does Little G say then? I mean, when we talk about potty mouths here, hey, Di still here. Di is still here. There's no one had more messages deleted than David Owen. Di has probably had more messages deleted than anyone else in this channel ever, but he's still here because I love Di, and he means no harm. He just loses his head sometimes. Right. Why? It just happens. It's just YouTube. Oh, I've got another one now. 8,988 now. It's all good, people. Honestly, it's fine. Are you sure that? No, members is completely different. Members is completely different. Members is paid. Subscribers are free. So, like, I got 8,988 subscribers. I can tell you now, I have got nowhere near 8,988 members. So it's all good. As I say, it's all good, people. It's all good. It's all good. 15 or 1,500. Not sure what that means. Celebrity himself has had to unsubscribe. Did you hear Sean say earlier on about he's like, I can't remember. Resistance to Silence. I'm thinking of Silence of the Lamb. I was instantly like, Lamb, your fault, Dana. Your fault. YouTube has been seizing up on me during ads. Wonder if it's connected. So the other week, the chat across the whole of YouTube went down. Hang on. Ted Daniel says, scheduling, I'm told, full days scheduled all of next week. So apparently Monday to Friday next week, full days as of now. Okay. That's Ted Daniel say that. If it happens, it happens. If I don't really like a YouTube channel, I unsubscribe. Yeah, and some people unsubscribe. Also, YouTube does it as well, automatically as well. Because sometimes YouTube thinks you're bots as well. So if everything can confirm this, yeah, but take your time. There's only two, it's, as I say, it's all good. You and LTL, Brian LTL are the best. Thank you, Elise. I need to get Brian on the channel, but because he works, it's hard to get him on. I should reach out to him though. I haven't, but I should. Because you're over the target. Yes, super chat. You got it, super chat. Dilly, my husband just subscribed. Happy days. Thank you, Mr. Reed. Thank you very much, Mr. Reed. I appreciate you for that. That's why I love you guys. This is why I got more women than men as subscribers, because you force your men to subscribe. That's why I got some men here. Yeah, it's all good, Kate. And again, Kate, I'm not sure if you've seen it, but thank you again. I always try and say thank you to you for the coffee, because I missed you yesterday, and I was gutted I missed you for that. And talking about coffees, hang on, I got another one here. So I forgot to do it before lunch. So let me get this one up now then. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Oh, wrong one. Thank you to Shirley from Dot. She bought 3 coffees. Thank you, Shirley from Dot. She goes, thanks for all you guys do. Welcome back, Sean. We missed you. I hope your family and you are well. Hi to Sis in Puerto Vallarta. I can't say that. Puerto Vallarta. Puerto Vallarta. Puerto Vallarta. Hello to Sis, Dot Sis, Shirley's sister. Hello to you. And thank you for you, Shirley, for the coffee, my darling. Puerto Vallarta. Share screen. Let's get the stream. Let's get it right. Let's get this party started. Let's get this party started. Right. Oh, October Girl, thank you so much for your support, as always. Thank you, everybody. YouTube is corrupt, I know. I'm still subscribed. Thank you, everybody. I would never. You better not. There you go. Greg, hello to you. Still here. Yay. My like was undone, and I had like this morning. There we go. Check these things, people. Check it. I'm still here. I'm still flying. Chelsea O'Neill. Top of the morning to you, Chelsea. With a name like O'Neill, you must have Irish blood. Sluncher. I'm still sub. There you go, Amanda. Thank you, everybody. I'm still subscribed. Thank you, Kathy. Everyone, thank you so much. It's all good. Karen. Karen's like half an hour behind. Loves it. I love that. Do it now is free. Yes, let's see how many people we gained again. We're still 11 short. We're on 9,000. Sorry, we're on 8,989. It's all good though. No, Bev's not done. They were just doing scheduling now, and I think they'll do a quick break just before the photos and stuff that I imagine. So I hate the YouTube ads. I know. That's why I have to pay the premium. I have to pay £18 a month just so you guys. Can you imagine if I didn't do that? You'd have ads from me as well. Cheapers, creepers. Sorry, I'm still here. Lovely to have you, GD. Cheese and rice. We don't have much cheese and rice today. Do you know what I mean? There you go. Happy days, Lucy. Hey, and you've just subscribed, Lucy. So I'm glad. Let's go, Lucy. Because you know what, Lucy? We are family. Yeah. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Yeah. Curious Kitty's in the house. I'm still here, but the app was hanging in the background because I have some things to do. It's all good. Much more importantly, the new barmaid in my local has got massive. This is why I need to look at stuff before I say it. I learned that from Jonathan. Now Di's joined the club. It's quality of El Chatty, not quantity. Yes, do you know what? We got great quality. That's for sure, Kate. Absolutely. I truly believe that. We have great quality here. And we got good balance, I think. There you go. Just once for me. Yeah, it was me then. It was me just once. Objective in a testimony. Oh, here we go. Sorry, people. Here we go. 721, 722.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Now, doctor, as far as the internal examination was concerned with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, starting with his stomach, what, if anything, did you observe of any significance in that area?
I observed that there were some small hemorrhages, small areas of bleeding in Mr. O'Keefe's stomach.
And are those described in medical literature as a specific type of spot?
They have a name. They're called Wisniewski spots. Wischnewski. And they have been associated with cases of hypothermia.
And how so? How have they been associated with cases of hypothermia?
They have been seen in cases of hypothermia. It's one of the findings that supports the diagnosis of hypothermia. They are not always there, and their presence doesn't definitively diagnose hypothermia, but they are one of the findings that, if present, suggest the diagnosis of hypothermia.
And based on your training and experience, based on other types of literature that you've reviewed in regard to hypothermia, what is, as far as these Wisniewski spots, and thank you very much for saying that until after you had said it. With regard to that, what if anything does it say as far as the causality of that, or how that occurs or is related to hypothermia?
We don't really know the pathophysiology of these spots. There have been various hypotheses. People have suggested that they are a response to stress. Some people have suggested that hypothermia increases secretion of acid in the stomach, and that leads to these spots, but their exact pathophysiology is still under investigation.
Now, in addition to these areas of small hemorrhage in Mr. O'Keefe's stomach, what, if anything, did you observe in the pancreas?
In the pancreas, I again observed some more diffuse hemorrhage of the pancreas and the tissues around it.
And same question with regard to the spots or the hemorrhages you observed in the stomach. What, if any, relationship do the hemorrhages or the bleeding in the pancreas have in relation to hypothermia?
Again, it's one of the findings that, if present, should alert the medical examiner to consider the possibility of hypothermia.
And as far as the observations that you made, as far as the hemorrhages in the stomach area of Mr. O'Keefe and the hemorrhages in the pancreatic area of Mr. O'Keefe, the sort of juxtaposition of those, what, if any, significance did that have in regard to your hypothermic diagnosis?
When the case was called into our office and when we accepted the case, it was reported to us that this was an individual that was found in the snow, covered with snow, and it appeared that he may have been there for a period of time. So one of the questions for me as a medical examiner is to determine whether there are any signs of hypothermia in addition to what I had already observed, which was the blunt impact injuries. And the combination of the gastric, the stomach, and the pancreatic hemorrhages strongly suggested, given the circumstances and how the body was found, that hypothermia did in fact play a role in his death.
Now, probably should have asked this first as a precursor, but when you use the term hypothermia, what do you understand, what does hypothermia mean from a medical diagnostic?
Right, hypothermia is a term used to describe low body temperature, by definition, 35 degrees centigrade or below. And there are levels of hypothermia, from mild hypothermia to severe hypothermia. It just basically means the body is losing heat faster than it can generate it.
And typically, what would be the sort of core body temperature that would determine someone as hypothermic versus not?
We're usually at 98 degrees or 37 degrees centigrade. So anything higher than that is considered a fever or hyperthermia. Anything lower than 35 degrees centigrade or 95 degrees Fahrenheit is considered hypothermia.
Now, if you could explain to the jury sort of a little bit about the type of diagnosis that is involved in hypothermia, and sort of what other sort of types of information you would be looking at in order to make that diagnosis.
Hypothermia is a difficult diagnosis to make, and sometimes it's a diagnosis of exclusion, meaning that all other possible causes of death have been ruled out and you're left with hypothermia. So a body that is found in the snow or in a cold environment and has a core body temperature of 85 degrees and is unresponsive or asystolic, meaning that there is no heart activity, could be a hypothermic death, or it could not be a hypothermic death. And it's up to us to determine by doing the autopsy what other factors are at play. So the example I like to give is a person with severe coronary artery disease goes out to shovel their driveway, suffers a heart attack, and drops to the ground and is dead within seconds. And no one discovers their body for a few hours during the storm. When they're found, they're asystolic, their core body temperature is 80 degrees. But the autopsy shows another reason for their death. It shows a massive heart attack, which is what killed them. They just happened to be outside after they died and they lost heat and their body temperature dropped. Doesn't mean they died from hypothermia. However, if you take a person, an elderly person, or any person, an intoxicated person, a person who is intoxicated with drugs, that goes out into bad weather, gets confused, loses their direction, isn't able to get to shelter, and they die, their body temperature starts to drop, they get more disoriented, they get more confused, their organ systems start to shut down, and eventually they die from hypothermia. So that person will also be found in the snow with a core body temperature of 80, 85 degrees. But when we do the autopsy, if we see those gastric hemorrhages, if we see that bleeding in the stomach, if we see the bleeding in the pancreas, if we look at their toxicology and we see that they were intoxicated with multiple substances, then we can determine, or we can opine, that the cause of death was at least partly due to the hypothermia, because they were still alive when they started losing heat, as opposed to someone who had the heart attack and was already dead when they started losing heat from the body.
Doctor, when coming to your opinion in relation to the cause of death of Mr. O'Keefe, in addition to your autopsy, your internal, your external examination, what, if any, other materials were you provided, and what, if any, other materials did you review in relation
I was provided with a police report, an investigative report. I was provided with some of his prior medical records. I was provided with records from the hospital where he was first taken by emergency medical personnel. And during the course of the autopsy, of course, I forgot, I didn't mention this. We also, during the autopsy, collect fluids from the body that are sent to the lab for toxicologic analysis. And after a few weeks after the autopsy, we get a report from the toxicology lab. And in this case, I looked at the toxicology report. As I mentioned, all the information from the investigators, the autopsy findings, the neuropathology findings, and came to a conclusion as to the cause.
Now, as part of the documentation that you received from the investigators, did that include photographs of the scene as well?
Yes, it did, some photographs.
Turning back to the toxicological findings that you received, what, if any, indication did those findings have, or did they indicate in regard to blood alcohol concentration with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
Mr. O'Keefe had alcohol in his system, and I do believe, I don't have the toxicology in front of me, but in his blood at the time of autopsy, the level was 0.21 grams per deciliter.
Now, contained within those toxicology findings, there's also something listed as a vitreous humor, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that is, where that sample is taken from, and why?
Yeah, that sample, the vitreous humor, is taken from the back chamber of the eye. It's one of the routine samples that we take in addition to blood from the body and urine. And it's, again, used to look for the presence of different drugs. In cases of alcohol intoxication, sometimes we will get a value for the vitreous, and sometimes that value might not be exactly the same as the value that we get for the blood. It gives us an idea of where in the curve of alcohol metabolism, the individual is.
And so based on sort of the disparity between the vitreous humor level and the, I'm sorry, I may not have asked, what was the level in the vitreous humor?
I believe it was higher, sorry, I just have to find it. I think it was 0.26. I'm sorry, I can't find it in these notes. I don't know if you have the,
May I approach?
yes.
Oh, yeah, copy of the toxicology.
Yes. It was 0.28.
Now, doctor, with respect to the disparity between what was contained as the BAC and the vitreous humor versus the other number from his blood, what, if anything, does that indicate to you as far, or what, if anything, do you take from it?
That suggests that the level in Mr. O'Keefe's blood had been higher than 0.21, and that's reflected by the 0.28 that was in the vitreous. The vitreous metabolism of alcohol lags. It's a little slower, lags behind that of the blood and the circulation. The alcohol is metabolized in the liver, but the fact that it is higher in the vitreous suggests that the level in the blood was also higher at some point prior.
So at some point, whenever Mr. O'Keefe died, his level of alcohol was on the decrease. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Now, with respect to, you mentioned that you had reviewed the EMS reports from Mr. O'Keefe as well as his medical records from Good Samaritan. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if you could just briefly for the jury explain your understanding as far as some of the terms within those medical records. Are you familiar with your review of Mr. O'Keefe's medical records that he was labeled as being in cardiac arrest?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that means?
Yes, he was labeled as asystolic or in asystole, which is basically a flat line. So if you attach leads to the body, there is no electrical activity coming from the heart.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, as far as certain vital signs were taken in the course of his treatment at the Good Samaritan, is that correct?
Yes.
Including a core temperature, is that correct?
Yes.
Would you recall what that core temperature was?
Yes. It was noted as 80.1.
And that was a temperature reading that was taken at 7:19 a.m., is that correct?
It was taken, actually, this temperature reading in the records that I'm looking at was taken at 6:57 a.m.
And with respect to that 80.1 degree temperature, that's in Fahrenheit, is that correct?
Yes.
And so what, if any, relationship does that have, or what, if any, relationship does that have to your hypothermic diagnosis?
Well, that is the temperature. At this point, Mr. O'Keefe is asystolic, meaning he has no cardiac activity. That is the temperature of his body at the time that he was taken to, that he was examined by EMS and taken to the hospital. So it is a very hypothermic temperature. It is well below the 95 degrees, which we consider hypothermia.
Now, I believe you alluded to it earlier in your testimony, but with respect to hypothermia, what are some of the manifestations of that type of onset as it progresses?
Well, the first evidence of hypothermia, which we have no problem in this room, is shivering. When someone starts to get cold, they start to shiver to conserve heat. But then as the body loses more and more heat, there are neurologic consequences. People can get confused. We see this in the elderly all the time. They can get disoriented, and eventually at very low temperatures, below 90 degrees, everything ceases to function. The heart stops.
And would physical weakness or lack of strength be one of those manifestations as well?
Yes.
And how many different sort of stages of hypothermia are there from the beginning of or onset of progression to the end?
There is mild hypothermia to extreme severe hypothermia.
I may have a moment, John.
Yes.
Now, with regards as far as the type of clothing that someone is wearing when they're outside in these types of conditions, what, if any, relationship would that have with regard to the quickness or the rapidity of the onset of hypothermia?
Clearly, the more layers someone has, the slower they will lose heat from their body. The fewer layers, the faster they can become hypothermic.
And what, if any, information did you have as far as how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed when he was found in the snow on the morning of the 29th?
The information that I was given stated that he was wearing a pair of jeans and a long sleeve shirt.
Now, with respect to someone as far as that hypothermia onset and rapidity of it, what, if any, relationship with the condition of the clothing? What I'm asking there is more sort of the dryness versus wet clothing. What, if any, relationship with that?
again, wet clothing or wet conditions will speed up the rate at which the body loses heat.
Now, lastly, with regard to this area, Doctor, in regard to Mr. O'Keefe having sort of alcohol on board in the system at the time that hypothermia onsets, what, if any, relationship does that have in respect to the onset of hypothermia and the rapidity of that?
Alcohol intoxication, it has been shown to inhibit some of the mechanisms that the body uses to maintain heat. So it's definitely a factor that is a negative factor when it comes to hypothermia.
May I approach?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm showing you a single-page document. You can just review that, look up when you're finished. Do you
Yes.
recognize that, Doctor?
I do. It is a photocopy of the exam notes that I took at the time of autopsy.
Does that also contain a body diagram with relation to your notes as far as where you observed injuries on Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I want to seek to introduce the minutes next exhibit.
No objection.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if we could publish that for the jury at this time.
Okay.
Doctor, there should be somewhere before you on the desk over there, laser pointer. Coming, if you could enlarge that just a bit, and if you could focus in sort of towards the top and the head. Now, Dr. Scordi-Bello, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as the next exhibit?
Yes.
And on this, as far as the examination that you conducted, that also included certain measurements as far as height, weight, things like that, that you did with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
And if you could, what did you record as your measurements for both height and weight of Mr. O'Keefe?
He was weighed by our staff as 216 pounds and measuring 73 inches, which is 6 feet 1 inch.
Now, Doctor, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, direct the jury's attention to starting with the front or the facial area and then to the back of the head, but just with reference to the head area, directing their attention to what, if anything, you observed in the area of the head of Mr. O'Keefe.
In terms of injuries,
Yes.
you'd like me to point out the injuries? So as I mentioned, there were ecchymoses, that's another word for collection of blood under the upper eyelids. On Mr. O'Keefe, the ecchymosis on the right eyelid was also associated with a very small laceration. Then there was an abrasion on the left side of the nose. And then on the back of the head, there was a 3 centimeter laceration. So this is the right side. It would be towards, the back lower side on the right side of the head.
And that laceration on the black lower side, or right side of the head, is that in the same area that you observed what you described as sort of the originating skull fracture?
Yes, when the scalp was reflected, there was bleeding under the scalp in that particular area. And then when the skull was opened, that's the area that appeared fractured and appeared to have other fractures originating or radiating from it.
Ms. Gilman, if you wouldn't mind scrolling down just for the middle of the torso. And Dr. Scordi-Bello, if you could again, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to what, if any, injuries you noted in this sort of middle torso or upper extremity portion of Ms. Gilman.
So on the right upper extremity, and I guess this is the back of the body, we have this collection of linear abrasions. I think the battery is dead. That measured up to 7 centimeters and extended from the upper arm down to the middle of the forearm.
If I could interrupt you for 1 second, may I?
Thanks. This would be the abrasions.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to scroll down for the lower extremities. Again, Dr. Scordi-Bello, if you could, again, using laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if any, injuries you observed on the lower extremities in regards to
The lower extremities didn't have a lot of injuries. There was a small abrasion on his right knee area on the side. And if you don't mind pushing the diagram just a little bit more up to see the hands, there were some contusions or some bruises on the dorsal aspects of the right hand and some very faint bruise on the left.
Thank you, Doc. And Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Nora, may I approach again?
Yes.
Doctor, if I could show you what's a 2-page document, ask you to just review that up and finish.
Yes,
And do you recognize what that is?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
These are copies of diagrams that I used at the time of autopsy to document some of the injuries on the face and the skull.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm welcome to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
Any objection? No objection. Thank you. Exhibit 644.
And Your Honor, may I return that to the witness?
Yes.
With the court's permission, if we could publish that for the jury.
Okay.
Ma'am, 1 moment, Your Honor.
Yep.
Again, Dr. Scordi-Bello, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen is the next exhibit before you?
Yes.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observed or noted of significance in these particular diagrams.
So the upper eyelids, the areas of the upper eyelids on both sides had ecchymosis or blood. Under them, on the right side, there was a very small laceration or a small tear associated with that. Both eyes had some swelling to them. And then on the nose, there were 2 abrasions, 2 scrapes. One was small at 0.5 centimeters. The other one was 1 centimeter, and it was linear. And I noted them right there.
Come in, you guys scroll down a bit. And again, from the bottom right diagram for you, Doctor, if you could use the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if any, injuries of significance you noted in that portion of the diagram.
This is the area where I noted the laceration to the scalp, I noted something called tissue bridging, which is a morphologic feature of a laceration. Is what makes it different from an incised wound or from a cut, because again, the skin is crushed, and now it's more irregular. The edges are more irregular. And then above that laceration, I noted that there was a scrape as well associated with it. So that was one injury.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next page. Doctor, if I could direct you to the next page of that exhibit before you. And Ms. Gilman, if you could, really sort of the mark on the top left diagram.
Yes.
Now, Doctor, before we get into a diagram that's up on the screen, if I could ask just a bit more, if you could expound upon when you use the term ecchymosis, what exactly does that mean in specific reference to the area of the eyes?
Ecchymoses are a word that we use to describe bruising. Orbital ecchymoses or periorbital ecchymoses or supraorbital ecchymoses just refer to the location of the bleeding in relation to the eye. And when we see ecchymoses or bleeding around the eyes, one of the differential diagnoses, one of the etiologies is blunt trauma to the head, and specifically fractures to what is known as the base of the skull. And this, what you're seeing here, is the base of the skull.
Now, Doctor, if you could, using that diagram up on the screen, explain to the jury, when we asked first, as far as what were you able to formulate an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to how the injuries within the skull and the brain sort of interacted with each other? In particular, you interacted also with the ecchymosis that you're describing in the orbital region.
So the injuries inside the skull, this is the base of the skull. This is, think of it as the tray where the brain would be sitting on top. The brain has been removed, and now we're looking at the bones. Right here is where I noted the skull, one of the skull fractures to be originating or starting with fractures. These are linear fractures that are extending or radiating from this one point of impact. This is known as the posterior fossa of the base. These two chambers are known as the middle cranial fossa, and this area is known as the anterior cranial fossa. As you look at this, the eyes would be sitting back here. So the eyes are actually very intimately associated with the anterior cranial fossa, which is very thin, and the bones are quite thin and friable. So an impact to the back of the head was in this case, because we do have a laceration and we do have an abrasion. So we know that the head impacted something blunt with enough force to break the skull and enough force for those fractures to propagate or radiate into the middle cranial fossa and also the anterior cranial fossa, which is the front chambers of the base. When the anterior cranial fossa are fractured, as I mentioned, they are very thin bones. Blood can seep from this area into the soft tissues and manifest as hemorrhage or bleeding or a contusion or an ecchymosis around the eye when you look at the person face, even when you look at their face. So it is a well-known fact that fractures to the base of the skull can present with orbital ecchymosis, and That particular manifestation has a name. It's called raccoon eye because it resembles, I guess, what raccoon eyes look like. But emergency room physicians are always very alerted to any hemorrhage and any bleeding around the eyes because it could signify or it could mean that there's a much bigger injury inside the skull and that is not just some bleeding around the eyes, that it actually is associated with a skull fracture.
So the ecchymoses itself, as far as the sort of drainage or seepage of blood, that's what causes the eyes to sort of swell up, is that correct?
Correct.
And Doctor, if I could ask you with reference to, if you could illustrate with the laser pointer on the diagram up on the screen, as far as the subarachnoid hemorrhage, subdural hematoma, as far as the bleeding within the brain, what, if any, impact that has on the skull as far as the fractures are concerned, or the building up of pressure itself?
The subarachnoid hemorrhage is a thin layer of hemorrhage on top of the brain, directly on top of the brain under the leptomeninges. The main effect, or I guess one of the effects that subarachnoid hemorrhage has, is that it is very irritating to the brain and can lead to seizures. Subdural hemorrhage is hemorrhage that is due to veins in the dura, that very tough protective cover on top of the brain that are broken and leak blood into the space between the dura and the brain. That kind of injury, given enough time, you can have accumulation of the blood, and it can cause significant shift into the brain. That's not something that we had here. Here we had some subdural hemorrhage, but not enough that it was what we call space occupying, but it was present. So it was due to bridging veins in the dura being injured from the trauma, from the fractures. And in terms of the effect that all these injuries have, the subdural and the subarachnoid and the skull fractures, anytime the brain is injured, it responds by swelling. And the skull is a closed space without the ability to expand, unlike the skin, where you can have a bruise or a significant amount of blood accumulate under the skin. In the skull, once the brain starts to react to the injury and it starts to swell, there's nowhere to go except for down. And that's the foramen magnum. That is the area where the brainstem and the spinal cord will run out. You know, spinal cord connects, obviously, the brain to the rest of the body. And this is one of the few spaces that the brain can try and squeeze into because he has nowhere else to go. So herniation, brain swelling and herniation are a general response that the brain has to any sort of trauma.
And Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. You can down as well, so we can have the lights back on. Now, may I approach Sister Retreat?
Yes.
Now, Doctor, with respect to the head injury, specifically the fracture, what, if any, opinion can you give or can you say in regard to the type of force or amount of force necessary to cause the fracture to the skull that you observed with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
I can't really give you a number. I'm not a physicist. I can tell you that the skull is a pretty thick bone. It takes considerable amount of force to fracture the skull. So that was a pretty considerable impact.
Now, with respect to the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's head and the onset of hypothermia, what, if any, opinion do you have with regard to the timing of those respective to each other?
Well, I do believe the injuries, the blunt impact injuries were sustained first. These are not injuries that are immediately lethal. This is not something that would cause death in seconds. And therefore, Mr. O'Keefe may have been incapacitated by the injuries or knocked out, if you will, and was not able to get himself into a warmer environment, and therefore hypothermia set in, given the environmental conditions and given the clothing on the body, or the lack of clothing, I should say, no big jacket or anything like that.
Now, when you say something as far as some type of injury being immediately lethal, you give an example of that?
The one that forensic pathologists like to use is a gunshot wound to the head that goes from one side to the other, disrupting the neural systems of the brain and causing the person to immediately drop and die within seconds or milliseconds. This is not that kind of injury. This is an injury that took a little bit of time to develop, as is manifested by the fact that we have some bleeding, which means that the heart is still pumping and blood is still coming out of the vessels.
And so I guess to that point, as far as what was it from your examination and your findings and your review of sort of the overall materials that leads you to believe that the head injuries happened prior to hypothermia setting in?
Again, the findings of hypothermia, the blunt impact injuries, if someone is, it's not completely out of the realm of possibility that someone becomes hypothermic and then falls as a result. But the hypothermia would continue along with the brain injuries that took some time to develop. So in my opinion, I believe the impact, the injury to the head came first. Mr. O'Keefe was most likely incapacitated or unable to move into a warmer environment, and then the hypothermia set in.
And if you can, what, if anything, can you say as to the sort of, in contrast to sort of the bullet to the head or the instantaneous death, what, if anything, can you say as to the time that this would take to manifest itself as far as the injury to the head and the hypothermic state?
Again, I can't give you specifics. I would say this was definitely in the matter of minutes, many minutes, or hours.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Lally, stop stretching.
Now, Doctor, you had mentioned that at some point you had reviewed some photographs from the scene where Mr. O'Keefe's body was recovered. Is that correct?
Yes, I was shown some photographs.
And from the photographs that you were shown, what, if anything, of significance did you observe or lack thereof in the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was recovered?
Well, based on those photographs, limited number of photographs that I saw and I was shown, there didn't appear to be a lot of disruption around the area where I was told that Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
And that lack of sort of disruption in the snow around where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, what, if any, significance would that have to you as far as from a diagnostic perspective?
Well, it suggests that he really didn't travel a very long distance once the injury was inflicted.
And as far as anything related to footprints, drag marks, anything like that, did you observe anything like that in that area?
On the pictures that I saw, no.
Now, from your extent of your examination of Mr. O'Keefe's body, what, if anything, that you observe that would indicate any sort of altercation or a fight or anything like that that Mr. O'Keefe was?
I didn't see any signs, major signs of what I would call a significant altercation.
And with regard to that, as far as signs, what are some of the signs, and what would you be expecting to see, and what was lacking as far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe?
I looked at Mr. O'Keefe's hands. As you saw on the diagrams, I did document that there were some contusions on the dorsal aspect, very vague and faint contusion on the left, and contusion on the right hand. That particular contusion has a central little pinpoint mark that may suggest that it was due to attempts to get IV access on his hand. That's a very common place, but I didn't see any bruising on Mr. O'Keefe's knuckles. His nails were intact. I didn't see any breaks on his nails, and I didn't see any fractures or feel any fractures on any of his hands.
Now, with respect to the diagrams that were up on the screen before, as well as your observations from internal examination, you observed some fractures to Mr. O'Keefe's ribs, is that correct?
Yes, he did have some fractures, I believe, to the 4th and 5th ribs near the sternum. It's a very common location for CPR-associated fractures.
And so I believe you just alluded to it right there, but as far as any fractures to Mr. O'Keefe's ribs, what, if any, opinion do you have as to the origination or causality of those rib fractures?
As I mentioned, those are very consistent with the resuscitation. We see those quite often. Given the history that I was provided, that extensive resuscitation was attempted, I documented those as most likely due to resuscitation.
Now, doctor, with regard to the, just by way of contrast, you talked a bit about the significant impact or the thickness of the skull. How does that relate to the area of the ribs that you're talking about as far as can be fractured in resuscitative efforts?
Well, I don't understand the question.
Let me rephrase. What is the difference sort of between the thickness of the bone in the skull versus the thickness of the bone in the ribs?
The skull in general is a thicker bone. It requires more force.
Now, doctor, if I could, are you familiar with a medical term known as vasodilation?
Yes.
And can you explain what that term is and how it relates to Mr. O'Keefe's condition?
I can explain what the term is. Dilation means opening up. Vaso refers to blood vessels. So vasodilation is the opening up of blood vessels to bring more blood to the extremities or any part of the body.
And again, that's a bit of an unfair question as far as relations, but so how does that manifest itself as far as someone who's in colder conditions or has that sort of onset of hypothermia? What, if any, relation does the vasodilation have to that?
Well, you can see vasodilation. You can see vasoconstriction and vasodilation in hypothermia. Initially, the blood vessels will constrict in an attempt to reduce blood flow to the extremities so there's no heat loss. Anyone who has Raynaud's knows what that feels like. Then ultimately the blood vessels will dilate, bringing more blood to the extremities. Again, the normal regulatory mechanisms that the brain has to maintain our body temperature are disrupted when you get into those very low temperatures. And therefore, sometimes in hypothermia, you can see very, very red extremities due to vasodilation.
And with regard to the redness due to vasodilation, is there also a whiteness, sort of discoloration to the extremities that can be observed in hypothermic patients as well?
That's been described as well, yes.
Now, with reference to when you make your observations of Mr. O'Keefe, why is it that, well, let me ask you this. You didn't see any signs of vasodilation or white fingertips or anything like that, is that correct?
Correct. I rarely see signs of vasodilation, especially if someone has died in the hospital.
And can you explain to the jury sort of why that is?
So for two reasons. In this particular reason, Mr. O'Keefe was taken to the hospital and attempts were made at rewarming the body. So he was given warm intravenous fluids, and attempts were made to bring the body temperature up with the hope that the heart would start working once that happened. Also, I did not physically see the body until Monday morning. And therefore, I can't really comment on vasodilation or any effects that hypothermia may or may not have had acutely on the body, because I'm seeing the body hours after death, and already the body has been transferred from the scene to the hospital, stored at the hospital, and then transferred from the hospital to our facility. So there's just too much time between when the body was discovered to when I looked at the body to make any reasonable comments on whether there was vasodilation or not.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Okay, so now the photos are coming in. So the photos are coming in, people. So be aware, they might show some photos, so be aware. What the fuck's the way there?
Doctor, I'm showing you a series of 5 photographs. Ask you to review those with Dr.
I'm actually going to see counsel at sidebar for a minute, please.
Bev has had enough now. She's like, fuck this shit. I mean, to be fair, Lali's just dragged this on and on and on and on and on. Fucking hell. Fucking A, man. I know it's important for the jury to understand some differences and stuff. I get that. But he's just going too deep with it. Just going too deep. Bev's done. Yeah, I mean, I think we're all done. I think she sees the jury sleeping. This is important testimony, doing so. Everyone's sleeping because of Lali. Just be done, Lali. Be done, fuck. Bev does not look happy, Murph. You're right. I don't blame her. Fuck.
Area, and having looked at the photographs, it makes sense that we break for today, and we'll start fresh with this tomorrow rather than showing these two folks now. So, thank you. So we are going to end for today. We are on track. Maybe we are definitely on track for finishing this case next week, partly because of staying all day tomorrow and some of the work we did today and on Tuesday when you all were here. So Please follow the 3 instructions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it. Let us know. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Sure, don't lose on your chairs, take all your belongings, all rise, jury out.
Fucking. Fucking, this is how not to do a fucking trial, like, but Lally.
Right after.
Thank you. Mark.
Look, we're. Oh, hang on.
All right, thank you. It does seem like the appropriate place to stop.
Does anybody, so we're still in session? Does anybody need me for anything now?
If we could just approach briefly,
Okay.
just regarding scheduling, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Fuck's sakes, Lally. So, right, we'll see. October girls, see you later, my darling. Everyone, hopefully they might know, they won't say nothing about scheduling. As soon as this is done, we'll go outside and follow and see what happens. Bye, Donna. Here we go. My hubby's a doctor and an ER doctor, so he's seen it all and he agrees with me too. What did Carol say? I missed it, Carol. Carol, what did you say, Carol? Oh, I love Carol. What did she say? How the hell can she undermine and then say undetermined and then say affirmatively that he wasn't in an altercation? Oh, let's go, Carol. And your hubby's a doctor. I agree. Such bullshit. The whole trial's a joke. I wish. Hey, how are you feeling anyway, Jolie? How's hairline fracture going? Are you okay? We'll see what Tom CPU does if his audio's okay, because Jackson and Leonetti always say a few things here and there. So we'll see if they say anything. Let me get that prepped ready. Tom is out there ready. Fine. Da, 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 da. See you, Cynthia. See you later, my darling. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-da. Hey, you know the score. You know the score, people. You know what to do, yeah? Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. Yeah, he's wrapping it up tomorrow. I think that's the scheduled bit now. So I think this is, we don't officially know, but yes, this is the last witness. So he's going to have, another hour or so tomorrow, and then the defense are basically starting their case tomorrow. Because I can't see Eliza Little being on this all day, so... so we'll see. No worries, Eliza. It's all good. Watches these, but he's sucked into this one and he's pissed about so many. Hello, Mr. Draper. Oh, sorry. Hello, Dr. Draper. Hang on. This motherfucker. Hang on. This piece of crap. Check me out. That's twice. It's kicked me out. StreamYard, piece of shit. Hey, or is it? Hey, is it Draper? Thank you, Joni. Good night, GM. Good night, my darling. Hey, is he the king of Disney or is he just Dr. Draper? Because you're obviously the queen of Disney. I see the pictures. He loves Disney as well. Yeah, if you all check if you're subscribed, that'd be really good. See you in the morning, Elise. You will have your wave in the morning. Don't worry. Sean's back tomorrow, so we'll the.
Yes.
All rise in court, please.
Court. Moses. Karen. Leaves. Right, hang on. Let me just put that in. So here it is. Right. So the montage tomorrow morning will be a lot less because obviously Sean's back. So it'll be like a 5-minute montage tomorrow, I think. I won't be doing like a 20-minute one like we're doing now. Right. Boo boo, see you tomorrow. See those, so the black eye, his left eye was a skull fracture. That back was a fracture of the trigger. Yeah, but I there's a few things here that I don't. The blood going into her eye, his eye is. I don't really understand some of this stuff. There you go, Mexi. Did you do that Christmas little jingle? Yeah, I did. Yeah, it's in my head. Somebody said it, it's in my head. One of you guys said, "Oh, do the jingle," so I did it and I recorded it. Good evening, Curious Kitty. Thank you, Joe. Hey, Cat Black, how you doing, my darling? Donna Graves, what's Donna doing? There you go. Have a good one. Happy days. You're the fanatic. So we just call him Dr. Draper. He is not the king of Disney. We got the Queen of Disney, who's Carol Draper. We got Dr. Draper as well. And hello to Dr. Draper. Send him our love, Carol. See you, Jodie. See you later, my darling. Once Karen's done, I'll put the montage on and I'll be done with it. I'm knackered today again. It's so nice to see. Hey, Bossa Russo, I'm sure are you the reason that we called El Chatty? I'm pretty sure it is. I'm pretty sure you are the reason. Bev got some time in the sun on a day off. I don't like how Bev keeps telling the jury they should get the case early next week or whatever she says. It applies to TV. Yeah, I mean, Bev, piss off, Bev. It'll take as long as it takes. She shouldn't say stuff like that. No, you're right. She shouldn't. No, he won't drag it out. But he's nothing to drag out. Do you know what I mean? Once this is done, then he rests. I'll be going for a nap as well in a second. Bev is rushing off to get Bukkake for some. Hey, with Jim. That's where she's going. Bukkake with Jim. Ba 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 ba. What's Sea Dog saying? We're in Port Unloading. I went to next compound for a beer last night, and a bunch of the guys were talking about this case. Ooh, yeah, what were they saying? See you, shop, ma'am. Good night, my darling. Hey, Patricia, I got kicked out of fucking. Hey, Patricia, I just got kicked out of my own stream. Bloody YouTuber StreamYard. Honestly. Thank you, people. I know, Kevin. Absolute painful. I know. Force the impact. I know. Dr. Drew. Thank you, everybody. Basically, it's obviously bullshit. Happy days, everyone. Right. I don't, Raoul. I don't. I used to play the piano. I got quite high grade, but you know what? I don't remember any of it. Don't remember any of it. Hey, Wendy, my darling. Hope you're well. Yeah, YouTube's been glitching, people. I've been kicked out of StreamYard twice today. Auntie Bjorch in a rush for her gin. Gin with Jim. Do you think she sends Jim out early just to pour the gin ready? Farbox McGee back in the house. Before Lally rests his case, does he make closing statements before Divas? No. Oh, here we go. No, we'll go through that. Thank you. Bella TV sub to Jelly Bean.
Aaron, would you prefer talking about the tone of voice?
See you.
I was upset, frustrated, getting pissed. Bless you, Karen. We're praying for you.
See you tomorrow, bud.
I thought he was abandoning me. Never be heard from again after he got out of my.
Mom. Hey, Nikki. Yes, Patricia.
Mom.
So first, Brian.
And then it's extra. Thanks so much.
My pleasure. Thank you. I love you guys.
Hi, Bobby.
Have a good night. We got your parents some water behind you. All right.
See you, Dana. See you, everyone.
Last patient on the eye, the last one on the eyebrow.
See Kat.
So the real evidence, the rest of the evidence is yet to come with items. So just stand by.
You said 2 more coming?
More what? More medical exam. Yeah.
Thanks, see you, dog.
Nice. Nice enough. All right, everybody back.
See you
Everybody
later.
back.
Right, did you all catch that? 2 more medical examiners. What was that? Does he? He must be the defense then. Good night, Fancy, as well. Good night, my darling. He just said there's 2 more. Hang on, let's go back a second.
Yet to come. So the real evidence, the rest of the evidence is yet to come with items. So just stand by.
You said 2 more coming?
More what? More medical exam. Yeah.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. 2 more.
Good night. We got your parents some water behind you.
Toots, I think they look very confident. Look at the smile, Toots. I think they look very confident.
All right.
Last patient on the eye, the last one on the eyebrow, the last one on the nose, things like that. So the real evidence, the rest of the evidence is yet to come with items. So just stand by.
You said 2 more coming?
More what? More medical exam. Yeah.
So 2 more medical examiners come in. Okay. 2 more medical examiners come in. Medical examiners, Jovo, I read that as. So fuck. I hope. So I presume, well, unless, I don't know. He said stand by, yeah, and then there's 2 more medical examiners come in. But that might be for the defense. What's she upset about? I didn't see you upset. I don't know. I didn't see Karen upset, so I don't know. I don't know. One's for the defense. Okay. Yeah, I think if he's defense, I hope so as well. You said 2 more medical examiners. Fuck. There we go, Lizard. There we go. That makes a lot more sense. I think he said we still have MEs coming from 2 more. He did say 2 more medical examiners, but he didn't say from who. So that's why I got confused. Oh, it's getting very exhausting. I know. He said, wait for our turn. So I think he was talking about the Yeah, well, initially he said, wait for our turn, as in, you haven't heard that case yet. And then she asked a question about, I think, is this the last witness? And he said something about, well, there's 2 more medical examiners. But I don't know. Hey, Lou. How's the x-ray? Hope it went okay, my darling. Hope you're feeling okay. Yeah, okay. It must have been for the defense. It's all good. It's all good. Lucy, my darling. Lally done after this. So Lally's done. Dennis Sweeney, all the way down there in Dedham. We're getting on the spot analysis here from Dennis Sweeney, who is out down there. He knows what's going on. Thank you, Den. Well, this is what I thought, KJS. That's what I thought. I thought I must have missed something. Cool, fine. Thank you, Donna. Love you too. Thank you very much. Good days. 2 more medical for whom? No, it's defense. Because there's no one else on the list for the prosecution. I think Karen's upset having to see all the pictures and hear all the injuries to the boyfriend. Maybe. I didn't see her upset. I must have missed it. I didn't see it. Keeps cutting out. Yeah. Donna, always up to some kind of mischief. There you go, Donna. We love it. And Donna, thank you again so much for your 50 very, very generous gifted memberships. Thank you to everyone today for the gifted memberships, super chats, coffees, PayPals, everything. Thank you, everybody, for all that. Right, okay, everyone's behind now, right? No, it's the defense, people. It must be the defense. It's fine. Dies on one. Okay. Thank you, Jovo. I didn't catch it. Thank you, Jovo. Right, everyone. Again, thank you so much for everything today. I do really appreciate it. We are here's Ronnie. We do Ron. We do Ron. And none of them have proven that Karen is guilty. The defense still has not even called their witnesses. I know. Somebody asked, hang on, we'll answer this question, then we'll go then. Where was the question? So Farbox McGee says, Jennifer asks, before Lally rests this case, does he make closing statements before defense calls their witnesses or afterwards? So what's going to happen next is we'll probably have about 4 days of defense. Then what happens then? Lally then has a rebuttal. So he can spend half a day, 2 days, however long he feels fit to do rebuttal. So he can call back witnesses or he can bring in other witnesses. So once the defense rests, so Lally will rest, defense will go, and then Lally gets to go again, and then there'll be closing arguments. Well, then there'll be directed verdict, and then there'll be closing arguments after that then. So that's how it will work here. So, yes. Happy days. Oh, okay. Brain scan as well. Okay, I've had the wisdom tooth one as well. I had it in the machine. It's going round. I just barely fit in it. Fingers crossed for you, darling. The rest of the evidence is to come with us. Yes, I know. See you, Toots. Chelsea said, my 12-year-old has overheard me listening to you, and he says that you have a soothing voice and accent, and I couldn't agree more. His name is right. This is why I do not want to butcher this. How do you say that? O'Neill, obviously. Is that Lennon? Lennon? I don't want to butcher it because I don't. The things with the hyphen. How do you say it, Chelsea? And then I'll stop then. How do you say it? Break it down to me. Break it down. Hey, Raoul, I'm sure Karen hated hearing the irrelevant voicemails. Are they were nothing? You're right. Good night, Vivian. Good night. Odios, El Chatti. Thank you. Lil G, thank you again for your generosity today. Night, Jeannie. Bye, Gary. Yekida to you. That's where Dai's going now to get some beers. I'm always on one, but this trial should be dismissed. I agree. No shred of evidence. I agree. And just remember, Dai the Drill is joining me tomorrow afternoon, lunchtime. So while Sean's having a break, Dai is joining me, and we go Sean all day tomorrow. And the montage tomorrow is only going to be like 5 minutes because Sean's here. No worries at all, Sarah. You should be directly verdict. No, she won't do it. No. But just realised I was gifted subscription. No worries, LB. Some loads of generous people today gifted. Thank you, LB. Appreciate. See you, Greg. I just call you Greg. I don't know if it's Greg. I don't know, but Greg. See you tomorrow. Gary says, my last message was what Jackson said to the news reporter. Thank you, Gary. I appreciate you. This is the best chat right here, does it? Thank you, Jeannie. Appreciate that. You pronounced it properly the first time. It's pronounced Lannan. Lannan. In Scottish, it means darling. I love the name. Lannan. Lannan O'Neill. How are we doing? Keep it moving. Hope you're well, my friend. And welcome to the channel. Hey, do not swear like I swear. But have a great evening, Lannan, and everybody else. Have a great evening. I love you all to bits, honestly. And it was great to have Sean back today. We got Sean back tomorrow, 8 o'clock. Quick intro, and then back with the mofos and everything. So with that, see you tomorrow, Sarah. See you, Amy. Thank you, I will. There you go, Donna. Thank you, my darling. Yes, see you tomorrow. No worries. Sal, who officially followed me over to the issue. Thank you, Sal. You have so many new friends in Boston. We'll all be fighting over. Happy days. I can't wait. Sal, Fabos McGee, Jennifer, Sal, good evening to you all. Thank you for the love. I appreciate it. See you, Lona. Thank you. Thank you, the chew as well. Thank you. Right, I have to go. I am pooped. Right, I'm going to play the outro now. It's 20 minutes. You can stay, you can whatever you want. But these people, they're great, they're lovely, and that's why I want to showcase them. And see the rest of you at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, people. We love you. It just means they... Lannan, well done. Hey, also, Lannan, listen to your mother. Your mother knows best. I learned that the hard way. And I'm a mummy's boy. Nothing wrong with being a mummy's boy. Have a great night, everyone. Sarah, Sassy, Greg, love you all. Take care, people. Bye-bye.
Thank you.